Chapter 581, The Dead Asylum? Who told you I could save him? How did you contact him? Kingsley asked. Hermione was silent for a moment before taking out a gold galleon. He gave me this after Dumbledore's funeral. A change in the number means something is wrong. He can determine my location based on this galleon and then use a special magic to achieve long-distance conversations. Confirm the location? Kingsley's expression changed drastically. You have to throw it away quickly. The further away, the better. No. Hermione held the gold galleon tightly. This may be the only way I can contact him. I can't lose it. But it will also expose our position, Kingsley said anxiously. We really can't take risks. You have no idea what he is facing. Anyone may help Voldemort, but he will never. Hermione choked with tears as she spoke. I believe him. Kingsley was speechless and could only look at Lupin, hoping he could help persuade her. Okay, Hermione, you can keep this galleon, Lupin said as calmly as possible. Thank you. But we do need an explanation, and we need to determine whether he leaked the information. Professor, I don't think it's Aaron, Harry interrupted awkwardly. He has helped us fight against Voldemort many times in the past 6 years. Yes, that's right, Hagrid said, and Ron nodded in agreement. I don't want to believe it's him, but this involves the unity within the Order of the Phoenix, Lupin said rationally. Leaking information is not a trivial matter. We lost Mad-Eye this time, but what about next time? Hermione paused and looked at Lupin with a slight sob. What do you want me to do? Lupin took a deep breath and said seriously, I hope you contact him again. I can. Not now. We have to be prepared. Lupin glanced at everyone. Be prepared for the worst. Achoo! Aaron rubbed his nose. He didn't think he had a cold. It was probably because someone was talking about him. It's time for them to come back, Aaron murmured thoughtfully. Even if Sirius wanted to hang out outside for a while, Abe would not lose control. A few minutes later, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard. Abe dropped from the sky with Sirius and landed steadily in the yard. Aaron raised the corner of his mouth slightly and raised his wand with his right hand to lift the silencing spell on Sirius, allowing him to speak. The task was completed well. Although the process was full of surprises, the results were not satisfactory. Sirius took off his hat, glasses, and pulled off the black trench coat on his body. He then looked at Aaron without saying a word, his face full of bitterness, helplessness, and a trace of embarrassment. Alas! Aaron patted his shoulder and comforted him sincerely. I know you are in a bad mood, but as someone who has died once, you should have the ability to bear it. Death is just another great adventure. More people will die in the future. You have to learn to get used to this regret and sadness. What's more, Mad-Eye Alastair Moody deserved his death. It's easy to say. If someone you care about died, would you still be as calm as you are now? Of course not, Aaron said confidently. You have to pay a price for fooling the god of death, but I am not talented, and I happen to have the ability to fool the god of death. This may sound exaggerated or even unrealistic to others, but it is the truth. The resurrection potion was still stored in his system space. He had never used it since he got it. As time went by, Aaron felt a little conflicted. On the one hand, the pearl is covered in dust, and a treasure that cannot be used has no value at all. On the other hand, this treasure is really priceless, and it is really hard to part with it as a disposable consumable. In addition, the dog talisman can also bring people back to life, but the immortal power has been completely integrated with him. Using this power to resurrect himself will not have any side effects, but resurrecting others will weaken the power. To salve someone on the brink of death, it's not just about magic, it's about skill and precision, but I'll give it a try. Aaron took a deep breath and approached the magic carpet where Alastair Moody lay. He examined Moody's injuries closely, noting the extensive damage to his internal organs and the severe blood loss. His face was grim, but he didn't let that deter him. First, we need to stabilize his condition, Aaron said, his voice steady. He waved his wand, and a soft, golden light enveloped Moody's body. The light seemed to seep into his wounds, slowing the bleeding and knitting some of the smaller injuries together. Sirius watched anxiously, his eyes never leaving Moody's face. Is it working? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. It's a start, Aaron replied, not taking his eyes off his work. But this is just a temporary fix. We need to address the internal damage. Aaron continued to work, his hands moving with practiced precision. He muttered incantations under his breath, and the golden light grew brighter, focusing on the most critical injuries. Slowly, Moody's breathing became a bit steadier, though still weak. "Now comes the hard part," Aaron said, wiping sweat from his brow. "We need to repair his internal organs. This will take time and a lot of concentration." Sirius nodded, his face set with determination. "Do whatever it takes. Just save him." Aaron nodded and began the delicate process of healing Moody's internal injuries. He worked methodically, his magic weaving through Moody's body, repairing torn tissues and mending broken bones. It was a painstaking process, but Aaron's skill and focus never wavered. After what felt like hours, Aaron finally stepped back, his face pale and exhausted. "I've done all I can," he said, his voice hoarse. "He's stable for now, but he'll need time to recover fully. Keep him warm and make sure he gets plenty of rest." Sirius let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. "Thank you, Aaron. I don't know how to repay you." Aaron waved a hand dismissively. "Just take care of him, and next time, try not to get into so much trouble." Sirius managed a weak smile. "I'll do my best." As Aaron turned to leave, he glanced back at the magic carpet, now lying still and quiet. "And Sirius," he added, "take good care of that magic carpet. It's more valuable than you realize." Sirius nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. "I will. Thank you, Aaron." With that, Aaron left, leaving Sirius to watch over Moody, his heart filled with hope and relief. Therapists at St. Mungo's are not even second-rate in my opinion, but the question is, why should I save him? Human life is at stake. Isn't that enough? Sirius implored. "Don't talk to me about those grand principles. There's a line in my family's ancestral motto that clearly states it's better to be selfish. People die every day in this world. I can't save everyone," Aaron retorted. Sirius gritted his teeth in frustration. "How can you be so unwilling to save him?" "I'm tired of saving people, Sirius. I can't bear to save another one, and there's no way to explain this to Moody. What will he think when he sees you? What will you think when you see me? To put it bluntly, my efforts to save him would only bring unnecessary trouble to me." "Trouble?" Sirius couldn't contain his anger. "You call Mad-Eye trouble? He sacrificed his life to protect Harry Potter. He is a respectable person." "There are many people worthy of respect, including him," Aaron said dismissively. "You are bringing shame on the Gaius family," Sirius cursed angrily. "Don't be ridiculous. You sound like you know the Gaius family very well," Aaron waved his hand disdainfully. "The education I received since childhood taught me that no matter how important other people's affairs are, it has nothing to do with me because I can't control them at all. Let me give you a simple example. The Black family has a fortune of hundreds of millions, but there are countless beggars and disabled people in the world who need money to tide over their difficult as. Didn't you also not lend a helping hand to them?" "But Mad-Eye is different," Sirius argued. "He is a member of the Order of the Phoenix and our companion." "But it's the same to me," Aaron explained patiently. "Moody is no different from a stranger to me. To put it bluntly, it is a matter of affection to save him, but it is a duty not to save him, and there is not even any affection between me and him." "Is it true that we can't save him?" Sirius was devastated, as if he had been drained of all energy. "I understand your feelings, but please respect my principles. You have a clear conscience to collect his body. Otherwise, his body will become a trophy for the Death Eaters, and you know what that means. I can pay for his coffin. I can also let him wake up briefly for half a minute when he is dying so that he can give his last words, and I can even hold a low-key, luxurious, and meaningful funeral for him, which can be considered the most benevolent and righteous thing to do. I just couldn't save him." "Brother, you have to be reasonable. Do you know how much it would cost me to save him? You can ask the healers at St. Mungo's Hospital for witchcraft and wizardry. I'm sure no one can save him." Sirius was speechless, a feeling of powerlessness spreading throughout his body. He had no reason to force Aaron to do something he didn't want to do, and was thankless, but he just felt frustrated and disappointed. It was like grabbing a life-saving straw when you are drowning, only for the straw to break after a few seconds. Aaron didn't know how to comfort him, so he put a glass of strong wine next to him. I'm not in the mood to drink. I didn't let you drink it. You can use this glass of wine to give him a send-off when he comes back to his former glory. Sirius looked at him in astonishment, as if there were billions of thoughts racing through his mind. Is this really appropriate? It's so awkward. The host has a new mission. Please check it carefully. The system prompt suddenly sounded in Aaron's mind. Aaron was stunned for a moment, then opened the task panel. Find and destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. 1,000 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux found, and 500 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux destroyed. Rewards for completing the mission will be distributed directly until all Horcruxes are destroyed. There will be no penalty for mission failure. Accepted. Rescue Alastair Moody. 500 magic points will be awarded for completing the mission, and there will be no penalty for mission failure. Do you accept it? Waterfa. System. Is Sirius your biological? Last year, you asked me to save him, and this year, you want me to save the people he cares about. And for some tasks, you don't even give a hint. Isn't this a bit too biased? The system is obligated to remind you of tasks with time limits. Additionally, whether to accept the task or not is entirely up to the host and has nothing to do with the system responded. Aaron's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at the reward on the task panel. Accept, he said. 500 magic points might not be a lot, but it was still a significant sum for him at the moment, and there was no reason to pass it up. Ahem! Aaron coughed theatrically. I've thought it over carefully, and I can reluctantly agree to save him. What did you say? Sirius immediately snapped out of his despondent state, his eyes lighting up with hope. Ha! I knew you weren't the kind of person who would ignore someone in need. Humph. But let me make this clear. Saving him won't be easy. It's like offending the god of death, and I'm not absolutely certain I can do it. Additionally, after I rescue him, he must sign a contract with me. I need his services until Voldemort is destroyed. You, of all people, should understand what I mean. No problem. I can help persuade him, Sirius promised, patting his chest. He felt fortunate to have the chance to save Mad-Eye's life. Besides, serving Aaron was also a way to fight against Voldemort. More importantly, he would finally have some company, and the days of being alone with his complaints would be over. If you can't persuade him, then I'll have to seal him away for a while, Aaron warned. Sirius hesitated. If he has to sleep in a coffin, then so be it. But do you have to put it so bluntly? Chapter 582, First Time Dissecting a Living Person. Aaron took the magic carpet and Abe back to his bedroom, which had been converted into a temporary operating room. Sirius stood guard outside, aware of the gravity of the situation. Alastair Moody floated in midair, his face pale and bloodless, with one eye tightly shut and several gruesome blood marks on his body. Despite Abe's efforts to stop the bleeding, Moody's condition remained critical. Aaron methodically retrieved a surgical box and first aid kit from the dressing room, changing into a green surgical gown. We must save him, but to what extent? Aaron murmured thoughtfully, seemingly indifferent to the fact that Mad-Eye's life was slipping away. Master, do you want me to help? Abe asked hesitantly. You? Come on. He's barely hanging on, and your healing magic can't save him, Aaron replied dismissively. But it can maintain his vital signs, making it easier for you to perform surgery, Abe suggested. Who said I'm going to perform surgery? Aaron chuckled, shaking his head. Saving him is nothing to me. Wearing these clothes is just a whim, but I won't heal him completely. That would be too shocking. A holy dragon with miraculous healing magic and a wizard with superb medical skills working together all night to barely save a man on the brink of death. That's a story the public can accept. Abe nodded, impressed by his master's wisdom. Aaron extended his left hand towards Moody, and the image of a horse charm flashed in his eyes. A blue-white healing energy flowed into Moody's body, rapidly healing his liver, heart, and bones, and even producing new blood. However, Aaron withdrew his healing power after only a few seconds. That's enough to get him out of danger, Aaron said. Is this really sufficient? Abe asked, feeling that his own healing magic was insignificant compared to his master's abilities. Of course not. We're only halfway done. We still need to do some repair work, Aaron replied seriously. He opened the surgical box, revealing neatly arranged silver surgical tools. Ha ha! I've dissected many dead people, but this is my first time doing this to a living person. Gulping, Abe shuddered at the memory of being led into Gaius's secret room by the butler when he was just a year old, a childhood shadow he could never erase. Don't worry, I'm absolutely sure, Aaron reassured him. He put on a mask and gloves, sterilized a scalpel with magic, and pointed it at Moody's wound. The next morning, the sun shone brightly on the courtyard. Aaron pushed open the bedroom door and stretched slowly. How's it going? Sirius ran over immediately, but stopped short when he saw Aaron's blood-stained clothes and smelled the pungent odor of blood. What's your problem? Aaron said irritably. I haven't eaten anyone, so why are you so nervous? Sorry, it was a knee-jerk reaction. Is Mad Eye okay? Sirius asked, regaining his composure. He's out of danger. Abe and I worked hard all night to bring him back from the brink of death. But be prepared, he was seriously injured and will need at least a month to recover. It's good to know he's alive. Thank you, Merlin, Sirius said with relief. Merlin didn't help much. You should thank me, Aaron corrected him. Sirius nodded hurriedly. Can I go in and see him? Of course, and help me clean up the house. I don't want Delacour to see this mess, Aaron instructed. Sirius rushed into the house and was taken aback by the sight of a heavily bandaged, slightly bloated figure. If it weren't for the constantly rotating magic eye, he might not have recognized Moody. Isn't this a bit much? Sirius asked, astonished. Do you know how badly he was injured? Aaron replied, walking through a magic circle that transformed his surgical clothes into ordinary attire, was saying. How did you know? Aaron's voice came through, calm and measured. I have my ways, Hermione. Let's just say I have eyes and ears in places you wouldn't expect. But more importantly, is everyone all right? Hermione hesitated, glancing, grew at the others before replying. We managed to escape, but it was close. Harry is safe, but we lost a few good people. Aaron's tone softened. I'm sorry to hear that. If there's anything I can do to help, you know where to find me. Sirius, who had been listening intently, interjected. Aaron, we need to know if you had any involvement in last night's events. It's crucial for our next steps. Aaron sighed. I understand your concern, Sirius, but I assure you, I was not involved in the ambush. My focus was elsewhere, dealing with a different threat. Lupine, ever the voice of reason, spoke up. We need to trust each other now more than ever. Aaron, if you have any information that could help us, please share it. Aaron paused, considering his words carefully. I can't give you all the details right now, but I can tell you this. The Death Eaters are planning something big. Last night's ambush was just the beginning. We need to be prepared for anything. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed Aaron's words. The gravity of the situation was clear, and the need for unity and trust was paramount. Sirius nodded, his expression resolute. All right, Aaron, we'll take your word for it, but remember, we're all in this together. If you have any more information, don't hesitate to share it. Aaron's voice was firm. You have my word, Sirius. I'll do everything in my power to help. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to tend to Abe and make sure he's recovering properly. With that, the connection was severed, and the room was left in a contemplative silence. Hermione closed her notebook, her mind racing with the implications of Aaron's words. We need to stay vigilant, Lupine said, breaking the silence. And we need to trust each other. It's the only way we'll get through this. Everyone nodded in agreement, the weight of their mission pressing heavily on their shoulders. The battle against the Death Eaters was far from over, and they would need every ounce of strength and unity to prevail. Hermione wrote in her notebook, Not only did I know, but I also asked Abe to help you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for you and Kingsley to escape from the pursuit of several Death Eaters. Hermione was stunned for a moment. There had been 5 Death Eaters chasing them last night. She and Kingsley each took down one, thinking the other 3 had left midway. They hadn't expected Abe to take care of them. This won't have any impact on you, will it? She asked. Don't worry, Aaron replied. I signed a contract with Voldemort, but that contract is only binding on me. Letting pets help is considered a loophole in the rules. I don't care about other people's lives, but I will protect your safety. He also signed a contract with Voldemort? Kingsley's eyes widened, feeling that the chance of Aaron leaking the secret was more than 50%. I know this. Harry raised his hand weakly. He did sign a non-aggression agreement with Voldemort, and the term is until Dumbledore and I die. After that, he will give Voldemort a copy of the Gaius family's secrets involving immortality. What did you say? Lupin asked in disbelief. Professor Dumbledore also knew about this, Harry said with some uncertainty, because Dumbledore didn't know the specific content until he died. Lupin opened his mouth. You should have told us earlier. He doesn't want to deal with the Order of the Phoenix, Ron interjected, nor does he want to fight the Death Eaters. Maybe he always wants to maintain a neutral position. The important thing is not his position, Kingsley said anxiously. The important thing is that if he can make the first deal with Voldemort, he can make the second deal with Voldemort. As for the bargaining chip, nothing could be better than information from the Order of the Phoenix. Except for Granger, he doesn't care about the life and death of anyone else. Doesn't this explain the problem? After Kingsley's words, everyone looked at Hermione. They all owed Aaron more or less a favor, and even a life, and they instinctively didn't want to doubt him. But Kingsley's analysis was indeed spot on. Hermione took a deep breath and summoned the courage to ask, Mad-Eye died in the battle last night. The information leaked by someone within the Order of the Phoenix, except for those involved in the operation, the only ones who know the time. Wait a minute, Aaron interrupted, unsure whether to laugh or cry. You don't suspect that I leaked the information, do you? I never doubted you, Hermione said seriously. It's not me who leaked the secret. I'm not that bored, but it doesn't matter. As long as you don't doubt me, no one else knows about it. Hermione wrote the first half of the sentence in her notebook, but as for the second half, there were so many people here, it was embarrassing to write. It's fine if it's not you, Hermione burst into laughter, feeling much more relaxed. I just said it wasn't him who leaked the information. Hagrid laughed. His suspicion cannot be 100% ruled out yet, Lupin said rationally. On the other side, Aaron felt the change in Hermione's tone and couldn't help but frown. Uneasiness, nervousness, panic, shame, joy. These combined emotions were more exciting than a roller coaster, like an electrocardiogram. Tell me what happened, Aaron insisted. No, nothing, Hermione replied. Impossible. Something must be wrong with you. Didn't you escape the encirclement last night? Kingsley is such a loser. Hermione glanced at Kingsley guiltily, but did not write down Aaron's contempt. Kingsley asked, Why are you looking at me? Hermione ignored him and continued, I'm really fine. Then where are you? Be more specific and I'll come find you immediately, Aaron pressed. Hermione hesitated, not knowing whether to say it or not. Tell him, said Mr. Weasley. Arthur, Lupin began, but was interrupted by Mr. Weasley with a wave of his hand. This is the most direct way to judge. We are already prepared, aren't we? If he really leaked the information and came here with the Death Eaters, we would be able to retreat calmly, but the past kindness would be wiped clean. If he hadn't leaked the information, Hermione would have felt very embarrassed if she continued. I think so too, Tonks said. It's really not easy for two people to get to where they are today. It's all right, Hermione said. I'm at the Burrow with the Order. Also, I repeat, I am really fine. She then hung up the phone. On the other side, Aaron seemed to have figured out something, and his expression became particularly animated. The Burrow, the Order of the Phoenix? Ha-ha! What's wrong? Sirius asked, a little nervously. It's so hard to repay kindness these days. Why do you say that? You, Sirius Black, and the one lying in the room, Alastor Moody. I admit that I did have some selfish motives, but I did save 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix. Yet, they actually suspect that I leaked information to Voldemort. Sirius couldn't hold himself any longer. There must be some misunderstanding. You can come and confront me if you suspect me. What do you mean by asking Hermione to ask me? If she has any doubts about me, or if I have a bad temper, I really don't dare to think about the consequences. No, this must be a misunderstanding, Sirius emphasized with an awkward smile. I'll go find them and ask them. You'd better hope this is really a misunderstanding, otherwise. Aaron clenched his fist, making a crunching sound that sent chills down Sirius's spine. Even a clay figurine can get angry. I can't do anything with her there, but you and Moody, who made you the Order of the Phoenix. I can only count you unlucky. I'm usually quite generous, but there are some things that I really can't tolerate. Sirius, Taup, Chapter 583. Mad-Eye is still alive? Snape's many ways to die, click. Aaron removed the prosthetic eye from Mad-Eye Moody's left eye. Sirius was stunned. What are you doing? I need a piece of evidence to prove that I didn't collude with the Death Eaters last night, Aaron explained. But, Sirius pursed his lips and hesitated. You just exposed Mad-Eye to be alive so easily? Just in case, I don't want to be exposed if I can help it, Aaron replied nonchalantly. Besides, Moody is different from you. Saving you was like resurrecting the dead. Saving him is like rescuing a seriously injured person. Snatching people from the hands of death and pulling people back from the edge of life and death. Most people can accept the latter. Does that mean that after Moody recovers from his injury, he can return to the Order of the Phoenix to take charge of the overall situation? Sirius asked with some hope. What do you think? Desart. Aaron looked at him with a half-smile. Sirius's heart skipped a beat. It seems there is a little difficulty. You won't let him go so easily, right? Of course not. I spent a lot of effort to save him. I can't even refuse the medical expenses. Do you think I'm that kind? If nothing else, you will be partnering with him in the next year, so be mentally prepared. Understood. Aaron picked up Abe, who was sleeping soundly, and forcefully woke him up. Stop sleeping. Come out with me. The burrow. Aaron passed through a barrier and walked over the overgrown weeds to the outside of the house. The Weasley family, Mr. and Mrs. Lupin, Kingsley, Hagrid, Harry, and Hermione were all waiting there. Hermione glanced at everyone and immediately ran to Aaron, wanting to hug him but feeling a little reserved. Needless to say, I know what you are thinking. Aaron noticed that Hermione's eyes were a little red and swollen. He touched her head gently, like petting a kitten. Have you cried? No. Haha, don't pretend to be so stubborn in front of me. Aaron's expression softened, and he smiled. Maybe it's a bit redundant to say this, but thank you for trusting me. Hermione nodded expressionlessly and murmured in a low voice, This is what it should be. Aaron shrugged, then walked over to Harry and the others. Good morning, everyone. Although the reason why I came here is a bit disturbing, I still feel the need to explain that it was not me who leaked the information. Of course, Aaron, of course we believe you, Mr. Weasley said awkwardly, having already confirmed this when he saw Aaron coming alone. Can you tell me where you were last night? Kingsley asked solemnly. I hope you don't mind, but I am an Auror, and there are some things that I must find out. I haven't been out of Diagon Alley since yesterday. Who can prove it? No one can really prove it. How? Do you want me to drink some truth serum before I answer the question? It's not that serious, and we are not interrogators, Lupin interjected to smooth things over. The current situation is like this. Apart from us, you are the only one who knows the time to escort Harry safely out of Privet Drive. But Hermione didn't tell you our plan to use a substitute, and the Death Eaters who ambushed us last night seem to only know the time, but not the specific plan. So it's natural for suspicion to fall on me. A sneer appeared at the corner of Aaron's mouth. Sure enough, this is not a misunderstanding. We don't want to doubt you either, George said sheepishly. To be honest, I felt guilty when you came here. At least Fred and I did. I still have some conscience. I lent you a large sum of money back then, Aaron said, then noticed that George's left ear was missing, with blood oozing from the wound. Your ear? I can help you use alchemy to make a bionic ear, ensuring that it will not affect your hearing. Really? It will cost you at least 300 galleons, and it may leave a scar. Ahem, Lupin coughed, then looked at Aaron apologetically. What were you doing last night? Guiding Abe, from a distance to help Hermione escape from the Death Eaters, Aaron replied. With the sense of smell and intuition of a dragon, it wasn't too difficult to find the correct group among the 7. After all, it was so familiar with Hermione's scent. Did you only do this? Lupin asked seriously. Of course, Aaron replied. You lied, Kingsley interjected. Didn't you tell Hermione that you and Abe worked hard all night to finish it? Aaron paused and turned to look at Hermione. Did you tell them? Absolutely, Hermione said sheepishly. Okay, I did do something else, but no comment. No, you must make it clear, Kingsley insisted, even taking out his wand, ready to take action at any moment. There's no need to be so tense, Hagrid glared at him angrily. Aaron, don't pay attention to him. He's just always like this. Hagrid, I have to remind you that this is related to the safety of the Order of the Phoenix. If you really consider him a friend, you shouldn't stop me. There's no harm in ruling him out as a suspect early on. You, Hagrid wanted to retort, but he was at a loss for words. Okay, I'll explain. Aaron sighed softly and took out an eye patch with a magic eye on it, constantly rotating. Tonk's expression changed slightly. Why do you have Mad Eye's magic eye in your hand? Why can't it be in my hand? Wait a minute, if you hadn't left Diagon Alley last night, you wouldn't have been able to get it, Bill said seriously. I saw Mad Eye fall from a high altitude with my own eyes. Then you may not have seen everything, Aaron curled his lips. My Abe caught Alastor before he hit the ground and brought him back to Diagon Alley. So you have Mad Eye's body? Ron asked. Corpse? Who told you he was dead? Alastor is still alive? Lupin couldn't believe it, but his eyes were full of hope. If there was anyone who most hoped that members of the Order of the Phoenix would survive, it was Remus Lupin, even more than Harry Potter. Impossible, Bill frowned slightly. What nonsense are you talking about? Mr. Weasley glared at Bill. Can't Mad Eye live? Of course I hope Mad Eye is not dead, but he was cursed by multiple Death Eaters at the time. Yes, Aaron said, counting on his fingers. Cutting curse, splitting curse, crushing curse, and withering blood curse. But when Abbe brought him back, he was still breathing weakly. The powerful magic of the great mage delayed his death by a few seconds, but it was still very shocking. Moody was very lucky. He met the only holy dragon with healing magic in the magical world, and the holy dragon happened to bring him to a wizard ranked among the top 10 in the magical world for healing skills. That is, me. It may be an exaggeration to say this, but the director of St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic may not be as good as me in the medical field. In fact, I didn't want to save him. He was on the verge of death and only had his last breath left. Maybe giving him a stab would have made him die a little more happily, but for some reasons, I changed my mind. So you saved him? Hermione said with some pride. You and Abe have been busy all night just to save him. Aaron patted Abe's dragon head. It was responsible for suppressing the injuries with magic, while I was responsible for the surgery and cleaning up dozens of hidden wounds on his body. Cutting out flesh and blood, sewing up internal organs, and attaching bones are not physical tasks? Less than 10 minutes after I came out of the operating room, you contacted me, and then I came here non-stop, not even bothering to eat breakfast. After Aaron finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. After working so hard to save someone, he didn't even have time to take a break before being called over to confront them. This made them feel very embarrassed and even a little guilty. Is Mad Eye okay? Tonks asked worriedly. I mean, when will he recover? If you don't say anything, he will have to lie in bed for 1.5 years. Aaron said without blushing or breathlessness. In fact, Mad Eye would be able to fully recover before Hogwarts started school, but he had to collect some medical expenses. It was kind of him to only let Alastor Moody work for him for 1 year. 1 life in exchange for 1 year of hard work. He actually did this kind of loss-making transaction twice. Haha, I knew this was a misunderstanding, Mr. Weasley said with a smile. Since you are here, you can't go in vain. Let's have breakfast together. Weasley, do you think I can eat right now? I told you it was a misunderstanding. Later, we will punish you with 3 cups of wine to apologize to you. No, in addition to proving my innocence, I also have a few minor issues here, Aaron said, looking at everyone with a smile. I wonder which dear friend was the first to doubt me, and who asked Hermione to contact me. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and all focused on Kingsley and Lupin. I'm sorry, I apologize to you, Lupin said sincerely. Me too, I'm very sorry, Kingsley added. But after analysis, you were indeed the most suspicious. Shh, I understand very well, but I am also very uncomfortable, Aaron said unceremoniously. I really want to beat you up now, but for her sake, I will write down this account first. Anyway, there are people I will pay it back for you. Is Mad Eye in Diagon Alley? Tonks asked. I want to see him. I'm sorry, I will let you know when he recovers, but his current condition cannot see anyone except the doctor. Okay, listen to the doctor. Aaron, Harry said suddenly, I have to tell you something. Snape participated in the Death Eater's actions last night. Yeah, Aaron nodded nonchalantly. He already knew this. Harry was a little dissatisfied with Aaron's attitude and continued. He also injured George's ear, using the Sectum Sempra curse. Ah? Aaron looked at George in surprise. Professor Snape might not be able to clear his name so smoothly in the future, but the most important thing about a double agent is a confused account, so he should be mentally prepared. I'll help you heal your ears. I hope you don't hate him. What? George felt that he heard wrongly. Don't hate Snape? How could it be possible? What did you say? Harry frowned. I just want to tell you that Snape is the real traitor. He killed Dumbledore and wanted to kill me. You're right. You'd better stay away from him, Lupin said. I wanted to fight him desperately at that time, if we weren't running for our lives. I'm afraid this can't be done, Aaron said patiently. I would rather trust him than the Order of the Phoenix. This has nothing to do with position, purely because he is, well, a respectable teacher. Are your brains burned out? Harry looked at him in disbelief, believing Snape was even more outrageous than saving Mad Eye. I'm very sensible. Then there may be something wrong with your sanity, Lupin sighed. Snape is indeed the head of Slytherin, and he has indeed taken great care of you in the past 6 years. But have you ever considered that this might be fake? Everything was a disguise, just to give us a fatal blow from behind when Voldemort returned. Sadly, he succeeded. What you said may make sense, Aaron frowned slightly. But, without a but, he is just a despicable person, Harry said viciously. Damn traitor, I will definitely kill him if I have the chance. Calm down, Harry, Lupin comforted. We all want to kill him immediately, but before that, you have to protect yourself. Don't forget that Dumbledore said you are our most precious hope. Maybe James noticed the darkness in Snape's heart when he was in school, and luckily he caught Lily otherwise. Well, Aaron couldn't help but interrupt. Can you please stop belittling Professor Snape in front of me? With all due respect, this is difficult to do, Fred pointed to George's ear. From now on, when we stand together, others will recognize us at a glance. I only know that it was him who made my son's ears look like this, Molly added, her voice filled with anger. Kingsley said expressionlessly, When I see him, I will definitely send him a shattering curse. I still think we should treat others in their own way, Kingsley continued. The Divine Edge Shadowless Curse may be his specialty, but that doesn't mean others can't use it. Okay. Aaron patted his forehead and sighed helplessly. After struggling for more than 10 seconds, he took out 2 memory bottles from a magic circle. He didn't want to reveal these memories so early, but he had no choice. If he didn't, the group's hatred for Snape might lead them to assassinate him before he could complete Dumbledore's mission. The way you all share the same hatred is truly remarkable. Perhaps there are some things that should be shown to you as an encouragement, Aaron said. Memory? Harry's face became solemn. He was very familiar with memory bottles, having seen countless ones last semester. Whose memory is this? Dumbledore's, Aaron replied with a mysterious smile. This part of the memory involves some of Dumbledore's plans, and I promise it will surprise you. Chapter 584. Don't be too cautious. Unacceptable Lupin. Dumbledore's memory? Harry looked at Aaron in surprise. The others' expressions also became animated. None of them from the Order of the Phoenix knew that their leader had left behind a backup plan and had not yet handed it over to them. When? Harry asked. Of course, it was before Dumbledore died, Aaron said seriously. This was not a lie. After all, Dumbledore was still alive and well when he got this memory. But I saw with my own eyes that he was hit by the killing curse and fell from the top of the tower, Harry insisted. Aaron blinked. Harry must have misunderstood, thinking this was something Dumbledore had given him before he died. This was really wonderful. Ha! You were in a hurry to fight those Death Eaters, but I went to check on his situation under the tower. What should I say? Aaron pretended to be thoughtful. A person who is about to enter the realm of a holy magician, his life may be a little tougher than you think. You mean he? Harry's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt a lot more self-blame. He had been wrapped in anger and hatred, completely unaware that Dumbledore, who cared about him most, was not dead yet, and he missed the last chance to listen to his teachings. Don't think too much. He only had half a breath left at that time, and only had time to tell me a few words. What did he say to you? Hermione asked. What else could he say? It's nothing more than prophecies and things about Hogwarts, but that's not important. What's important are these 2 memory bottles. Aaron raised the red and green bottles in his hand meaningfully. Inside the green bottle were some of his arrangements. My first reaction after reading it was that Voldemort was finished, as having met such a wily guy. The red memory bottle contained what he wanted to say to someone, involving personal privacy and secrets related to Voldemort. I didn't read it, and would only hand it over to someone when the time was right. Aaron emphasized the pronunciation of someone and glanced at Harry meaningfully. The unconcealed look made Harry pause, and he couldn't help but swallow. Now is the right time, right? What good things are you thinking about? Aaron said disdainfully. I'll be an adult in a few days, right? Harry said anxiously. I think you may have misunderstood something. The so-called appropriate time does not mean when you become an adult, but when I think it is appropriate. In addition, the secret hidden in this memory is much more important than the one in the green bottle, and it is not only left to you. Then why did you take it out? Mr. Weasley asked with some confusion. Nothing, just showing off. Why am I not in a good mood today? Stop joking, okay? Hermione nudged Aaron with her arm. Let's liven up the atmosphere. Aaron shrugged and then looked at everyone. The memories in the red bottle haven't been revealed to you yet, but you can see part of the memories in the green bottle. Wait a minute, Lupin said, surprised. Can we only see part of it? Yes, you may not be able to accept the other part. A part of it is fine, Hagrid smiled heartily. It's better than not knowing anything at all. Arthur, do you have a pensieve at home? Kingsley asked. That's funny. Do you think our family is the kind that can afford that kind of pot? I have one. Aaron snapped his fingers, and a white magic circle appeared on the ground. As the magic circle slowly rose, a stone platform appeared, and on the stone platform was a round basin engraved with runes. Aaron put away the red bottle and divided the silver memory in the green bottle into 2 parts. One part remained in the bottle, and the other part was put into the pensieve. Everyone looked at the memories melting away in the pensieve and couldn't help but move forward. This was Dumbledore's plan, and its value to the Order of the Phoenix was undoubtedly huge. Why are you all so close? Aaron said angrily. My pensieve is only so big. It can't accommodate everyone at once. So many people, Hagrid remarked, taking a step back. We'll just line up. This isn't a matter of queuing up. I only plan to show it to one person, and after viewing it, they need to keep it secret, Aaron stated firmly. Everyone instinctively looked at Harry. If anyone among them was most qualified to know Dumbledore's plans, it was Harry Potter. This isn't appropriate, Harry said, scratching his head in embarrassment. It's okay. You read it first, Ron said generously. Harry might hide it from others after reading it, but he would never hide it from him and Hermione. You can't, Aaron interjected, pouring cold water on the idea. It's a very important matter, and I can't let you know. Why? Harry asked, his curiosity piqued. Because I have seen the content of the memory, Aaron said confidently. This memory will not help you. On the contrary, it will make you feel the cruelty of the struggle. Do you think I'm afraid of this? Harry said disdainfully. He had encountered all kinds of misfortunes over the years, and his life was constantly under threat due to the prophecy that Voldemort was keeping an eye on. What else should he be afraid of in this situation? But I'm afraid, Aaron said straightforwardly. In my opinion, you have never been a reliable person. Emotion is far greater than rationality. This is your greatest strength, but it is also your greatest weakness. Then someone else can do it, Ron suggested. You can't do it either, and neither can you, Aaron said, looking seriously at Hermione. The more you know, the more dangerous it is. You know what you are going to do next, so you can't think wildly. It's all right, Hermione conceded reluctantly. The only suitable ones left are... Bill said thoughtfully, his eyes moving back and forth between Lupin, Kingsley, and Mr. Weasley. I quit, Kingsley said after a moment of silence. The Ministry of Magic has now been infiltrated by Death Eaters. Although Scrimgeour is trying his best to resist, I don't know how long I can hold on. Knowing too many secrets is not good for me. Then I'll quit too, said Mr. Weasley. There are too many people in my family, and I'm afraid I won't be able to keep any secrets. Thank you. Lupin nodded to the two of them, then walked up to Aaron with encouragement from Tonks in his eyes. I should be able to view these memories. Of course, maybe you are the best person to see this memory. Be mentally prepared, Aaron said with a meaningful smile. He then took out his wand and wrote a contract in midair. The content was simple. Those who watched it were not allowed to disclose the content in any way without Aaron Gaius's permission. If they violated it, they would be burned in flames. Be a villain first, then a gentleman. Don't be too cautious, Aaron added. It's not too much, Lupin said, waving his wand and leaving his name at the end of the contract. The red text suddenly turned into points of light and disappeared. Please, Aaron made a gesture of invitation. Lupin took a deep breath and plunged his head into the pensieve. You must kill me yourself, Severus. This is the only way. Only then will the Dark Lord completely believe you. You must tell Voldemort the exact date that Harry leaves his aunt and uncle's house. Voldemort thinks that you are very well informed, and if you don't do this, he will become suspicious. But you have to instill the idea of using a double into others. I think that should keep Harry safe. Try using the confusion charm on Mundungus. If you have to participate in the chase, you must do so convincingly. I count on you to continue to gain Voldemort's trust. Otherwise, Hogwarts will be at the mercy of the Caro brothers. Lupin's breathing was rapid, and his slightly pale face had an unhealthy rosiness due to his excitement. Impossible, how could this be? He exclaimed. Calm down, Professor Lupin, Aaron urged. How do you expect me to calm down? This, Lupin pointed at the pensieve, his fingers trembling. Is this true? Others looked at the scene, not understanding why Lupin was so agitated, and couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. It was the first time for them to see such an excited Lupin, and this memory made it so difficult for him to accept it. Tonks quickly held Lupin's arm. I think you need a rest, she said gently. Lupin was completely unmoved, just looking at Aaron quietly, waiting for his answer. I really want to tell you that it's fake, but it's true, Aaron said, spreading his hands indifferently. You know in your heart that this is true, you just don't want to believe it. Lupin clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. Aaron ignored him and continued. Dumbledore is so brilliant. He is so brilliant. Not many people can imagine this kind of start, and I am ashamed of this kind of courage. I always thought that Voldemort was a madman, but Dumbledore was not much different, though his madness was more rational. He was still at the card table, holding a lot of chips in his hand. Although he didn't have an advantage, he could at least compete with the Death Eaters. Who would have thought that he would actually just go all in? Don't use bad words, Hermione rolled her eyes at him. Be more respectful to Dumbledore. I respect him so much, Aaron said, feeling aggrieved. Although he didn't like Dumbledore, a thoughtful old man, he still admired him. But that was before. Aaron's admiration for him had been in quotation marks ever since he fell from the tower. The peak of the Grand Magister may not have been able to do anything about the curse on his arm, but he had already broken through to the Holy Magister, which is on the same level as the 4 founders of Hogwarts, and the next step is the God of Magic. Even if the Holy Magister couldn't completely remove the curse, suppressing it would definitely not be a problem. But the old immortal actually gave up, and he gave up confidently. He died comfortably and happily, and even made plans for his death, dying with a clear conscience. But this made Aaron suffer. A big shield was gone. Even because he signed a contract with Voldemort, he was forced to rush to the shelves and had to help Harry Potter from the side. Originally, I didn't want you to know this memory, at least for the time being, Aaron said to Lupin. But your determination just now really touched me. I need a member of the Order of the Phoenix who can speak well to know this part of the secret, so that some people will not live depressed and die unjustly. Lupin looked dazed and nodded unconsciously. If a must-kill list was made for the Order of the Phoenix, Voldemort would surely be number 1, and Snape, the traitor who killed Dumbledore, would be the well-deserved number 2. If there is a chance that Snape is alone in the future, they will never show mercy. If no one knows the inside story and comes forward to explain or cover up, he may die at the hands of their own people. What exactly is Dumbledore's arrangement? Hermione asked curiously. I won't hide it from you when the time comes, Aaron said patiently, and then used his wand to withdraw the silver memory in the pensieve into the green glass bottle. Professor Lupin, take care. Aaron looked at him with a smile. Compared to others, this memory may have a greater psychological impact on you, but I believe you can recover. What do you mean? Tonks asked nervously. Is there something wrong with your memory? No problem, just a heartfelt blessing. I can guarantee that this memory is not bad news. On the contrary, it is great news for the Order of the Phoenix, and it can explain the truth of many things. Yes, the truth. Lupin looked at the green memory bottle, a flash of light in his eyes. It's just that the truth is too painful. Now that I feel sorry for others, why did I go there so early? Aaron curled his lips disdainfully and then said meaningfully, I hope you won't let me down. Now that you have read this memory, you have shouldered some responsibilities. If one day you let me know that you are unwilling to save someone or are adding fuel to the fire behind your back, I will kill you. There was a hint of murderous intent in Aaron's eyes. Tonks instinctively stepped in front of Lupin, shielding him. Don't be nervous. I trust Professor Lupin's character. This kind of thing is unlikely to happen, Aaron said with a calm smile. He then turned to Hermione and kissed her forehead. I should go. Remember, if you have any questions later, please feel free to contact me. Keeping things bottled up will only make you sick. I know, Hermione replied, blushing slightly. Goodbye, everyone, Aaron said as he put the pensieve away. He paused, as if remembering something, and added, By the way, I hope everyone keeps what happened this morning to themselves. I believe many people are curious about Dumbledore's arrangements, but I don't want to cause trouble for myself. Everyone exchanged glances. Harry seemed about to speak, but a look from Mr. Weasley silenced him. Hagrid also shook his head, indicating they should keep quiet. Though they were curious about Dumbledore's memory, they understood the importance of discretion. Aaron turned to leave, but suddenly a flash of white light struck his back. Damn! A sneak attack, he cursed under his breath, quickly shifting to the left. Stupefy! A white spell whizzed past Aaron's right side, creating a small crater in the lawn. What are you doing? Hermione shouted, pulling out her wand and standing protectively in front of Aaron. The others stared in shock at Lupin, who was holding his wand. Lupin, usually so kind and approachable, had never acted so erratically. If they hadn't confirmed his identity the previous night and known he had been with them, they might have suspected he was an imposter using polyjuice potion. Aaron clicked his tongue and turned to look at Lupin. Sweat glistened on Lupin's forehead, and his arms trembled slightly, but his eyes were resolute. Professor Lupin, you really impress me, Aaron said, clapping his hands. I've never used precognition magic since I learned it, but you managed to trigger my passive skill. Amazing. Chapter 585, the first time an honest man has been so shameless. Professor Lupin, Aaron said, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Although your character is more cowardly than others, and I do look down on you a little, I always retain the respect that belongs to a teacher for you. Hearing this, Lupin's expression turned gloomy, but his right hand holding the wand did not waver at all. Can you explain why you attacked from behind? I shouldn't be considered an enemy. Just think of yourself as an honest man who has been pushed to his limit. Lupin smiled mockingly to himself and explained to the others, I know exactly what I am doing. That's not a reason for you to attack Aaron, Hermione cursed angrily. I'm sorry. I'm willing to accept any punishment afterward, but now I have to know the truth. The truth? Aaron shook the green memory bottle in his hand, his tone tinged with frivolity. Are you talking about this? You've seen it, haven't you? That's just part of it, and I'm talking about the whole thing. That's not possible, Aaron shook his head seriously. I am fair. I gave you part of the truth, but you must also bear part of the responsibility. I'm willing to take on more, Lupin pleaded, looking at Aaron. I also want to know more. Sorry, the rest of it has to do with Harry Potter. To be honest, I am doing this for your sake, and your psychological state may not be able to bear it. Is it related to me? Harry pointed at himself blankly. What do you mean? You are the protagonist of the prophecy. Dumbledore's plan naturally revolves around you. This is obvious. He's right, Harry. Lupin's mouth twitched slightly. You will never believe what I just saw. It's unbelievable. You may even think that Merlin was joking with you. What did you see? I saw. Lupin subconsciously wanted to speak, but then he felt his body temperature soar rapidly, and white steam even appeared on his hair. Don't say it, Tonks reminded hurriedly. You forgot that you just signed a contract. I really have foresight, Aaron said with a proud smile. That contract was unilaterally directed against Lupin. If he dared to reveal the contents of his memory, he would be instantly burned into a pyro. Lupin said something bitter, his face full of depression and bitterness. Harry, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but you now know that Dumbledore's plan is not a good thing. Boring, Aaron rolled his eyes. I don't have to worry about what happened just now. I just regard it as a compliment to Professor Lupin for your courage, but I'm really in a hurry. Don't leave, Lupin shouted loudly. Huh? Aaron frowned in distress, with a hint of irritation in his tone. Professor Lupin, I don't know where you got the courage, but do you think you can stop me? It might not be possible to stop him usually, Lupin said very directly. His character made him very self-aware, but it may not be impossible today. After the words fell, the others' hearts trembled, as if they knew why Lupin was so confident. Remus, Arthur couldn't bear it anymore. Can you please stop making trouble? That's right, Hagrid said. That's not something you can use against your own people. Be sensible, Kingsley advised. At this time, we must pay attention to our attitude towards friendly forces. Lupin, Tonks grabbed his arm and shook her head earnestly. He just saved Mad Eye last night. Since Dumbledore gave his memory to Aaron, it means trusting him. Why? The arrangements are his own business. No, you don't understand. If you had seen that memory, you would have made the same decision as me, Lupin said stiffly. If you don't know more, the pressure from Voldemort and the Death Eaters will fall on others. What the Order of the Phoenix can do is too limited. It can't even provide much help, and it might even be a disservice. That feeling of powerlessness could probably only be felt by Sirius. Aaron, that's so true, but Sirius's helplessness may be greater. Arthur, I haven't asked you for anything before, but you must help me this time, Lupin pleaded, his voice filled with urgency. 10 pairs of eyes widened in shock at his desperate tone. Are you crazy? Hermione frowned, voicing the concern that everyone felt. You'll understand once you see that memory, Aaron shrugged, then sneered. I'm not responsible for satisfying your curiosity. Goodbye. With that, Aaron turned to leave. Seeing this, Lupin decisively thrust his wand into the ground. A massive barrier instantly formed, enveloping the burrow and the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. Huh? Aaron was stunned. He turned to Hermione and asked, Is this barrier meant for me? Hermione hesitated, avoiding his gaze. It was Kingsley's idea, just in case. I understand, Aaron interrupted, then looked expressionlessly at Kingsley in the crowd. His sharp gaze made Kingsley's hair stand on end, as if he were being stared at by a wild beast. I only want the rest of the memory in the green bottle. I promise not to tell anyone else. The Order of the Phoenix can cooperate with the person in the memory and ensure his safety. This is the safest and most correct method. Are you done? Aaron asked impatiently. That's it, Lupin replied. Then please open the barrier. I'm very busy and don't have time for this nonsense. Lupin subconsciously covered his chest, feeling as if his heart had been stabbed. Why was Aaron dismissing him? Snape was Dumbledore's backup plan, and it was natural to protect him. Only Lupin knew the plan's details, so there was no risk of leaks. Arthur and the others exchanged glances. Moved by Lupin's determination, they hesitated and did not act. Beautiful. Aaron shook his head in disappointment. Hermione, the Order of the Phoenix is so united. Hermione was at a loss for words, equally dissatisfied with Lupin and the others' actions. Well, Fred said sheepishly, the barrier was set up by Mom, Dad, Lupin, Kingsley, and Tonks. It has nothing to do with us. I'd let you out if I could, George added, but we really don't have the ability. Aaron rolled his eyes and took out his wand. Then don't hinder me. Burning flames, he shouted. A blazing fireball hit the barrier, causing ripples. It's useless, Lupin explained. This barrier is the result of our night's work. 5 high-level magisters jointly released a super defensive spell. Even Voldemort would struggle to break in. Phew, Aaron took a deep breath. My patience is limited. I just want to know the truth, Lupin insisted. Ignorance, Aaron muttered, shaking his head. A flame appeared in his hand, quickly flying into the sky and expanding as it approached the barrier. It transformed into a fireball and then a sea of fire. Cracks appeared in the barrier under the intense heat, but they were quickly repaired. However, the speed of repair gradually weakened, exposing small gaps. Is this a fire spell? Hermione sniffed the burnt smell in the air, swallowing hard. I've never seen anyone use fire like this. You can think of it as an advanced fire spell, Aaron said modestly. Releasing and controlling flames is something many great magicians can do. The most famous is probably Grindelwald, who almost burned down a city. My current level is far behind the previous Dark Lord, but I can still manage to burn down a village. Lupin, it's almost done, Bill said in a low voice. Stopping him any longer won't do anyone any good, and this barrier probably won't last much longer. Lupin stared at the barrier, which was being relentlessly eroded by the flames, and asked with a hint of desperation, Arthur, do you think we can stop him before the barrier disappears? Enough, Mr. Weasley decided to trust Lupin for once, though he wasn't entirely sure. Aaron was proving to be much more formidable than he had anticipated. If they engaged in a prolonged battle, they might have a chance of winning, but the likelihood of preventing Aaron from leaving was less than 10%. Are you sure you want to do this? Kingsley asked doubtfully. I don't think it's necessary, and it makes us look a bit dirty. Dirty, Hagrid cursed. It's obviously despicable and shameless. If Dumbledore were still alive, he would never allow the Order of the Phoenix to stoop to this. Yes, this is the first time in my life that I feel so shameless, Lupin admitted, almost tearfully. But the memory in Aaron's possession is too important. Let me be clear, I won't help, Hagrid declared angrily. Neither will we, said George and Fred in unison. Bill hesitated, but before he could speak, Molly's stern look silenced him. She drew her wand and said, As Lupin mentioned, you're not married yet, so it's better not to engage in such a disgraceful act. Harry, what should we do? Ron asked, feeling a bit lost. Several members of the Order of the Phoenix had already made their decisions, making it seem irrelevant whether they joined or not. It depends, Harry replied, looking worried. He was inclined to side with Lupin, as it was Dumbledore's memory and might contain clues about the Horcruxes. However, he was still a few days away from adulthood. If he used magic during this period, the Ministry of Magic would discover it. He wasn't qualified to help, even if he wanted to take the risk. It seems some of you are more shameless than I thought, Aaron mocked, looking at Lupin and the others standing together. I'm very sorry, Mr. Weasley said, his face turning red with embarrassment. No need, just consider it the price I paid for misjudging people, Aaron replied calmly. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley felt as if they had been stabbed in the chest, overwhelmed with shame. Aaron put Abe down and said, Take your mistress far away and protect her. Abe looked up at the torn barrier, his big eyes full of doubt. Can't I just fly out from there with my master? I must teach these ungrateful and profit-seeking people a lesson this time, or they'll think I'm easy to bully, Aaron said casually, not even bothering to use dragon language. The faces of the people across from him darkened, but they had no words to refute. Aaron, Hermione pinched his arm and motioned with her eyes to show some mercy to Lupin and the others. Aaron snorted softly, patted Abe's head, and comforted him in dragon language. Don't worry, they are not my opponents yet. Besides, there's a crack in the barrier. We're not forced to that point yet. If Dumbledore were still alive, Aaron might have been wary, but now the Order of the Phoenix had lost its soul. The remaining members might not be weak, but to him, they were no more than a disorganized group. Aren't you going to take action? Aaron asked. You should go first. Tonks sighed, looking conflicted. It's not appropriate. Ha, I hope you won't regret it. The next second, Aaron waved his wand and pointed at the pool not far away. The murky water was drawn out, forming a massive wave over 10 meters high, which surged directly towards the 5 people opposite. Don't just stand there, Kingsley was the first to react, waving his wand to slow down the massive wave. This was a large-scale attack. Under normal circumstances, he would have dodged it, but now the burrow was behind them. If he didn't block this attack, one of the Order's strongholds would likely need to be rebuilt. Almost simultaneously, 4 spells struck the massive wave, shattering it into 4 distinct parts. "Not bad," Aaron remarked, flicking his wand lightly. The divided waves hung suspended in midair before transforming into towering water elemental soldiers, each several meters high. "Merlin's beard," Ron exclaimed in disbelief. "Is this a transformation spell? It feels different from what we've learned." "I knew this wasn't a good idea. This kind of transformation ability is almost as good as Minerva's," Kingsley muttered, cursing under his breath as he swung his wand, shattering one of the water elemental soldiers into pieces. The others quickly followed suit, casting spells that obliterated the elemental soldiers before they could get close. Aaron clapped his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. "I knew this wouldn't stop you." "If they were bigger, it might take a little more effort," Mr. Weasley commented. The soldiers resembled trolls but were not nearly as robust. A single spell was enough to take them down. "I know," Aaron replied nonchalantly. "This is just a warm-up exercise, in case you need to get used to it later." With that, he summoned a giant green magic circle, and the air was filled with the roar of a hurricane. Chapter 586, Terrified Sirius, Mad-Eye Suspicious. The howling wind lifted a thick layer of grass and soil from the ground, mixing with the sky and gravel as it rushed towards the group. "Protego, finite incantitum." The Weasleys worked together to build a barrier, while Kingsley and Lupin used the vanishing curse to neutralize the hurricane. Aaron watched this scene calmly, his expression unchanged. He had expected that 5 high-level magisters could easily block the high-level magic unleashed by his junior Great Magister. Just as he was considering whether to use ultimate magic, the sound of breaking glass reached his ears. Click! Click! The barrier shattered completely, turning into dust in the air. Aaron dispelled the wind magic, and then looked at the slightly stunned group with a smile. "It's time to say goodbye, everyone. I hope you won't stop me this time, or you will be responsible for the consequences." The group exchanged glances and unconsciously lowered their wands. The brief battle had made them realize that Aaron's magical energy was not weaker than theirs, and might have reached the level of a great mage. Although strength does not always equate to combat power, the gap between a magister and a grand magister is significant. They had little chance of winning in a fight unless they fought to injure both sides and forcefully consumed more magic power. But this was not a life-and-death battle, and there was no need for that. "Wait," Lupin said. Aaron's face darkened instantly. With a wave of his hand, he summoned an earth-yellow magic circle, from which several chains flew out and wrapped around Lupin. "Protego!" The transparent barrier blocked the chains, but the clanging sound still made everyone sweat for Lupin. Aaron apparated to Lupin and grabbed him by the neck. Crimson flames appeared at his fingertips, and the protective charm was instantly shattered. All this happened too fast, and before anyone could react, they saw Lupin being lifted by Aaron's neck, struggling painfully in midair. "Stop! Stop!" Tonks shouted incoherently. "No!" Hermione shouted. Aaron took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and threw Lupin to the ground. "If you don't want to live, you can commit suicide. There is no need to challenge my patience." "Ahem!" Lupin coughed for a while before he recovered. "Actually, I just wanted to say I'm sorry." "Sk!" Aaron smacked his lips disdainfully. "Professor Lupin, I suddenly regret letting you see that memory. I will protect him." "Protection? Are you sure?" Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. The protection of the Order of the Phoenix was a life-threatening charm for Snape. Lupin also realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately corrected himself. "I meant to try to keep the Order of the Phoenix out of his way." "Best." Aaron rolled his eyes and took Abe from Hermione's hands. "Protect yourself." "I will. Hermione said hesitantly. "I will also protect you." "We'll see." Aaron smiled, then leaned over and kissed her pale lips. Back in Diagon Alley, Aaron sat on a deck chair, basking in the sun. "System. Open the task panel. Find and destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes." 1,000 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux found, and 500 magic points will be awarded for each Horcrux destroyed. Rewards for completing the mission will be distributed directly until all Horcruxes are destroyed. There will be no penalty for mission failure. Accepted. Rescue Alastair Moody. 500 magic points will be awarded for completing the mission, and there will be no penalty for mission failure. Completed. Receive mission rewards. Received successfully. The host received 820 magic points. The current total magic points is... It's not enough, Aaron murmured. His next target was the pig talisman, and he was still 180 magic points short. He probably wouldn't of mysteries, and they still couldn't handle them. How could they think they could take on Aaron? Well, it seems like they underestimated you, Sirius said, shaking his head. What happened next? Aaron leaned back in his chair, a smirk playing on his lips. I didn't want to hurt them, so I just immobilized them with a simple spell. Then I left, but I made sure to leave a message for them to think twice before acting so recklessly again. Sirius sighed in relief. Good. The last thing we need is more internal conflict. The Order is already on shaky ground. Aaron nodded. Exactly. We need to stay united, especially now. But enough about that. Let's focus on the task at hand. Sirius agreed, and they shifted their conversation to more pressing matters. The tension in the room eased as they discussed their next steps, each determined to play their part in the ongoing struggle. Later that evening, Aaron found himself alone in his study, reflecting on the day's events. He couldn't help but feel a mix of frustration and amusement at the Order's actions. They were well-meaning, but their lack of trust and rash decisions could easily lead to disaster. Abe, sensing his master's mood, curled up beside him, offering silent comfort. Aaron absent-mindedly stroked the dragon's scales, his mind racing with plans and contingencies. Master, Abe said softly, breaking the silence. Do you think they'll ever fully trust you? Aaron sighed. I don't know, Abe. Trust is a fragile thing, easily broken and hard to rebuild, but I'll keep trying. For now, we have to focus on what we can control. Abe nodded, understanding the weight of his master's words. Together, they would face whatever challenges lay ahead, their bond unbreakable and their resolve unwavering. As the night wore on, Aaron's thoughts turned to the future. He knew that the road ahead would be fraught with danger and uncertainty, but he was ready. With Abe by his side and a clear sense of purpose, he felt more determined than ever to see his mission through to the end. And so, with a renewed sense of resolve, Aaron prepared for the battles to come, knowing that every step he took would bring him closer to his ultimate goal. Of mysteries back then, so wouldn't they still be unable to take him down? Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. I asked them if they were okay. I'm very sensible and just gave them a brief lesson. The magic used is only the limit that the Magister can achieve. You can understand it as a competition with a larger number of people. That's good. I put this account on your and Moody's heads, old Aaron said calmly. You two had better be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Sirius looked filled with despair. It wasn't like they caused the trouble, so why should they take the blame? That's not fair. After the break, Aaron went to Ollivander's wand shop. The first reason was to test the stability of the teleportation array. He planned to test it before the start of school to make sure it was foolproof. This needed to be discussed with Ollivander so that he could be mentally prepared in advance. The second reason was to cultivate a relationship with Fleur. Too many things had happened from yesterday to today, and the comfort of the silver-haired beauty could relax his tense nerves. Some physical contact, holding hands, hugging, kissing, etc., were inevitable during the process. The two had been dating for more than a year, completely ignoring an aging light bulb. In the evening, Aaron returned to his shop in a happy mood. There were currently no redundant system tasks, and the search for Horcruxes had also reached a bottleneck. All he could do was sign in and accumulate capital, and at the same time, increase the intensity of training to increase the number of magic circles he could summon at one time as much as possible. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, followed by Sirius's voice. That, Mad-Eye, is awake. Aaron was busy sculpting the magic circle without opening the door. How is he doing? It's not bad, Sirius said with an unnatural expression. After he saw me, he thought he had seen a ghost, and it took a lot of effort to convince him that he was not dead. However, he became deeply suspicious of everything around him, and even felt that he was captured by Death Eaters, and that his spirit and will were imprisoned in a special magic. Interesting, Aaron smiled. But after all, he has been an Auror for so many years, so it is understandable that he is so vigilant. No one knew better than Mad-Eye himself how many curses he was hit by last night, and combined with falling from a high altitude, it was completely inevitable. It was already unimaginable to come back from the dead, not to mention that he woke up just a day later, and even the injuries on his body were mostly healed. According to common sense, this was absolutely impossible. "I think you should go see him," Sirius said awkwardly. "No time. It's your job to persuade him to recognize the reality and situation. But if he can believe 1 out of 10 of what I say now, it will be good. Then I have nothing to do with it." Aaron said confidently, "Your Order of the Phoenix made me unhappy today, and it is reasonable for me to make you unhappy. Then lend me Abe and let it demonstrate its healing powers. Maybe it can dispel Mad-Eye's doubts." "No, my dragon is not that cheap. By the way, I'll give you half a day. If you still can't convince him after I wake up tomorrow, I will seal him up without ceremony." Sirius's face darkened, and he turned and walked towards a makeshift hut. This time, he finally realized what it was like to have a sinister heart, but under the roof, he had to bow his head. No matter how unhappy he was, he could only convince Alastair Moody with this mouthful. The next day, Aaron was woken up by his alarm clock. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sirius with a bloodless face and a pair of dark circles under his eyes. "Tsk, I never thought that a person could be so haggard." "Don't mention it. Hurry up and follow me to see Mad-Eye." "Did you convince him to trust you?" "Well, I don't know if he believes it. Okay? He said he could only be sure after seeing you with his own eyes," Sirius hurriedly explained. "When I was buried, he was certain I was dead. Who would have thought someone would dig up my body and use incredible means to resurrect me?" "All right," Aaron nodded and followed Sirius into the hut. "Good morning, Professor Moody," Aaron greeted, waving at Moody, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Moody's magical eye scrutinized Aaron several times before he asked, "Did you really save me?" "Aye," Sirius began, but was cut off by Moody's question. Sirius, astonished, asked, "You believe him so easily? Why? In my mind, you were a dead man, but Aaron Gaius is alive. Even 10,000 words from a dead person aren't worth 1 word from a living one," Moody explained patiently. "Ha-ha, so you believe me now?" Aaron asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Actually, when you almost put me to sleep last night with your talking, I reluctantly started to believe you. If the Death Eaters had captured me, they would have tortured me for information about the Order of the Phoenix, not sent someone pretending to be a dead person to persuade me all night long. But I trust tangible evidence more than incredible words," Moody clarified. "So, does that mean all my work last night was in vain?" Sirius cursed, looking both grieved and angry. If Moody weren't injured, Sirius might have slapped him. "You can't say that. If you hadn't talked all night, I wouldn't have believed it even if he came over," Moody replied, trying to soothe Sirius's frustration. Chapter 587, Basic Standards for Followers. The Ministry of Magic is about to fall. Aaron waved his wand, and a red contract materialized in midair. "Since you believe it, please make your choice." "Working hard for a year?" Moody hesitated for a moment. "What if I don't sign?" "I will take your soul and set you free after 5 years," Aaron replied. 5 years? Sirius's eyes widened. "Isn't it supposed to be 1 year? Isn't this span too big?" "Because there were 5 Order members who attacked me yesterday. Do you have any questions?" Aaron's tone was firm. Sirius fell silent. "Nothing." "Was Dumbledore's death part of his plan? Snape never betrayed the Order?" Moody asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Aaron rolled his eyes at Sirius. "It seems it was right not to let you know the rest of Dumbledore's plan." Sirius smiled sheepishly. "He signed the contract, and he is one of us now. It doesn't matter if he knows about Snape. If he doesn't sign the contract, he will be no different from a dead person, sealed and unable to do anything." "Shh!" Aaron curled his lips and continued. "I can guarantee that it is true." "Can I see the next steps?" Moody inquired. "No," Aaron refused bluntly. I won't let anyone know before the time comes. Understood. Moody nodded, struggling to lift his bandaged arm to sign his name at the end of the contract. That's enough. Almost. It's worth my hard work all night, Sirius said with emotion. What's the next plan? Moody asked. As you say, take good care of your injuries first, Aaron advised. I'm fine and I'll recover soon, Moody insisted. I know that, but I don't have any plans for the time being, Aaron said lightly, then pointed at Sirius. He told you a lot, but certainly not everything. You mean I can tell him everything I know? Sirius asked in surprise, including the Hall of Divine Calling, the contract made, and Voldemort's. Including Voldemort's Horcruxes, Aaron confirmed. Horcruxes? Moody's face was filled with shock. Did Voldemort make Horcruxes? You know about Horcruxes? Aaron asked, intrigued. After all, I have been an Auror for decades, and I have heard about some evil black magic, Moody murmured. I really didn't expect that he would actually split his own soul. Actually, not counting the main soul that controls the body, he has 6 Horcruxes, Sirius said. At this time, he did not know that Harry Potter was also one of the Horcruxes. 6 Horcruxes? Moody was stunned for a moment, and the shock on his face turned into horror. He didn't leave any escape route, because Voldemort has never thought about retreating. He wants to take the road of immortality, Aaron explained with a chuckle. A peerless genius has to forcefully invalidate himself, otherwise he may not be able to reach the level of his ancestors' achievements. Even so, 6 Horcruxes mean that the enemies we face are not as terrifying as usual, Moody said, trying to process the information. There is still good news, Sirius comforted the slightly absent-minded Moody. The diary and the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family and the 6 Horcruxes have been destroyed. The Ravenclaw diadem is in Aaron's hand. However, destroying too many Horcruxes would alert Voldemort, so he did not destroy them for the time being. We have already found clues about the remaining 3 Horcruxes. Slytherin's locket is just waiting for an opportunity to be found. Hufflepuff's golden cup is definitely in Gringotts. Although it is difficult to find, it is not without a chance. Finally, there is the snake next to Voldemort, which is a living Horcrux. Moody nodded thoughtfully, quickly accepting the complex information. Voldemort doesn't know this yet. This is our advantage. That's what I say, but the advantage is not big, Aaron interjected. You guys chat slowly first. I'll prepare breakfast. By the way, you'd better change into a new set of clothes later. The mummy look is a bit odd. After saying that, Aaron left the hut and took out a large piece of defrosted steak from the kitchen. He cut it into 2 parts, processed the blood, removed the fishy smell, added ingredients, marinated it, tied it with a rope, and fried it over high heat. I almost forgot. I seem to be a wizard. Aaron rubbed his forehead and took out his wand. Aaron stood in the kitchen, preparing a meal with a finesse that seemed almost magical. Various seasonings and a bottle of wine floated out of the cabinet and hovered above him. A ball of flame emerged from his hand, searing the surface of the beef, locking in its freshness and quality. More than 10 minutes later, Aaron placed 2 steaming steaks on dinner plates. Abe, unable to contain his hunger, swallowed hard. With Aaron's permission, he pounced on a piece of steak, devouring it eagerly. Aaron, on the other hand, picked up his knife and fork and began to enjoy his breakfast with elegance. What is that smell? Sirius asked, sniffing the air. This beef smells different from anything I've ever tasted. Didn't he say he was going to prepare breakfast? Moody wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth discreetly. I should be able to eat soon. I've been hungry all day. Sirius, noticing Moody's embarrassment, resisted the urge to comment. He knew Aaron well enough to understand that while they might get some of the ordinary breakfast, the exquisite one was likely off limits. Sure enough, when he brought Moody, who could barely move, to the kitchen, they found only Abe, looking content and holding his belly, and Aaron, who had just finished his meal. This, Moody began, still trying to grasp the situation. What are we going to eat? It depends on him, Aaron said, raising an eyebrow at Sirius. What he cooks is what you eat. Don't worry, the food he makes is still edible. Sirius. In the following days, everything seemed to calm down. Moody gradually removed the straps on his body and changed into a clean set of clothes. He was much more disciplined and calm than Sirius, avoiding unnecessary actions. He read the newspaper daily to stay informed about the magical world and kept an eye on Sirius, ensuring he didn't disturb Aaron without reason. This behavior pleased Aaron and Abe, who felt that Moody's life had not been in vain. "Good morning, Body." Aaron, lying on a seat and enjoying the scenery in his spiritual space, suddenly heard a voice and opened his eyes. "What happened?" Moody asked warily. "Shh! Don't disturb me yet." Aaron gestured for silence and then asked in his mind, "What happened?" "There is a new prophecy in the prophecy book, and I think it is necessary to inform you." "I understand. It's probably not good news, right?" "Yes." Aaron sighed, stretched his hand into the air, and retrieved the prophecy book from a dark red magic circle. "Long time no see, dear master. Your loyal servants congratulate you on gaining another follower." "Follower?" Sirius was stunned. "Make no mistake. I am only temporarily working for him." "What does again mean?" "If it weren't for the Order of the Phoenix, I would have retired long ago and wouldn't have time to spend with young people messing around." "You're absolutely right," Aaron nodded in deep approval. "Follow me? Are they the only ones worthy of you?" Although he was only a great mage now, Aaron had vision and foresight. In the future, he would at least be a god of magic, and he would never settle for less. Those who followed him could not be mediocre. Loyalty was a necessary prerequisite, but ability and intelligence were equally important. Appearance was a bonus, and other qualities could be considered later. But what about Sirius and Moody? One spent all his time thinking about how to be a good nanny, and the other was old, weak, sick, and disabled, with strength that probably couldn't withstand 3 of Aaron's moves. If he had more capable people at his disposal, he wouldn't even consider these 2. "It was my negligence, and I forgot about your vision, Master," the prophecy book said flatteringly. Moody and Sirius exchanged glances, both feeling their nighty had taken a severe hit. It was one thing to be looked down upon by Aaron, but being disrespected by a book was intolerable. "What the hell is this?" Moody asked, his tone sour. "Introduce yourself," Aaron commanded. The human face in the prophecy book smiled. "I am the Book of Prophecy. I can predict the future with accuracy, from your daily diet and clothing to the end of the world and the restart of the universe." "Really?" Moody asked, looking skeptically at Sirius. "It should be true," Sirius replied uncertainly. "To be honest, I still don't know how many magical items he has." "In short, more than you think," Aaron said, then turned to the prophecy book. "Tell me." "As you command, dear master. Today's prediction is that the Ministry of Magic will fall, and the Minister of Magic will be killed. Voldemort's forces will occupy the British Ministry of Magic and become the actual rulers." "What?" Moody was shocked and instinctively pulled out his wand. "Don't waste your efforts," Aaron said, shaking his head. "You can't do anything by yourself." "At least notify Kingsley and ask the Order of the Phoenix to evacuate," Sirius suggested. "It's useless. Kingsley's team doesn't have enough time to protect the Muggle Prime Minister," Aaron replied. "Inform Scrimgeour, then?" Sirius pressed. "It's useless," Aaron said sarcastically. "Scrimgeour is better than Fudge and dares to face reality, but he is too conceited to believe any prophecies, let alone that the Ministry of Magic under his rule could be breached by Death Eaters. More importantly, I won't let you 2 pass on information. A dead person and a seriously injured person who can't even get out of bed? Notifying the Ministry of Magic would just cause trouble for myself." "Then there's nothing we can do, right?" Sirius cursed angrily. "What's the use of knowing the prophecy?" "You can't say that," the prophecy book teased. "I predicted your death. The Master went to the Ministry of Magic after knowing this in advance and saved your life. I predicted Dumbledore's death so that the Master could—" "It goes without saying," Aaron interrupted. "Okay, Master. The important thing now is what can we do?" Moody said calmly. "Things haven't happened yet. There is always something we can do." "You've got to the point," Aaron praised, pulling a gold galleon from his pocket. In his opinion, informing the Ministry of Magic was idiotic. Voldemort's ability to occupy the Ministry was not based on a sudden attack, but on coordinated efforts from within and outside. The Death Eaters had already infiltrated the Ministry and controlled many important authorities. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Voldemort to occupy and rule the Ministry in one day. Conveying information to the Ministry would be like handing over clues to Voldemort. But informing Hermione was different. If he notified her, she could inform the Order of the Phoenix. How the Order arranged things was beyond his control, whether they believed it or not. Meanwhile, at the Burrow, Hermione was sitting in the attic with Harry and Ron. She was flipping through a book called The Tales of Peter the Poet, a hint of confusion on her brows. Ron held a silver lighter, happily using it to absorb and then light up again. Harry held a golden snitch, examining it carefully, as if trying to discover a hidden secret. The items in their hands were Dumbledore's relics. The Minister of Magic, Scrimgeour, had gifted these items to them yesterday, on Harry's birthday, in accordance with Dumbledore's will. The delay was because Scrimgeour believed Dumbledore's relics contained important information. You couldn't blame him for being so suspicious. After all, Dumbledore had always been. The principal of Hogwarts for many years, Albus Dumbledore, had thousands of students, but only 3 received his inheritance. Among them is the famous savior, Harry Potter. This is no coincidence. The Ministry of Magic has been testing these 3 items for a long time and has never found anything suspicious. According to the Ministry of Magic's Justified Confiscation of Materials Act, they can keep Dumbledore's relics for a maximum of 31 days before returning them to the rightful owners. It is worth mentioning that Dumbledore's will also included giving Gryffindor's sword to Harry Potter. However, Scrimgeour insisted that the sword was the public property of Hogwarts, and they couldn't find where the sword was, so they had to leave it alone. "Why did Dumbledore leave these things to us?" Hermione asked, confused. He must have known that the Ministry of Magic would inspect his relics. If these things were really so important, why didn't he give them to us when he was alive? Why not provide some hints? Maybe he didn't expect that he would die so suddenly, Ron suggested. "I don't think so," Hermione said with a strange expression. "Dumbledore must have taken everything into consideration when he made his will. So, he gave you a storybook, gave Harry an old snitch, and gave me a deluminator." "This is the first time in my life that I have received an inheritance," Ron said with some embarrassment. Among the 3 relics, the deluminator is a rare alchemical product designed by Dumbledore himself. It is unique and of the highest value. "That's the easiest way. You can use it if you have hands," Hermione said, rolling her eyes at him. "I'm sure this book must have some clues left by Dumbledore, and it will take me some time to find them." "What about the snitch?" Harry asked with a frown. "I tried many methods, but couldn't open it, even with my teeth." "Be patient. You may need more time," Hermione comforted him. As soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned for a moment and took out the gold galleons for communication from her pocket. Chapter 588, Safe Hiding Place. Mundungus snatched the locket. "What? The Ministry of Magic will fall today?" Hermione's voice trembled slightly as she spoke into the enchanted galleon. "How did you know?" she asked, her eyes wide with concern. "Prophecy? Is it accurate?" She paused, listening intently. "Okay, I understand. I will keep in touch with you." When the call ended, Hermione put away the galleon, her face particularly solemn. "What's wrong?" Ron asked cautiously, sensing the tension in the room. "Something big has happened," Hermione said, taking a deep breath. "Aaron received a prophecy. Death Eaters will capture the Ministry of Magic today, and the entire British wizarding world will soon change." Harry stood up immediately, his anxiety evident. "Are you sure? This isn't a prank, is it?" 100% sure, Hermione replied seriously. "He told me that the Burrow is no longer safe. After Voldemort takes over the Ministry of Magic, he will have no scruples and can confidently investigate the homes of Order members. Pack your bags quickly. We have to get out of here as soon as possible." "I have to tell my parents. Let them get ready, and notify Kingsley at the same time," Ron said anxiously, running down the stairs in a hurry. "Ginny," Harry muttered, thinking of his girlfriend and feeling momentarily lost. "Go and say goodbye to her. There may still be time," Hermione said, trying her best to smile. "Clee gave me a bag that had been enchanted with the invisible stretch charm for Christmas last year. It's enough to hold all our things." Harry nodded blankly and hurried out of the room. On the other side, Aaron put away the gold galleon used for communication and sat down with a sigh of relief. "Okay, I can't worry about the rest," he said. "Will Hermione inform the Order of the Phoenix?" Sirius asked. breathing a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "Have you told her any clues about the locket?" "Of course," Aaron shrugged. "I hinted that she could go to number 12 Grimald Place. If nothing else happens, Creature will be there. She will contact me after she finds the Horcrux. I set up some defensive magic there, but it's not dangerous to them. Just Creature, the house elf from the Black family?" Sirius asked. "It's him," Aaron confirmed. Sirius sighed quietly. "We analyzed that Regulus handed Voldemort's real Horcrux, Slytherin's locket, to him before his death." Moody nodded in understanding. "What your brother did was very clever. No one would suspect that a vital Horcrux would be in the hands of an inconspicuous house elf. He gave his life for this, and he used his life to protect this secret," Sirius said, looking at Aaron. "Is there anything we can do?" "It is better to be still than to move. It is best to hibernate now," Aaron advised. "But Harry," Sirius began. "I agree with hibernation," Moody interrupted. "Dumbledore believes in him, and you as his godfather should believe in him too. Besides, it's better to hit the target first. It's not advisable to act rashly until the chaos subsides. Once we expose ourselves at a critical moment, Harry will be truly alone. This is called professionalism. Learn more," Moody added. Sirius was speechless and lowered his head silently. "I understand." Aaron patted him on the shoulder, walked past him, and returned to his room. The prophecy had come suddenly, and he could only help Hermione retreat as calmly as possible. But this still couldn't change everything. He needed to create some complicated magic circles to divert attention. Grimald Square, number 12. The three of them arrived in the evening. Out of caution, they did not use apparition or even magic. Making sure no one was watching, Harry ran up the steps and tapped on the front door with his wand. A series of metal collision sounds echoed, and the door slowly opened. The three of them quickly crossed the threshold and closed the door. The lights in the house immediately turned on, illuminating the foyer. Compared to a year ago, there were a lot more cobwebs and dust, making it look dark and dilapidated. "Is it really safe here?" Ron asked doubtfully. "Don't forget that Snape knows about this place. At least it will be safe for a short time," Hermione said. "Snape is worried that there are traps waiting for him here, and he will never dare to come." "The most dangerous place is the safest," Harry said, his voice steady. "Death Eaters have taken over the Ministry of Magic, and the homes of Order of the Phoenix members are their primary targets. No one will think to look here for a while." "And we have to come back," Harry continued seriously. "This is the only place where we might find something related to Regulus." "I don't know how my parents are doing," Ron said worriedly. "Dad said they should be fine, but—" Before he could finish, Ron's eyes widened, and he pointed ahead with a trembling hand. A gray figure leaped out of the shadows, looking ferocious with long hair, a beard, and a withered right hand. The three of them stared in shock as the figure reached out towards them. Dumbledore's wand was drawn, but he couldn't recite any spells. Fortunately, the figure did not harm them and turned into a mist of dust as it approached. "What's going on?" Ron asked, his lips pursed. "Probably Mad Eye's idea to keep Snape from prying," Hermione suggested. "I think we should check it out before moving on." She pointed her wand straight ahead. The human form appears. After a moment of silence, there was no movement. "Nobody," Hermione confirmed. "Then let's start looking," Harry said. "Hopefully, there will be some clues." They reached the top floor where there were only two doors. Directly opposite them was Sirius Black's room. Harry stared at the door with Sirius written on it, feeling a pang of emotion. He realized he had never entered his godfather's room before. Hermione and Ron exchanged a knowing look. "Let's start with Sirius's room," Hermione suggested. Regulus was his brother, and no one would know him better than Sirius. Harry nodded and pushed open the door to Sirius's room. Ron took out the deluminator, and a ball of white light flew into the chandelier, illuminating the spacious room. Like the foyer, it was covered in a thin layer of dust. A large bed leaned against the wall, with long velvet curtains covering the high windows. A half-burned candle sat in a socket on the table. The silver-gray satin walls were adorned with posters and photos, along with several faded Gryffindor flags. "Good taste," Ron remarked, blushing slightly at the photos of bikini-clad women on the wall. No wonder he said he was different from the rest of the Black family. These are all Muggle girls. How can you tell? Hermione asked, surprised. It's obvious. The figures in these photos are immobile and somewhat faded. I really admire your eyesight, Hermione said, shaking her head. She then turned her attention to the only photo of wizards on the wall. In it, 4 students in school uniforms stood together, smiling at the camera. Is this when your father was young? Ron asked, pointing to a wizard who resembled Harry. And Lupin, Sirius, Peter Pettigrew, Harry added. You inevitably see the wrong person when you're young, Ron said, covering Peter Pettigrew's image with his hand. It looks much better this way. Harry smiled and picked up a few scattered pieces of paper from the floor. This is a letter my mother wrote to Sirius. What does it say? Ron asked. Nothing much, just about a birthday present she gave me when I was a kid. It also mentions Dumbledore. Personal privacy. Don't ask casually, Hermione scolded, waving her wand to gather the scattered papers. They're all here, along with a few photos of you as a child. Riding a toy broomstick at 1-year-old, no wonder you're Gryffindor's seeker. Thank you, Harry said sincerely, sitting on the bedside to read silently. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look and agreed not to disturb him. More than an hour later, the sky outside was completely dark. With tears in his eye, as Harry reluctantly put down the letters and photos related to his parents. He should have shown me these earlier, Harry said with a choked smile. Did you find any clues? Ron asked. Ron asked in astonishment. No, these papers don't mention anything related to members of the Black family. Harry said with some regret. Let's check another room. They reached a door at the top of the stairs, with an imposing sentence written on the door plate, No entry without my express permission. Regulus Arcturus Black. R.A.B., Hermione exclaimed with some joy, looking at the initials on the house number. This is the right place. Allahomora. The 3 of them crossed the threshold and entered Regulus's bedroom. His room was slightly smaller than Sirius's, but much more refined, with Slytherin's silver and green colors adorning the walls, windows, and bed. The Black family crest was depicted on the bedside, with many yellowed briefings posted on it, all related to Voldemort. Sirius said that Regulus admired Voldemort very much at the time and defected to him within a few years, Harry murmured. No one expected that he would abandon the dark side and join the light. We don't have time to think about this now. Let's look for it, Ron said, and then began to rummage through the room. However, the room had obviously been searched before. The drawers and under the bed were all in a mess, and nothing valuable could be found. Here comes the locket, Hermione said as she picked up her wand, but there was no reaction at all. It doesn't seem to be here, Ron said, a little disappointed. Not necessarily, Harry shook his head. The Horcrux is very special. Voldemort must have applied defensive magic to it. It's normal that ordinary spells can't find it. What should we do? Hermione asked. Keep looking. The locket could be anywhere in this house, Harry replied. This is the only way, Hermione said helplessly, spreading her hands. A few hours later, the 3 of them still found nothing and could only go back to their respective rooms to rest. I thought I could just change my wand. You lied to me, Gregorovitch. I swear I thought a different wand would do the trick. There must be another way, maybe another master wandmaker, Ollivander. Shut up, I can't find him. Harry woke up from his sleep, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Hermione and Ron looking at him with worried faces. You're dreaming again, right? Ron sighed softly. Your face is pale, and your head is sweating profusely. What did you dream about this time? Gregorovitch, I remember he was the one who made Krumm's wand. Voldemort had him, and his wand didn't kill me the day we left Privet Drive. He thought Gregorovitch could explain it. Maybe this has nothing to do with the wand, Hermione suggested. Why don't you just believe that this is your own power? I know very well that this is not my ability, Harry said helplessly but firmly. But you really need to practice occlumency well. What if Voldemort uses you again? Hermione insisted. Harry nodded sheepishly, not wanting to argue with Hermione about this, but he certainly wouldn't break the connection. Dumbledore was dead. The Death Eaters had taken control of the Ministry of Magic, and the Order of the Phoenix had to go into hiding. In this situation, this was the only way to obtain information, although it was a bit more dangerous. Think about the Horcrux first. Ron tried to smooth things over. We searched all night but couldn't find it. Has Regulus destroyed it? Don't jump to conclusions, Hermione said patiently. Whether Regulus destroyed the locket or not, he certainly didn't want Voldemort to discover it. Besides, this is the ancestral home of the Black family, and many places are guarded by enchantments. Maybe there are places we have overlooked. Overlooked places? Harry was stunned for a moment. Creature, have you checked his hiding spot? Hermione and Ron looked at each other, and they could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Lee, let's go there and have a look, Harry said quickly, walking out of the room, followed closely by Hermione and Ron. After a while, the three of them reached the basement. Harry walked quietly to the cupboard, then yanked open the cupboard door, and roughly, Harry grabbed a house elf and pulled him out. Master, Creature's voice was hoarse, filled with deep contempt. I have something to ask you, and you must answer truthfully. Do you understand? Harry said firmly. Yes, Creature replied reluctantly. Harry picked up the locket and showed it to him. Have you seen this before? That's Master Regulus's locket, Creature whispered. There are two, right? Where's the other one? Harry pressed. Creature was silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Creature doesn't know either. So you did see the other one? Hermione asked. Did someone take it? Creature glared at her fiercely. Dirty mudblood. Wait until the Death Eaters come. Creature. Harry snapped. Answer her questions. That's an order. Yes, I've seen it, right here in this room. The most evil thing in the world, Creature muttered. What do you mean? Harry asked, puzzled. Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy that thing before he died, but no matter how hard Creature tried, no matter what methods he used, he couldn't destroy it, Creature explained. Who took it? Harry demanded. Mundungus, Creature spat angrily. Mundungus Fletcher. He took away many things without explanation that day, including my mistress's gloves, photos of Miss Bella and Miss Sissy, the Order of Merlin, First Class, the goblet with the family crest, and also the locket belonging to Master Regulus. Creature roared out the last words, tears welling up in his eyes. He burst into tears. That damn robber made Creature fail to carry out the Master's order. Harry was stunned for a moment, feeling an inexplicable sympathy for Creature. Creature, find Mundungus Fletcher. Bring him to me at Grimmauld Place, and we will finish what Regulus left unfinished. Creature looked at Harry blankly for a while, then bowed slightly before disapparating and leaving the place. Chapter 589, The Ministry of Magic's New Policy. Remus Lupin visits Diagon Alley. Aaron silently put away the galleons used to communicate with Hermione and then looked helplessly at Sirius and Moody, who were watching eagerly. A good news or a bad news? Which one do you want to hear first? Aaron asked. Good news, Moody said without thinking. No, Sirius waved his hand. It's better to hear the bad news first. Clever. Aaron gave a thumbs up. But let's hear the good news first. There are clues to Slytherin's locket. Where? Moody asked. That's the bad news. The locket is in Mundungus's possession. Sirius and Moody looked at each other. This shouldn't be bad news. At least it's in the hands of Order members, Sirius said. I do look down on Mundungus, but he will definitely not hand over Horcruxes to Death Eaters, Moody said with some displeasure. What's more, he doesn't even know they are Horcruxes. Aaron clapped his hands. Seeing how optimistic you are, I can't bear to hurt you. Both of you, according to normal logic, your idea is correct. But a year has passed since Mundungus got the Horcrux, and unfortunately, I saw him selling the Black family's items outside last year. That means, Moody's magical eye turned twice, and the scars on his face became more ferocious. That bastard Mundungus may have sold the Horcrux 9 times out of 10, and from what I can tell, he'll probably sell it for a pittance, Aaron said. Is that a matter of price? Sirius couldn't help but laugh and cry. It has something to do with it, Aaron curled his lips. If he knows the value, the Horcrux may be bought by a well-known wizard, so he will have a deeper impression of the buyer. But if he doesn't know the value, an ordinary buyer buys an ordinary product at an ordinary price. After a year, can you still remember what the buyer looks like? Sirius sighed. Doesn't that mean the clue has been broken again? It depends on your luck. Find Mundungus first, Aaron replied. August passed day by day. The Ministry of Magic's change of government did not seem to have much impact, and the coup was unusually smooth. Scrimgeour was indeed dead, but the official statement was that he resigned due to illness. Pious Thickness naturally succeeded the position of Minister of Magic with the support of most members. After a period of time, the Ministry of Magic changed a series of policies, the most targeted of which were two arrangements. The first investigation of Muggle descendants starts from the Ministry of Magic. Wizards need to register their identities. Purebloods can rest easy, and half-bloods are safe. However, wizards born to Muggles need to be investigated at any time, whether they want to or not. As for the findings, if you are lucky and have strong connections, you may be able to leave the Ministry of Magic, but this does not mean you are safe, because the Ministry of Magic has left a file and will find you again at any time. But if you are a bit unlucky and you have no background, then you may end up in jail. If you have any personal grudges with the investigators, you can only say that you have hit the jackpot. The Dementors will be very excited to learn new things about your soul. Because of this policy, many Muggle-born wizards have urgently revised their family trees. The fact that their parents are Muggles cannot be changed, but if their ancestors have some relationship with wizards, they can be considered to have wizard blood. At least when they are caught and investigated, they can give some explanation. Second, it is mandatory for all young wizards to attend Hogwarts. Wizards must also be arrested from children. This policy can make it easier for underage wizards in the British wizarding community to be under surveillance. Every student must hold a bloodline certificate, and only wizards with a wizarding bloodline certified by the Ministry of Magic can be admitted to the school. This can be regarded as a disguised elimination of Muggle-born wizards. It's outrageous and heartbreaking. King, Sirius said, patting the table in frustration, at the door, and it opened with a creak. Lupin stepped inside, looking weary but determined. "What's the news, Lupin?" Aaron asked, his tone softening. Lupin sighed, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "It's not good. The Ministry is tightening its grip. More and more wizards are being rounded up for questioning. Anyone with even a hint of Muggle heritage is being scrutinized." Aaron nodded, his expression grim. "It's as we feared. Voldemort's influence is spreading faster than we anticipated." "Have you heard anything about Mundungus?" Sirius interjected, his voice tinged with urgency. Lupin shook his head. "No, he's still missing, but I did hear a rumor that he might be hiding out in Nocturne Alley. It's risky, but it might be worth checking out." Aaron considered this for a moment. "We can't afford to lose any more time. Sirius, you and I will go to Nocturne Alley. Moody, you stay here and keep an eye on things. Lupin, see if you can gather any more information from your contacts." Sirius nodded, his eyes blazing with determination. "Let's go then. The sooner we find Mundungus, the better." As they prepared to leave, Aaron turned to Moody. "Be careful. If anything happens, send word immediately." Moody grunted in acknowledgement, his magical eye swiveling to keep watch on the surroundings. "You too. Don't take unnecessary risks." With a final nod, Aaron and Sirius disapparated, leaving the room in a tense silence. Lupin and Moody exchanged a worried glance, both knowing the dangers that lay ahead. Nocturne Alley was as dark and foreboding as ever, its narrow streets filled with shadowy figures and the faint smell of decay. Aaron and Sirius moved cautiously, their wands at the ready. "Keep your eyes open," Aaron whispered. "Mundungus could be anywhere." They navigated the twisting alleys, their senses heightened by the ever-present danger. After what felt like an eternity, they spotted a familiar, shifty figure lurking near a dilapidated shop. "Mundungus," Sirius called out, his voice low but firm. The man jumped, his eyes wide with fear. "Sirius? Aaron, what are you doing here?" "We've been looking for you," Aaron said, stepping forward. "We need your help." Mundungus glanced around nervously. "It's not safe here. Let's go somewhere more private." They followed him to a small, hidden alcove, where Mundungus finally relaxed a bit. "What do you need?" "We need information," Aaron said. "Anything you know about Voldemort's plans, the Ministry's movements, anything." Mundungus hesitated, then nodded. "All right, but this is going to cost you." Sirius rolled his eyes. "Typical. Fine, we'll pay. Just tell us what you know." As Mundungus began to speak, Aaron and Sirius listened intently, hoping that this information would be the key to turning the tide in their favor. The fight against Voldemort was far from over, but with each piece of the puzzle, they grew closer to finding a way to stop him once and for all. Aaron pointed his wand at himself, wrapped the bandage with dried blood around his body, and limped to the bed in his bedroom. He lay down crookedly and closed the door tightly. "I know you're in there." "I have something important to discuss with you," a voice called out. "How many people are with you?" Aaron asked. "Only me," came the reply. Aaron raised his eyebrows, snapped his fingers, and the barrier on the door disappeared. Lupin looked around guiltily before walking into Aaron's shop. "Professor Lupin, you still dare to appear on the street now? You're really not afraid of being arrested by Death Eaters," Aaron remarked. "I got rid of the people watching me before I came here. Moreover, Voldemort wants to win over the werewolf race, and the laws against werewolves are looser than before," Lupin replied with a mocking smile. "But this is only temporary. Once he takes control of the wizarding world, the werewolves who don't surrender to him will not be able to escape the reckoning." "Still sober," Aaron said calmly, as he poured himself a cup of tea. "But you really shouldn't have come to me. I'm not under surveillance here. It'll be hard to talk to you after you come." I'm sorry," Lupin lowered his head. "Forget it." Aaron waved his hand dismissively. "With the constraints of the contract, the Death Eaters won't dare to embarrass me even if they come. So what do you want from me?" Lupin hesitated for a moment, then took out a copy of the Daily Prophet from his sleeve. "The Ministry of Magic issued this today." "A wanted order?" Aaron looked at the photo of Harry Potter in the newspaper with interest. "Wanted for the death of Albus Dumbledore. Interesting, very interesting. He's actually worth 10,000 galleons, which is almost my 3-year turnover. The reward amount is not the point. The point is Harry's situation. Do you understand?" Lupin said anxiously. "The Ministry of Magic, linking him to Dumbledore's death, will make many people who defend and support him doubt him." "So, does this have anything to do with me?" Aaron asked, raising an eyebrow. Lupin was stunned for a moment, caught off guard by Aaron's words. But when he thought of Aaron's relationship with the Order of the Phoenix and his previous contract with Voldemort, he had nothing to say. "Well, I want to help him," Lupin finally said. "Then go," Aaron replied curtly. "But if we go directly, Harry will definitely not agree," Lupin said bitterly. "What he fears most at this time is not Voldemort, but the harm to the people around him." "Humph," Aaron said disdainfully. "You know him well." Ron and Hermione were friends who had fought side by side with Harry for several years. They knew each other very well and had deep feelings for each other. It was difficult for him to refuse their help. But Lupin was his elder, and he had only recently married Nymphadora Tonks. He had already caused serious trouble. If Lupin was hurt again, he might not have the face-to-face Tonks in the future. "So, I came to find you," Lupin said awkwardly but politely. "He should listen to what you say." "I'm sorry, you might think too highly of me," Aaron rolled his eyes. "I'm not Dumbledore. I don't command that much respect." "No, just listen to me first. You showed me Dumbledore's memories. In other words, I know the secrets that Harry and the others don't know, even though I can't tell them. I don't know what task Dumbledore left for Harry, but as long as you can testify for me that I can help them, then—" Aaron spat out a sip of tea and looked at Lupin's haggard face in surprise. "Is this still the honest man I know? When did you become so thick-skinned?" "Whatever you say," Lupin said, his face blushing. This time he had come here and shown off his old face. "The door is over there." Aaron pointed to the door and then made an inviting gesture. "You agree?" "Ha-ha, Professor Lupin, you may be shameless, but I want to keep my dignity," Aaron said with disgust. "Abe, see the guest off." "Roar!" The white holy dragon immediately roared. It looked harmless to humans and animals, but it made Lupin shiver uncontrollably. "Wait a minute," Lupin stood up, trying to make one last plea. "In addition to protecting Harry, I will also help protect Hermione." "Huh?" Aaron raised his eyebrows, signaling Abe to stop grinning. "If this is a bargaining chip, I don't seem to be losing out." "Of course you are not at a loss," Lupin said with a sigh of relief. "But it's not enough, because once you join Harry's team, you will take on this responsibility yourself." "What?" Lupin thought there was something wrong with his ears. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can protect Hermione first. That's all right." "This is okay, but it's still not enough." "Why?" I'm going to ask you, Professor. Old Aaron stared at him with a hint of teasing in the corner of his mouth. Professor, I think you are very reliable. Your character ensures that you will not let them take risks easily. Your rich experience can help them avoid detours, and your relatively strong strength can help them solve a lot of troubles. But Lupin's heart skipped a beat. But what? Professor, your current state and mentality make me feel uneasy. Uneasy, helpless, restless, anxious, and worried, but still having to pretend to be relaxed. You are exactly the same as Sirius when he stayed at Grimmauld Place, even worse than him. Sirius, I'm still here. Don't I want to lose face? Now that the Death Eaters are so powerful, it's normal for me to be like this. Lupin said with an unnatural expression. No, that's not right. You can't lie to me. You must be hiding something from me. I won't help you if you don't make it clear, and your uncertainty will add additional risk to them. After the words fell, the atmosphere in the room became silent. 10 seconds later, Lupin took a deep breath, silently raised his head to look at the ceiling, and said deeply but helplessly, Tonks is pregnant. Ah? Aaron blinked blankly. Congratulations, but does this have anything to do with them? Chapter 590, The Werewolf Father Who Abandoned His Wife and Son. I want to find something to do, Lupin said with a forced smile. Something meaningful. Take good care of your wife and unborn child, Aaron replied seriously. For a husband and father, there is nothing more meaningful than this. But, Lupin said painfully, I am a werewolf. Do you understand what that means? I shouldn't have married her, let alone gotten her pregnant. Each of these two mistakes is more serious than the other. A grinding sound interrupted their conversation. Lupin turned to see a skinny kitten glaring at him coldly, hostility evident in its eyes. Do you have a cat? Lupin asked. I planned to find a companion for Abe, and I happened to meet a stray cat on the street, so I brought it back, Aaron explained. He glanced at the black cat, which reluctantly lowered its head and continued licking its plate. Lupin didn't dwell on the cat and continued, I've turned her into an object of rejection by others. A werewolf's wife will be looked down upon wherever she goes. That's nonsense, Aaron rolled his eyes. Is it possible that you're overthinking this? I also hope that I'm overthinking it, but even her parents are against our marriage. Hey, you are definitely right about this, Aaron nodded with deep understanding. If I had a daughter, I wouldn't be able to bear it if I knew she was going to get married. The opposition you understand seems to be different from what I meant, Lupin clarified. No, it's actually the same, Aaron sighed softly. If I were Nymphodora's father and knew that she was going to marry a man about the same age as me, it would be in vain if I didn't pull out my wand and kill that bastard. Being a father is tough. Upon hearing this, Lupin's eyes dulled, and his whole body seemed to petrify. Wait, shouldn't the focus be on werewolves? Believe me, being a werewolf is just another stab in their grieving hearts. You are really good at comforting people, Lupin said, feeling ashamed. Originally, he only felt that he was sorry for Nymphadora, but now he had to add his father-in-law and mother-in-law to the list. Actually, there's no need to be so entangled, Aaron said easily. It's true that you are a werewolf, but who says that werewolves can't marry wizards? Besides, you and Nymphadora are in love with each other, and no one is forcing the other, so why should you care about worldly opinions? You don't understand. You are not me, and you can't understand me. Maybe, but I definitely have more say than others, Aaron said with emotion. I'm not afraid of your jokes. My parents made a blind date list for me a few years ago. Guess who was on the list? The princess of the mermaid clan, the noble of the elves, and the princess of the vampire clan. If conditions hadn't prevented them, they would probably have found angels and demons for me. The corners of Lupin's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Aaron with an incredulous expression. Damn it! Is this a big family? Are all marriages so willful? Although the Gaius family is not well known in the wizarding world, its status is more noble than the royal family in the Muggle world. As the sole heir, nearly half of the races on my blind date list are not human. There is no comparison between the Tonks family and the Gaius family at all, so what else do they have to find fault with? Lupin was speechless. Something wasn't quite right, but he just couldn't place it. Even if Nymphadora and I don't care about other people's opinions, what about children? Lupin seemed to have found the point and was a little incoherent with excitement. My kind are usually sterile, and the children will be like me. No, Aaron said firmly. Research has proven that the descendants of werewolves and wizards are basically wizards. Your children may have some werewolf characteristics, but at most, they will like to eat meat half-cooked. They will never change their temperament on a full moon night and disown their relatives. Really? Lupin's glue. My expression began to lift. Lupin's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. He had suffered enough from his werewolf status and didn't want his children to follow in his footsteps. But after a while, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Even if the child is not like me, he will still have a werewolf father, a father who will always make him ashamed. Oh, Aaron suddenly realized. Helping Harry is just an excuse. Your real purpose is to escape from all this. Cuckoo? The sharp grinding sound echoed again, and Lupin once more felt an inexplicable hostility. There's nothing wrong with this stray cat. Uh-huh. Wild things are hard to tame. Wild things are hard to tame. Aaron glared at the black cat fiercely. If you don't behave, get out of here. Ignore it. Where was I? Lupin gritted his teeth. I didn't want to escape. Deceiving yourself, Aaron said scornfully. You just said that you would be a father who would shame him forever. Professor Lupin, based on what I know about you, you probably feel that if you die, your children will not have a werewolf father, so they will naturally not feel ashamed. Shut up. Lupin slapped the table hard, but when he met Aaron's playful eyes, he gradually lost his resolve. I just want to give my child a relatively easy future. So you cannot take your life seriously, sacrifice for justice like Sirius and Harry's parents, and make your children proud, Aaron retorted. Cuckoo. Huh. Aaron took a deep breath. Abby! A white shadow immediately jumped out, staring down at the skinny kitten, then raised a paw and pressed it to the floor. The kitten kept struggling, but it was of no use under the dragon's claws, and its voice gradually weakened. Okay, let's continue, Aaron said lightly. Professor, let me solemnly apologize to you first. You are not thick-skinned. You are still as cowardly as before. Fortunately, I have no intention of helping you. Just because you have the idea of dying in the line of duty will definitely hinder Harry and the others. Absolutely not. Lupin hesitated. I can be irresponsible to myself, but I will not be irresponsible to Harry. What about your unborn child? Aaron asked meaningfully. Will it really be easy for him to lose his father before he is born? Can you change your werewolf identity by sacrificing yourself for justice? Will Nymphadora hide the story of his father from the child? Stop talking. Lupin's face turned pale, and he was completely shocked by these questions. Aaron was unmoved and continued. Even if things develop according to your ideas, can you guarantee that your children will not look for the truth when they grow up? What would he think once he knew that his father chose a tragic way to end his life for his own sake? How could I have such a cowardly father? He died happily and put all the pressure on the family on my mother. Stop talking, I beg you. Stop talking, Lupin choked, his voice filled with pleading. Alas! Aaron patted Lupin on the shoulder and then handed him a pack of tissues. Professor, I'm not married yet, but I also have someone I like. If I were you, I would never leave my wife and children behind. It is an indisputable fact that you are a werewolf, but the father's love of a werewolf is even more valuable. The reason for the Order of the Phoenix is indeed high-sounding, but you are a Gryffindor wizard and a student that Dumbledore is proud of. If you don't even have the courage to face your wife and children, you might as well just find a rope and strangle yourself to death. Lupin's eyes were blurred with tears, and he nodded with difficulty. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Join Harry Potter's team or go home to take care of your wife and unborn child? I know what to do, and you're not going to help me, right? That's right. I wouldn't put a time bomb next to Hermione. I also don't want a newly formed family to be in danger of being torn apart because of my fault. I understand. Lupin stood up, bowed gratefully to Aaron, and then left the room. The door closed again, and the defensive barrier activated automatically. Sirius began yelling, making an unpleasant meowing sound to get Aaron's attention, hoping to be released. Abe, Aaron said impatiently, give him a good beating. Sirius was stunned. Before he could react, he heard a sharp crack. One of his ribs seemed to break, and severe pain spread throughout his body. Half a minute later, Sirius returned to his original form, but his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen. He was too embarrassed to get up. "Hey!" Moody walked out of the house. "This is too miserable." "It's your own fault," Aaron said unceremoniously. "Once was an accident, twice was a warning, but 3 times is really unbearable. If I hadn't asked Abe to stop him, he would have jumped on Lupin's face and scratched him." "I was just expressing my dissatisfaction," Sirius said stubbornly. "I thought he really wanted to protect Harry." "Remus does want to protect Harry, there's no doubt about it," Moody said seriously. "It's just that this time he wants to die to protect Harry. That's why I scolded him unceremoniously. Remus Lupin has good abilities in the Order of the Phoenix, but his identity as a werewolf makes him feel inferior. When he encounters difficult decisions, he will subconsciously want to escape. James and I used to encourage and guide him, but now he can only rely on himself." 12 Grimmauld Place. There were only 2 days left before Hogwarts started. The 3 of them had too much free time during this period. Apart from studying Dumbledore's relics every day, they also pondered where Voldemort's Horcruxes might be hidden. To gather intelligence about the magical world, they had to put on an invisibility cloak, carefully avoid the surveillance of Death Eaters outside, and pull out a copy of the Daily Prophet from the corner. These newspapers all served the Ministry of Magic. The editor-in-chief, Rita Skeeter, published articles revealing a lot of Dumbledore's dark history. Although Harry knew that Rita Skeeter's articles were quite different from the actual situation, he still had some doubts about Dumbledore. He might not be as perfect as he thought. However, these articles also provided Harry with many ideas, and one place name interested him very much: Godric's Hollow. Many wizarding families gathered there. Dumbledore once lived there, and his parents' graves were also there. He had a strong hunch that Dumbledore must have hidden very important clues there. Boom! A loud bang suddenly sounded in the kitchen. The 3 of them exchanged glances and rushed over immediately. They saw Kreacher and Dobby struggling with a person. Although they couldn't see his face, they all thought of this person at the first moment. "As you commanded," Kreacher captured the thief. Mundungus struggled to stand up, reached into his arms, and grabbed a black wand. "Expelliarmus!" Hermione acted quickly, and Mundungus's wand flew into the air and was caught in her hand. "What are you doing? Letting 2 house elves capture me here." Mundungus cursed with a guilty conscience, thinking they were trying to get an explanation for Mad-Eye. "Kreacher apologizes for being late in catching the thief, Master." Kreacher bowed respectfully to Harry. "Mundungus Fletcher is very good at evading capture and has many lairs and accomplices." "Dobby just wanted to help." Dobby jumped up on the table, speaking excitedly. Dobby saw Kreacher going to Diagon Alley. Dobby was very curious. Dobby heard Kreacher mention Harry Potter's name, and then Dobby saw Kreacher talking to the thief Mundungus. "I'm not a thief," Mundungus cursed angrily. "I'm a dignified antique dealer." "Well done, Kreacher," said Harry, and Dobby. "We have a few questions for you," Hermione said. "Listen, I was so scared that night, okay?" Mundungus immediately put on a mask of pain and looked at the 3 people who gradually surrounded him, feeling cornered. Ashamed and frightened, Mundungus stammered, "Mad-Eye jumped from the broom. I fell. What could I do? I was forced to do it. I never thought about dying for you." "We know," Harry said, his voice tight with suppressed anger. If Mad-Eye hadn't survived, Harry's attitude would have been far less kind. "We're looking for something else. You rummaged through a lot of things from the cupboard. There's a locket in there, right?" "What? Is it valuable?" Mundungus's interest piqued immediately. Hermione's heart skipped a beat. She asked nervously, "Do you still have it?" "No," Ron interjected, looking at Mundungus with disdain. "I think he's wondering if he should have sold it for more." "I'm at a big loss now, right?" Mundungus muttered. "What do you mean? Did you really sell it?" Harry's mouth twitched violently, not expecting the clue he had been waiting for to turn out like this. "Tell me, who did you sell it to?" "Wait, I didn't sell the locket. Damn it! You've got the wrong person from the start. Lies, denial, shamelessness, despicability." Kreacher roared, picking up a spatula and smacking Mundungus on the head. "You snatched the locket from my hand and stole Master Regulus's relics." "Ah, make him stop! Stop!" Mundungus, without a wand, could only protect his head with his hands. "Stop it, Creature," Harry shouted. "We need him conscious." Creature reluctantly put down the spatula, but his sharp gaze remained fixed on Mundungus, full of warning. "Explain yourself," Ron demanded. "What do you mean we have the wrong person?" Chapter 591, The Legend of Gandalf, A Pie in the Sky? "I remember what I told you before," Mundungus said, looking aggrieved. "Not long after Sirius died, a man named Gandalf came here. With a property transfer agreement, he took away most of the valuable things in the house, including the locket you are looking for." As his words fell, the three of them exchanged glances. "So you took away Creature's collection and gave those things to Gandalf?" Ron asked in surprise. "This is too ridiculous." "There was nothing I could do," Mundungus said, spreading his hands in exhaustion. "I originally wanted to sneak in 1 or 2 antiques, but he had Remus spying on me. In the end, I only got some leftovers. I sold those things for less than 200 galleons in total, so I really didn't make much money." "It's not about how much money you made," Harry said, thinking about the mysterious wizard holding a staff and smoking a pipe he had seen in the cave. He felt a wave of frustration. "Is there any way to find Gandalf?" "I don't know," Mundungus replied bluntly. "Dumbledore asked me to find out about him, but this man seemed to have popped out of nowhere. I mobilized all my connections and searched for him for several months, but there was no information about him. No one had even heard of him." "Could someone be pretending?" Hermione asked suspiciously. "It's unlikely. I've seen him," Harry said. "Dumbledore has seen him too, in that cave. If it was someone pretending, he would definitely be able to tell." "The problem is how to find him," Ron said, sounding tired. "It's not too difficult to find a well-known figure, but he seems to be a bit too mysterious." "Well," Mundungus raised his hand weakly. "I remembered something. Maybe you can ask Phineas. He is the notary of the property transfer agreement." "Creature, bring me that portrait," Harry instructed. "Okay, master," Creature replied, apparating to the 3rd floor and returning with a blank portrait from Harry and Ron's room. How do I contact him?" Harry frowned in confusion. He had seen Dumbledore asking Phineas to deliver a message, but he didn't know how to find someone through a blank photo frame. "Let me try," Hermione said, picking up her wand and pointing it at the center of the ornate picture frame. Phineas, can you hear me? Professor Phineas Nigellus Black, could you please talk to us?" "Who is looking for me?" Phineas slipped into the portrait, and Hermione immediately obscured his view with a wave of her wand. "Who did it? How dare you?" Phineas exclaimed. "Sorry, Professor, we can't reveal our location," Hermione explained. "Harry Potter?" Phineas said, recognizing the voice. "I heard that you have become the most wanted criminal in the Ministry of Magic and are related to the death of Dumbledore. Do you believe it?" Harry asked. "Of course I don't believe it. Dumbledore's portrait is in the headmaster's office. He trusts you very much." "Did Dumbledore leave a portrait?" Harry asked excitedly, feeling a glimmer of hope. "Can you let him come here? I have too many questions to ask him." "I'm afraid not, Harry Potter," Phineas replied, pouring cold water on Harry's hopes. "We cannot leave the headmaster's office except to visit our portraits elsewhere. Also, I have to remind you that the portrait of Dumbledore does not represent Dumbledore himself. If he concealed important memories when making the portrait, he is just a wiser old man." "That's okay. It's also good to get some suggestions," Harry said. "Let's talk about this kind of thing later." Hermione interrupted helplessly. "At least you have to rush into the headmaster's office before you can see him again. More business, Harry." "I see," Harry said sarcastically. "Can you tell us about Gandalf?" "Huh? Why are you asking about him?" Phineas asked, confused. "I can't tell you this yet," Ron said. "That's a coincidence. I can't tell you about him either," Phineas retorted lightly. "We can't really say," Hermione explained, "but he is important, very important, and even the key to defeating the Dark Lord." "Ha!" Phineas began to laugh. Phineas laughed loudly, clutching his stomach. After a while, he stopped and looked at Ron, who appeared uneasy. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Ron asked. "It's not exaggerated at all," Phineas replied, waving his hand dismissively. "In a sense, this girl is right. Gandalf is indeed the key to defeating the Dark Lord. At least that's what I think." "Then tell us quickly," Ron urged. "I really can't," Phineas said, his tone serious and tinged with helplessness. That guy's contract prohibits me from leaking anything about him by any means. Phineas was one of the few who knew Gandalf's true identity. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a student could be so capable, working behind the scenes and involving almost everyone. Contract? You mean a magical contract? Harry suddenly thought of something. Aaron! Yes, Aaron! I almost forgot about him. Phineas remained silent, thinking, could it be that he guessed it? It's none of my business. What's wrong with Aaron? Hermione asked, her worry evident. He knows Gandalf, Harry said with a smile. Gandalf himself said that he taught Aaron the magic circle. Phineas sighed, knowing that Harry was another person fooled by Gandalf. Good night, everyone, he said. Wait, Harry suddenly stopped him. Please don't reveal our contact with you to anyone else. Phineas nodded slightly and turned away from the picture frame. What a relief! Ron breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Hermione. You can contact him, right? Yes, Hermione replied. This has nothing to do with me anymore, right? Mundungus asked. Can I go? The three of them exchanged glances, and Harry and Ron nodded to Hermione. They didn't want to use magic on Mundungus, but they couldn't be sure of his loyalty. Mundungus wasn't very reliable, but he was still an ally. If they used magic together, they might accidentally harm him. Hermione gave Mundungus an apologetic smile and pointed her wand at him. Obliviate, she said, casting the memory-erasing spell. Mist-like light spots sprayed onto Mundungus's face. He rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the floor. It should be fine, Hermione said, putting her wand away. I deleted his memory of tonight, but is this really appropriate? We had no choice, Ron said awkwardly. He knows too much. It's not that I don't trust him, but if the Death Eaters catch him, who knows if he'll betray us? Harry agreed. They couldn't afford to take any risks now. Creature, Harry called. Master, what are your orders? Creature responded. Please take Mundungus out with Dobby and find a secluded place to leave him, protect him secretly, and make sure he comes back safely when he wakes up. As you wish, Creature said. Dobby is more than willing to serve Harry Potter, Dobby added. The two house elves picked up Mundungus and apparated away from 12 Grimmauld Place. Hermione, you can contact him now, Harry said. Hermione took a deep breath, skillfully took out a galleon, and tapped it with her wand to change the number on it. Meanwhile, in Diagon Alley, Aaron was packing his suitcase when he paused and took out the warm golden galleon. If you're contacting me at night, it must be important, Aaron said. There are clues about Horcruxes, Hermione said, glancing at Harry and Ron hesitantly. Creature and Dobby found Mundungus. He didn't sell Slytherin's locket? Aaron asked, surprised. It seems he knows the value better than I thought. He must still be choosing a buyer. In fact, Slytherin's locket was never in his possession, Hermione explained. Get to the point, Ron urged. Hermione glared at him. Well, you know Gandalf, right? I do, Aaron replied, raising an eyebrow. He's an old friend of mine. A few years ago, my family arranged a spontaneous trip for me, and I happened to travel with him. Do you know where he is? Hermione asked nervously. According to Mundungus, Gandalf once took away most of the wealth from 12 Grimmauld Place, including Slytherin's locket. Aaron's expression turned thoughtful. Waterlaw, he began. Aaron's pupils gradually widened, and his expression became increasingly animated. After a moment, he regained his composure, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth, growing more unrestrained by the second. This was definitely a stroke of luck, an unexpected surprise. He had acquired another Horcrux. To be precise, Slytherin's locket was the first Horcrux he had obtained, though he had never realized it. This Horcrux might be in the vault of Shenming Palace, in his space magic circle, or even in Abe's pocket. In any case, it was within reach. Aaron, are you still there? Hermione's voice brought him back to reality. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. You have a good relationship with Gandalf. Can you contact him? Hermione asked awkwardly. The locket is Voldemort's Horcrux, after all. I understand. Leave this matter to me, Aaron replied, his voice growing serious. I'm confident I can persuade him to hand over the Horcrux. It won't take more than 7 days. I'll contact you then. Great. One more thing, Aaron said solemnly. Hogwarts starts school the day after tomorrow. I know I may not be able to persuade you, but I still hope you can come back to school. As long as I'm there, the Death Eaters won't dare to trouble you. But outside... Aaron didn't finish his sentence, and Hermione fell into a brief silence. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Aaron felt uneasy. If you are in danger, please contact me immediately. I'll get to you as quickly as possible. Also, you need to move soon. As time goes by, 12 Grimmauld Place becomes increasingly dangerous. Understood. Good night, good night. After hanging up, Hermione had a relieved smile on her face. How's it going? Harry asked impatiently. It's done. Aaron can get the Horcrux within 7 days. Harry and Ron couldn't help but feel excited at the good news. After more than a month, they finally saw some progress. Wait. Harry suddenly thought of something. Did Aaron tell you how to destroy the Horcrux? Not really, but it shouldn't be difficult for him. No, we must not take it lightly. There is a difference between Horcruxes. The diary could confuse people's minds and almost drained Ginny's life. I don't know what kind of magic the Gaunt family's ring has, but it seems that Dumbledore lost an arm because of it. Hermione's expression changed drastically. I'll contact him immediately. Aaron, who was still elated, felt the signal from Gin Gallon and immediately came back to his senses. What's wrong? Harry asked me to remind you that Horcruxes are particularly dangerous. If you are not absolutely sure of destroying them, don't act rashly. Okay, I understand. Good night. After hanging up again, Aaron didn't bother to pack his suitcase. He pulled Abe up from the bed. Master! Master? Abe nervously covered his pocket, reminded of past confiscations. Don't be nervous, Aaron said with a kind smile, taking out Captain Jack's compass. The location of Slytherin's locket, he repeated in his mind. The compass pointer began to turn slowly, finally pointing outside the door. It seems like it's not with you or me. What? Nothing. Just keep sleeping. Aaron put Abe back on the bed, then communicated with his missing body, informing it about the locket. Soon, Captain Jack's compass was in the hands of the missing body. The pointer rotated wildly and then stopped, accurately pointing to the vault's location. It's far away on the horizon, but so close before your eyes, the missing body chuckled, shaking its head. It then opened the treasury and started rummaging through a mountain of gold in the direction indicated by the compass. This vault contained some of the Black family's property, but most of it was gold coins. In addition, there were various gold and silver items. Slytherin's locket is indeed an ancient artifact, but Aaron is not an antique enthusiast and has never paid attention to things. This resulted in Voldemort's soul fragment being hidden under his nose for so long without being discovered. After more than 20 minutes, Aaron finally threw away the golden shovel in his hand and extracted a locket the size of an egg from the center of the golden mountain. The octagonal locket had a surface made of gold that had accumulated a patina over time. In the center was an S shape inlaid with densely packed emeralds, resembling a vivid little snake. It's so beautiful. It seems I will have to pay more attention to antiques in the future, Aaron mused to himself, his eyes full of playfulness as he examined the locket. You hid quite well, Senior Tom Riddle. Chapter 592. Torture Locket. The locket lay inert in the palm of the missing body, showing no reaction. A slight smirk played on the missing body's lips as it suspended the locket mid-air with a thought. When I was searching for you earlier, the compass pointer changed direction several times. That was the first clue. The second clue was the mountain of gold coins. You were right in the center. What a coincidence. If I weren't a wizard, it would have taken me hours to dig you out. The locket remained motionless, prompting the missing body to shake its head in mild exasperation. You won't cry until you see the coffin, will you? If it were just these two suspicions, I might have let it go. But from the moment I found you, I felt a growing negative emotion, pessimism, anger, and even a hint of jealousy. Unfortunately for you, my mind and will are much stronger than you think. If you aim to shake my resolve, you have no hope in this life, and it will be just as difficult in the next. The locket trembled slightly, its emerald glowing with a strange, cold light, but it soon fell silent again. Are you ignoring me? Do you think I can't destroy you? It's not that I don't want to destroy you now. Reducing the number of Horcruxes would make your main soul more desperate to protect the remaining ones, which doesn't align with my plan, the missing body said, a cold white flame flickering in his hand. If you don't believe me, we can test the power of fiend fire. And by the way, I know a bit about Avada Kedavra. I've killed before. Suddenly, the locket opened, releasing a thick black gas that formed a huge human face. The face let out a hoarse roar and lunged at the missing body, but the fiend fire expanded into a wall of flames, blocking it several meters away. Why bother? The missing body sneered, shaking its head. I don't want to destroy you yet, but if you insist, I won't hesitate. The ink-colored face floated in the air, its dark red pupils staring at Aaron. You are special, your body, blood, and even your soul. I know, the missing body replied confidently. This is determined by my birth. The best thing I ever did was to be born to good parents. Pure blood? Noble? I suppose so, the missing body said with a shy smile. My parents are both pure-blood wizards, and my family is quite wealthy with a lot of history. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ink-colored face exploded. Thick black mist spiraled up and spread in all directions, quickly engulfing the entire vault. I also need a heart. Maybe yours will do, the missing body said, puzzled by the Horcrux's confidence. Didn't it know that its main soul had failed to defeat him several times? Well, it was just a soul fragment and probably didn't know. I've seen many people with great backgrounds and talent, yet they still feel lost. A bewitching voice echoed from the darkness, but the missing body remained unmoved. His goal was clear and definite, to inherit the wealth accumulated by the Gaius family for thousands of years and live a life of luxury. But that was his goal before he turned 8. Now, with an immortal life and soul, becoming a god was just the first step. Before that, he had to kill Voldemort, the disgusting nuisance. Tom Riddle was confused by the missing body's calm demeanor. No matter how good a young man was, he would surely have flaws in his mind. You are afraid of losing. I don't deny it. Everyone is afraid, but I will protect what is mine, the missing body replied, unwavering. I cherish what I have. I have the ability. Haha, I appreciate your confidence, but haven't you always been running away? From difficulties, dangers, enemies, hardships, you want to escape from these, but they haunt you all the time. Alas, I'll be crying if I talk too much, the missing body said, sounding depressed. Since I was born, I've had a lot, and I'm not greedy. I just want to live a stable life, eating and waiting for death, getting something for nothing. But then I gradually discovered that it wasn't so easy to lie down. My family is quite weird. The better the talent, the less lazy I am. In summary, I am actually the most miserable person in our family for 3 generations. What you said is not wrong, but I just want to take a break. Isn't that okay? Tom Riddle was stunned for a moment, at his wit's end. He couldn't find a way in, and the missing body's mood didn't fluctuate at all, leaving no chance to create any loopholes. Since the simple method can't solve it, we can only fight head-on, Tom Riddle thought to himself, then mobilized the mana in the Horcrux. Just like Ravenclaw's crown can grant extraordinary wisdom, Slytherin's locket, a relic of the Holy Magister Salazar Slytherin, contains powerful magical energy and can transform into the most fearful sight in the human heart. The next moment, black mist surged crazily, and a dark door appeared in mid-air. The sound of dense footsteps mixed with the roar of wolves came from it, and 2 armies slowly walked out of the door. One was an army of orcs, riding wargs and roaring at the missing body. The other was a medieval human cavalry, with crossbows and slings aimed at the missing body. Then a demonic dragon that covered the sky and the sun appeared, staring at him with cold vertical eyes. Under their feet were countless corpses, including humans, dwarves, elves, and even animals wearing armor. The missing body thought, this is a naked provocation, or just destroy it directly. Who the hell is this? He had never seen such a big scene, but this was not a bad thing. The stronger the illusion created, the greater the chance of breaking through the mental defense of the missing body. The missing body took a deep breath. Is this your strongest method? It's really disappointing. Fuck me, Tom Riddle hissed. Snapped. Boring. The missing body snapped its fingers, and the surrounding darkness quickly faded away, replaced by a quiet green lake. The orc army and the evil dragon Smog also gradually dispersed, leaving only a simple locket in the air. A fist-sized black mist surrounded the locket in confusion. Welcome to my spiritual space, the missing body said lightly. Originally, my current magic power was not enough to materialize it, but your magic power inadvertently helped me. Who are you? Tom Riddle asked angrily. He can be regarded as your enemy. The missing body said bluntly. The last time your main soul wanted to occupy my body and came in, but I let him in. Because I have huge authority in this space, but unfortunately, I was not fully prepared and allowed your main soul to escape. Otherwise, I might have been able to kill you once. Hearing this, Tom Riddle stepped back in fear. He felt that what he had just done was a clown show. The main soul with a body and powerful magic power had not succeeded, not to mention that he was just a soul fragment. What's your purpose? It would be great to cooperate so early. It's a waste of my time, the missing body said disdainfully. Answer me a few questions, tell the truth, and I can promise not to destroy you for the time being. But I wouldn't mind destroying a Horcrux if you cheat me. I advise you not to try it. I have a way to confirm the authenticity. Say, Tom Riddle said unwillingly, how many Horcruxes have you made? 4, Tom Riddle said hesitantly. Lying, it's obviously 6, the missing body sneered. That may have happened after my Horcrux was created, Tom Riddle said, but his tone was uncertain. The atmosphere was tense. Can a Horcrux contact the main soul? No, a Horcrux ensures the immortality of the soul, not to create another self. Only when the main soul dies or is at its weakest can the Horcrux have the opportunity to be resurrected in place of the main soul. Suppose I destroy a Horcrux now. Can your main soul sense it? This. My patience is limited. A wisp of forest white flame appeared on the fingertips of the interrogator. The number of destroyed Horcruxes must not exceed half, and the main soul should not be able to detect them, Tom Riddle said immediately. Should. That word seems rather uncertain. Well, if the time span is larger, the upper limit of the number of destroyed Horcruxes can be increased by 1 or 2. The interrogator nodded thoughtfully. To be on the safe side, up to 4 Horcruxes could be destroyed. Any more, and Voldemort's main soul might notice. Last question. Where is Hufflepuff's golden cup hidden? Tom Riddle paused. I don't know. Zizi, the forest white flames floated towards the locket, and the white gold necklace was stained with traces of flames. Tom Riddle felt the burning pain and let out a fierce scream. Stop! Stop it quickly! Don't burn it! The interrogator withdrew the fierce fire. This is just a small lesson. Don't think that I am easy to deceive just because I am young. Let me ask you again, where is Hufflepuff's golden cup? I really don't know, I just know that Hufflepuff's golden cup is a Horcrux. But my memory ends here, after being made into a Horcrux. I don't know where the main soul will hide the Horcrux. Is that so? The interrogator frowned slightly. Then where do you think your main soul will hide the Horcrux? It seems that you want to experience the feeling of burning in flames again? No, don't. Seeing the flames approaching, the Slytherin locket trembled instinctively. Then think about it carefully. I can give you a hint. The interrogator smiled meaningfully. Vault. How do you know? Tom Riddle asked in surprise, but he realized his mistake as soon as he spoke. You're still too impatient, the interrogator sneered. I'll give you 10 seconds. I hope you seize this chance of survival. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Every time the interrogator counted, the sharp white fire moved closer to the Horcrux. Feeling the trembling of his soul, Tom Riddle finally couldn't hold it any longer. Horcruxes are the guarantee for the immortality of the main soul, but they are also afraid of death, just like the main soul. In addition to not having any special thoughts about the main soul, protecting oneself under any circumstances is the first priority of a Horcrux. It was just a clue to another Horcrux. Although he was a little reluctant to give up, he would not have any psychological burden. Besides, the interrogator might not find it. Gringotts, shouted Tom Riddle. The forest white fierce fire stopped, still less than 30 centimeters away from the Horcrux, but the interrogator did not take it back. Fine, go on. Continue what? Don't play dumb. Gringotts is much bigger than Hogwarts. What's the difference between looking for a Horcrux there and looking for a needle in a haystack? What I want is the exact location, down to the specific vault. Tom Riddle was about to cry. I just wanted to use Gringotts, the strongest defense force in the wizarding world, to protect the Horcruxes. As for which vault it was, I really don't know. The interrogator rolled his eyes, then waved his hand. The flames flew to the Horcrux, and the platinum necklace was instantly ignited, turning into ashes bit by bit. Ah! The flames slowly extended toward the locket, and screams echoed in the air. Stop it! Stop it! You will get nothing by killing me. No, I can get a sense of accomplishment, the interrogator said seriously. After all, this is the soul fragment of the Dark Lord. You madman, Voldemort will not let you go. Threaten me? I'm not afraid to face him. There is basically no possibility of reconciliation between him and me. Now, I'm giving you a chance. If you want to survive, don't play tricks. Stop it, I said. I said that's it, the missing body replied, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Li Huo was immediately removed, and a third of the necklace on the locket was burned. The black mist surrounding it seemed to shrink in size and become much weaker. Tell me, which vault is it? The missing body demanded. I really don't know the specifics, but it's definitely in the treasury of the person I trusted the most at the time, Tom Riddle responded. For example, the missing body pressed. Malfoy, Black, Lestrange, Crouch, Dolohov, Snape, Rosier, Karkaroff, etc. Any one of them is possible, Tom Riddle listed. After listening to this, the missing body's forehead was covered with black lines. There were clues, but they didn't seem to lead anywhere concrete. Even if they knew the specific target, robbing a bank was no easy task, especially with so many potential distractions. Everything I say is true. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it, Tom Riddle said sadly. Okay, I can reluctantly believe you for once. I am true to my word and will not destroy you for the time being, but you must die when the time is right, the missing body declared. Tom Riddle was silent for a moment before asking, What are you going to do with me? Like Ravenclaw's diadem, of course, the missing body replied. Ravenclaw's diadem? Tom Riddle's heart stirred up a storm. Did you find? Before he could finish speaking, 5 elemental magic circles surrounded the locket, forming a 5-pointed star pattern. Tom Riddle's voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 593, Temporarily Retaining 2 Horcruxes, the first experiment of the teleportation array. Congratulations to the host for finding the Horcrux, Slytherin's locket. Reward, 1,000 magic points. The system's voice echoed in Aaron's mind, causing a grin to spread from the corners of his mouth to the back of his ears. He had never found the voice so pleasant before. System, open the personal panel. Okay, host. Magic energy, body, 10252, primary magister. Mind, 1252, primary magister. Total, 2,504, intermediate great magister. A rare existence in the magic world. Talent, rare in a lifetime. Magic energy increases by 4 points every day. Body increases by 2 points. Mind increases by 2 points. Items, resurrection potion. Can resurrect any creature that dies within an hour. Magic carpet, Captain Jack's compass. Magic points, twin 24. Aaron was overjoyed with more than 2,000 magic points. Who would have thought that a Horcrux was right under his nose, and as soon as he dug it out, his accumulated capital would be doubled? Call. Aaron took a deep breath, briefly calming his excitement, and then opened the Maul interface. Magic category. At sleep spell, 600 magic points, can make the opponent fall asleep. Blank, blank. At Heaven's Punishment, 2,000 magic points, using the resonance of one's own magic power and the surrounding magic power to create virtual life from items containing magic power. At Purification, 300 magic points, releases pure light, dispels darkness, malice, and negative emotions. Material category blank. At Catnip, 2 magic points. Cork, 1 magic point. At Black Soil, 100 magic points, the soil of the world of the dead. At Feather, 1 magic point. Item category, at Razo Mask, 2,500 magic points, the wearer can summon the Shadow Legion Blade Group. Note, collecting 10 masks can control the Shadow Kingdom. At Firebolt, 50 magic points. At Pig Spell, 1,000 magic points, causes the holder's eyes to emit destructive laser-scorching light rays, and the distance of the long-range emission energy of the fire laser beam is unlimited. At Sealing Jar, 500 magic points, with sealing ability, can seal up to 3 people. At Hades Division, 2,500 magic points. The energy component of the Dark Emperor of the Dark Tribe is the most powerful among the 5 Dark Spirit Stones: Hades Division, Samsara Bloodstone, Black Magnetite, Dark Moonstone, and Tatar Stone. One stone contains enough energy to destroy the barrier of space-time rifts. It is greater than the combined energy of the other 4 spiritual stones. It also has independent consciousness and strong temptation. Looking at the dazzling array of various products, Aaron swallowed unconsciously. His grandiose ideas appeared for less than a second before the words "pocket short" pressed him to the ground and rubbed hard. 2,000 magic points were not a small amount, but everything he wanted was too expensive. Originally, he planned to get the pig talisman tonight. The laser eye could improve his combat effectiveness. After that, he would refresh a few product columns. It would be complete before school started. But now there was suddenly an extra 1,000 magic points, which made him a little embarrassed, because this number was not far from the Rezo Mask and Hades division. One is the Thorny Blade Legion, which can increase the number of troops in his hands. And he had a hunch that if he swallowed the power of another ghost mask, he would be able to control a small part of the Shadow Kingdom's authority, and even if it didn't work, he could increase the number of summoned shadow soldiers. One is the Dark Spirit Stone, which allows Argo's ancestors to completely perfect the artifact created for him. However, this idea was temporarily ruled out by Aaron. Although Hades division is the most powerful of the 5 dark spiritual stones, it does not mean that the energy source required for the artifact must be it. Any dark spiritual stone can do it. Moreover, Voldemort has not been destroyed yet, and magic points still have to be spent wisely. Even if he uses the Hades division to complete the artifact, it will not be of any immediate help to him. He cannot access any family resources now, let alone an artifact. However, the dark spiritual stone is still quite valuable. Swallowing it directly can increase his magic energy by 1/5, allowing him to be promoted to a high-level Grand Mage. If his magic energy reaches a certain threshold and he swallows another dark spiritual stone, becoming a holy magician in one step would not be a problem. The embodied dark spiritual stone would also grant him a powerful and loyal servant, which is a timely blessing given his current shortage of manpower. In his opinion, Sirius and Mad-Eye were impulsive, old, weak, sick, and disabled, making it difficult for them to carry out his orders. What he needed was an elite like Jeans, who was extremely intelligent and meticulous. How about destroying a Horcrux first? Aaron thought hesitantly. He had Ravenclaw's diadem and Slytherin's locket in his possession. Destroying a Horcrux would reward him with a significant amount of magic points, which he considered a strategic reserve. As long as one Horcrux was destroyed, he would have the capital to buy the Ghost Mask or the Haitian division. When the time came, no, don't be impulsive. Aaron shook his head violently, extinguishing the idea of destroying the Horcrux. Before he was ready to confront Voldemort head-on, the 2 Horcruxes could not be moved. If they were, it could trigger a wizard war prematurely. After struggling for a long time, Aaron reluctantly closed the mall interface, deciding to save enough magic points before shopping again. He needed to plan for Nagini and Hufflepuff's Gold Cup as soon as possible. He hoped Harry and the others could accomplish more. If not, it had only been a little over a month since he signed in at Hogwarts. September 1st. Aaron packed his suitcase and took Moody and Sirius to Ollivander's wand shop early in the morning. Moody and Sirius were dumbfounded by the teleportation array that had been set up, while Ollivander and Delacour were equally puzzled by the sight of the 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix who were supposed to be dead. Ahem. Originally, I didn't want you to meet, Aaron began. It really shouldn't be, Ollivander murmured. I almost had a heart attack. How did you save them both? It's a long story, Aaron sighed helplessly. Originally, I didn't want to save them, but I couldn't help myself. Are you kind? Ollivander raised his eyebrows. Can you be more serious? Okay, I don't have many people on hand, Aaron said bluntly. Although these 2 guys are not the best, they are still quite capable. I didn't save them for free. They will be my tools for a year or 2, helping me with tasks that are inconvenient for me. It's a way to make the best use of my resources. That's very good and correct, but it should save us some face, Sirius said unhappily. Ha! Dead people don't have any dignity here. Look at Alastor. He is more settled than you. I'm not happy either. I just know that opposition is useless, Moody snorted coldly. He had been an Auror for decades, and understood the world better than Sirius, who had been in Azkaban for over 10 years. The grace of saving his life was a moral weight on his head, not to mention signing a deed of sale. The contract was simple: obey Aaron's orders. But the scope of operation was too large. Aaron could treat them as friends, guests, or even VIPs, but he could also treat them as laborers, servants, or even slaves. Although Aaron was usually not very polite to the two of them, he was actually tolerant enough. Otherwise, Sirius wouldn't even have a chance to express his opinion. Getting back to the subject, I brought them both here because I have business to do. Experimental teleportation array, right? Moody frowned slightly. That's right. I definitely want to go back to Hogwarts, and I don't. I don't feel comfortable leaving you two outside, Aaron said, his voice tinged with concern. You've read the newspapers. Just today, Professor Snape was appointed headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Alecto Carrow is now the Muggle Studies teacher, and Amicus Carrow has taken over Defense Against the Dark Arts. This means the Death Eaters have taken control of Hogwarts. I'm not sure if Hogwarts still has magical protection after Dumbledore's death, but you two certainly can't apparate in, and you can't ride the Hogwarts Express with me. In this case, you need to use the teleportation array, which will send you to my Shensong Palace. But don't worry, I have confidence in my construction technology. The transmission is absolutely safe. What is the Palace of Divine Sound? Fleur asked curiously, and Ollivander looked equally puzzled. It's his secret base, Sirius explained. A secret base built at Hogwarts. Another teleportation array is there. Ollivander was stunned for a moment. Does Dumbledore know? Probably not, Aaron said confidently. So far, the only ones who know about the Temple of Divine Sound are Clea and Sirius. Can I go take a look? Fleur asked, looking at Aaron expectantly. Yeah, okay, Aaron nodded. After all, she was his future partner. Although they hadn't taken the final step yet, this small request could still be met. Ollivander opened his mouth, wanting to speak but feeling a little embarrassed. Uncle, you'd better wait until next time. It's not that I don't want you to go, but there are Death Eaters watching outside Ollivander's wand shop. They didn't dare to break into the store without permission, but if the customers, boss, and salesperson all disappeared, they would inevitably suspect something. That's okay, Ollivander said with some regret. Sirius, Moody, and Fleur stood on the teleportation platform where the invisible stretching spell was cast. Aaron took out his wand and asked, "Are you ready?" The three of them nodded in unison, although they looked a little nervous. Snap! The wand pierced the ground, and Aaron's magic power was channeled into the teleportation array through the wand. The mysterious runes on the teleportation platform instantly lit up. A colorful halo appeared, and the next moment, the three figures disappeared. Is it really okay? Ollivander asked worriedly. It's okay, Aaron reassured him, making an okay gesture. From just now until now, he had been in contact with the missing body. At this time, the teleportation array in the Shensong Palace was also shining brightly. The three of them appeared on the teleportation platform. Sirius was fine, but Moody and Fleur were wide-eyed. They had expected to see a palace, but the scale and design far exceeded their expectations. It was grand, if not magnificent. Welcome, the missing body greeted them. Aaron, you? Fleur was a little confused. Shouldn't you be at Ollivander's wand shop? Apparated? But isn't it impossible to apparate at Hogwarts? This is his magic clone, Sirius explained with some envy. I don't know where he learned the magic. As long as nothing happens to his body and he continues to input magic power, the clone will always exist. This is definitely a magical skill that every student and every office worker dreams of. Moody's magical eye scrutinized the missing body, and his scarred face showed surprise. It's amazing. My eye can't see any flaws. The missing body shrugged. Dumbledore couldn't even see through my clone. If it could be seen through by a magical eye, Dumbledore's strength would be too low. Fleur curiously walked up to the missing body and said, "It's exactly the same as the real one." "Don't make it sound like I'm a fake," the missing body said, somewhat exasperated. "I have the same appearance, personality, and memory as the main body, and even our memories are connected. In other words, I am Aaron Gaius, and I will merge with my body when needed." That means, Fleur smiled meaningfully, then leaned in and kissed the missing body. Does this count as? Of course it counts, the missing body said, angrily. But not now. Clea will be very angry if she finds out. There are still 4 months until she reaches adulthood. Furong pouted resentfully. It's good to know. It's not that I don't want to, but this is a tacit understanding between the Gaius family and the Darwin family. Clea doesn't mind how many women I have in the future, and she trusts my judgment. But she must be the primary one. I can't let her suffer any injustice. Otherwise, the brothers and sisters who grew up together will probably kill me. Cough! Cough! An inappropriate cough sounded, and Sirius looked at the two of them teasingly. We are still here. Don't you two feel embarrassed to say this? The missing body was stunned for a moment, then held Furong's waist and kissed her red lips in front of Sirius. After a long moment, their lips parted. Furong's pretty face flushed red, and while breathing heavily, she punched the missing body's chest. Are you trying to suffocate me to death? The missing body remained calm and gave Sirius a proud smile. Are you envious? You, a single man who has been single for almost 40 years, will not understand this kind of sweetness. The corners of Sirius' mouth twitched violently, and his heart seemed to stop beating at that moment. It wasn't very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. While his animagus form is indeed a dog, that doesn't mean he enjoys eating dog food. You're the one asking for trouble, Moody patted his shoulder, stabbing his broken heart again. There is a question I want to clarify. You are a clone, so what is your strength? Just give it a try. During the battle in the Department of Mysteries, I pretended to be Aaron's twin brother. At that time, I didn't dare to use too powerful magic, because if the magic power ran out, I would disappear, the missing body said bluntly, not hiding anything from this experienced auror. Moody could guess it, but he would never guess the real secret of the missing body. Moody thought thoughtfully and continued to ask, then if you and the body become one, it will only be used as a supplement to magic power. In essence, there is no improvement in magic energy, the missing body said half-truthfully, but Moody had no doubts. Thinking about it, if magic energy could be superimposed, Aaron's talent would be too scary. Using only half of the magic power to achieve the current situation, Merlin's resurrection may not be so exaggerated. Chapter 594, Visiting the Shenming Temple, the Shocking Defense System. Come on, let me introduce you to my secret base, Sirius said, his voice filled with excitement. He knew a bit about the place, but not everything. The missing body pointed to the Slytherin statue in front of the hall. The predecessor of the Hall of Divine Calling was Slytherin's secret room, deep underground, close to the Black Lake. As the saying goes, the predecessors planted trees, and the descendants enjoy the shade. I used the seamless stretching charm to expand the space of the secret room dozens of times, making it basically half the size of Hogwarts. Half of Hogwarts, Moody exclaimed, his intact right eye widening in surprise. How long did it take you to dig it? I started preparing after the 2nd grade, so it took almost 4 years, the missing body replied. Hiss! That's amazing, Moody said, taking a deep breath. 4 years to build a magnificent palace was impressive enough, but to know how to build a secret base at the age of 12 showed that Aaron was more conceited than he had thought. No need to be surprised. When I was 11 years old, I met the remnant spirit of Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. I was still very weak at that time, and it took a lot of effort to escape from his pursuit, but the grudge was finally settled, the missing body explained. The famous Dark Lord, if he is resurrected, can he enjoy my good harvest? It sounds a little ridiculous, but I have a persecution delusion, which is where my sense of urgency and crisis come from. On the one hand, I need to improve my strength, and on the other hand, I need a safe refuge. This is also my original intention of building this palace. The three looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Facts had proved that there was nothing wrong with planning for a rainy day. Otherwise, Hogwarts under the control of Death Eaters would not have such a pure land. Behind the left rear of the high platform throne is my garden, which covers an area of several thousand square meters. I planted a patch of lavender inside, and later opened an orchard and planted some fruit trees. As for the smaller right rear, it is a hot spring pool where you can take a bath when you have nothing to do, the missing body continued. Hot spring pool? Fleur's eyes flashed with wonder. This is so enjoyable. Enjoyment is out of the question. The missing body waved her hand tiredly. I just want to relax occasionally. Originally, I owned the Shenming Temple alone, but then Clea was added, so I had to move the hot spring pool to another place and separate it into 2 bathrooms. She also knows this place, Fleur asked, her curiosity piqued. She discovered it by herself. I couldn't hide it even if I wanted to. The missing body smiled, then pointed to an exquisite door. That's her bedroom. She still has a bedroom. Fleur frowned slightly. She won't live with you, right? What are you thinking about? The missing body couldn't help but laugh. She only comes to stay for a few days during the holidays. She usually lives in the Slytherin girls' dormitory. Then, do we also have our own room? Moody asked. Room? Sirius smiled mockingly. When I was here, I slept in coffins. Moody was stunned for a moment, then looked at the missing body in astonishment. Isn't that true? Stop listening to his nonsense. The entire morgue belongs to him, the missing body said confidently. I even hung Phineas's photo there to make it easier for them to see each other. Are you okay to say that? Sirius looked sad and angry. He had no good impression of the Black family, which advocated pure blood. He finally left that family when he was alive, but he couldn't escape it after dying once. Phineas, the ancestor, had experienced the grief of severing his bloodline, and he was particularly valued. Even when he was lying in the coffin, he could vaguely feel the earnest eyes falling on him from time to time. The feeling was not ordinary sour and refreshing. Moody's mouth twitched slightly. And accept no room, but at least prepare a bed for me. This is not me being pretentious. My body really can't bear it at this old age. Hey, it's smaller. The layout is smaller, the missing body said, trying to reassure him. The missing body smiled meaningfully. There are rooms, but you'll need to build them yourself. What do you mean? Moody asked, puzzled. I'll explain when my true body arrives, the missing body replied, leading the 3 of them to the alchemy room. This is where I usually refine magic props. Blacksmithing, runes, and enchanting are all done here. Are these your achievements? Moody asked, looking at the 2 storage shelves in the corner, feeling a bit confused. On one shelf, there were 2 sniper rifles, a flintlock pistol, and an automatic rifle. Several layers of bullets of different colors were stacked under each gun, with the number of enchantments marked. The bullets enchanted once were the most numerous, at least thousands, and the numbers decreased in ascending order. The top level had 5 enchantments, with only a few bullets. Moody knew something about Muggle weapons, but didn't care much. However, every bullet here was an alchemy prop, and the resources and time consumed to make them were unimaginable. Don't underestimate these things, the missing body said. These guns were crafted with painstaking efforts by my ancestors of the Gaius family. They can maximize or even enhance a wizard's magic power. The enchanted bullets, especially those at the top with 5 enchantments, can allow a magister to exert the power of a junior great magister. Really? Moody was shocked and a bit skeptical. According to the missing body, these weapons could already pose a threat to him. I have no reason to lie to you, but these things are not cheap. 5 enchanted bullets are worth a Hogwarts professor's monthly salary, and they have a certain failure rate. Then what are these? Fleur asked, pointing to another storage shelf. It's a treasure I've collected and refined over the years, the missing body explained with a smile. This blue-white scale is a breast shield I made not long ago. The raw material is a dragon's reverse scale, enchanted 5 times, which can weaken the effect of evil curses to a certain extent. It can even resist the killing curse, though if the opponent is too strong, it may not be able to prevent it. That emerald is a Jelani emerald, which has a curse effect. Whoever takes it will be plagued by bad luck unless it is returned to its original owner. This is a magic carpet, the earliest flying prop I collected. In terms of gorgeousness, comfort, or flying speed, it cannot compare with a flying broomstick. Muggle wands, as the name suggests, are wands that can be used by Muggles, though they can only perform simple magic. Of course, the truly valuable items are not placed here. They are hidden in the space magic array of the main body. Gulp, Fleur swallowed and forced a stiff smile. I am really ignorant. Aren't these valuable? It's not that they aren't valuable, the missing body said, taking down 2 red brocade boxes from the storage shelf. These 2 are truly priceless ancient cultural relics. Ravenclaw's diadem and Slytherin's locket, Voldemort's 2 Horcruxes. What? Sirius and Moody were shocked. This is a Horcrux. You just leave it here like this? Moody cursed incoherently. Do you know that Horcruxes have special powers? Both of these Horcruxes were sealed by me and are in a deep sleep along with the magic power of the crown and the locket itself. Now they are just ordinary items, the missing body said indifferently. Besides, I will destroy these Horcruxes sooner or later, so there's no need to take it so seriously. But, if I hadn't brought you here today, who do you think could have found this place? Even if they did, how could they snatch them away from me? Moody was speechless, unable to think of any reason to refute. What is a Horcrux? Fleur asked doubtfully. An evil form of black magic, the missing body explained, concisely. It splits the soul. The soul is used to create a Horcrux. As long as the Horcrux remains intact, the soul is immortal. Wait a minute, Sirius interjected, a thought suddenly occurring to him. I know you have the Ravenclaw diadem, but when did you get the Slytherin locket? The night before last, the disembodied voice replied. Hermione and the others found Mundungus, but unfortunately, he didn't have the Horcrux. After you died, Sirius, I disguised myself as Gandalf and took away most of the Order's property, including Regulus's relics that the House Elves failed to keep. Mundungus was even more clueless than I thought. He gave me the locket and then secretly stole the rest of Kreacher's collection, thinking he was getting a big deal. That idiot, Sirius muttered, shaking his head. Fortunately, he's a fool. Otherwise, this Horcrux wouldn't have been so easy to get. Indeed, the voice agreed with a hint of relief. But your Order of the Phoenix isn't that smart. The Horcrux was right in front of you, yet you still didn't find it. I feel sorry for Harry, Moody sighed. He took huge risks to search for Horcruxes, but, alas! Don't be discouraged. The remaining Horcruxes include Voldemort's pet and Hufflepuff's golden cup. Both of these are difficult for me to access, so I still have to rely on Harry. Why do I feel that compared to Harry, you are more like the savior? Fleur said thoughtfully. That's a joke that should never be made, the voice responded, waving a hand dismissively. Being a savior is the most exhausting profession in human history. It's high risk with no benefits. It can easily kill you and may even involve your relatives and friends. I've known Harry for 6 years, except for the few days when he first entered the magical world, when his status as the savior provided him with some convenience and vanity. He has been burdened by fame the rest of the time. His talent is indeed higher than that of ordinary people, but not by much. The name doesn't match the reality. The questioning eyes made him very tired. Am I really the savior? But the trusting gaze made his life even more tiring. How could I be the savior? It is indeed very tiring, Moody agreed thoughtfully. But Harry has persisted until today and has not given up. He has prevented Voldemort from being resurrected several times in a row. He is worthy of the title of savior. That's right. He is James and Lily's child. He will not let us down. We'll see, the disembodied voice shrugged, then led the group to visit the treasury, granary, potion room, and other important warehouses. However, they were not allowed to enter private areas like the bedroom, study, cloakroom, and Abe's dragon's nest. The mountains of gold and silver antiques amazed Moody and Fleur, but made Sirius feel lost. He never cared about money, but seeing that only a fraction of the wealth accumulated by the Black family for generations had been lost in his generation was upsetting. The food, meat, vegetables, and beverages that could supply ordinary people for decades gave the group a great sense of security. They truly understood the saying, having food in hand, you don't feel panicked. Ordinary pharmaceutical materials were piled up in a warehouse, while rare materials were sealed in special bottles. Finished potions were made into tablets and placed on a large medicine shelf. It has everything. I can't think of anything missing, Moody praised, then changed the topic. But there are major omissions in terms of safety. I admit that this base is very hidden, but once it is discovered... Snap! Before Moody could finish speaking, the disembodied voice snapped its fingers. The next moment, countless magic arrays covered the entire Shenming Palace, leaving no corner untouched. Hundreds of black shadow ninjas emerged from the ground and walls, holding different weapons and looking murderous. This scene struck a chord in the hearts of the three of them. The group stood speechless, horror etched on their faces. These high-level, defensive magic arrays were meticulously set up by me. Even if Voldemort himself came with his Death Eater army, they wouldn't be able to breach them easily. Compared to these, the Fidelius charm seems redundant. Currently, no more than 5 people know about this place. Clea and Fleur will never reveal the secret. As for you two, if you're not afraid of death, you can try. No wonder you wanted to build a teleportation array, murmured Fleur. These defensive magics can buy you a lot of time, enough to pack up all the important items and escape. Yes, the teleportation magic array is the top priority, the figure nodded. My secret base is not only equipped with defensive magic, but also powerful self-destruction magic. Self-destruct? Moody's mouth twitched, his words awkward. The figure raised a finger and pointed at the ceiling. Look up. The three of them looked up, and hundreds of lightning magic crystals hidden in midair came into view. The flashing yellow thunder light connected them, making a sizzling sound. The sight was terrifying, and the thought of their potential destruction made their scalps tingle and their instincts tremble. The reason this place is called the Divine Voice Palace is because of the forbidden magic it holds. Once the violent thunder and lightning are activated, everything will be destroyed. There is virtually no chance of survival for anyone below the level of a Holy Magister. Even if someone were lucky enough to survive, they would be buried underground, and the water from the Black Lake would pour in, sealing their fate. To put it another way, even if they were incredibly unlucky and survived, the teleportation array would be destroyed, preventing any pursuit. The destination of the teleportation is Ollivander's wand shop, which is protected by a contract signed by Voldemort and me. Death Eaters wouldn't dare break in, giving us enough time to rest. Chapter 595. Why do you have the nerve to offer help? I take back what I just said. This is simply the safest place in the magical world. Moody's magical eye turned twice. Have you ever thought about it? If the Order of the Phoenix were to move here... Moody began. Don't even think about it, the missing body interrupted unceremoniously. The Shenming Palace is relatively safe now, but once the Order of the Phoenix moves here, the probability of me activating the forbidden magic above my head will skyrocket. This is the refuge I have prepared for 4 years, and I don't want to destroy it unless I have to. What's more important is that there is only one entrance here, and the exit is the teleportation array. It is quite troublesome to go back and forth, and it is not suitable for use as a stronghold. Okay, I was thinking too much, Moody conceded. Just understand, I brought you here for my own use. It's best not to have any unnecessary thoughts before you can show up, the missing body warned. Can I move here? Fleur asked, looking directly into the eyes of the missing body. I want to stay and help you. No, stay with you. No, the missing body refused firmly. The Hall of Divine Sound seems safe, but there is still a risk of being discovered. But Ollivander's wand shop is different. There is contract protection there. I do not care, Fleur insisted. But I care. The missing body took a deep breath. I used to be alone, so I could just take care of myself. But it's different now. Clea Darwin, Hermione Granger, and Fleur Delacour are all my weaknesses. Clea is the princess of the Darwin family. With this status, Voldemort does not dare to do anything to her. Hermione is helping Harry Potter search for Horcruxes, but when I signed the contract with Voldemort, I gave her a chance to make a mistake. Even if she is caught by Death Eaters, she will not be in any danger and even has to be let go. But you don't have any amulet, so I can rest assured if you stay at Ollivander's wand shop. The arrangements are really detailed, Sirius winked, his face full of teasing. Thank you for the compliment, but I hope you shut up at this time. The missing body rolled her eyes at him, then looked at Fleur. Do you understand what I said? I probably understand. You're just worried that I'll hold you back, right? Fleur asked. That's just one aspect, the missing body explained patiently. If I hadn't signed the armistice agreement with Voldemort, his first target would definitely be me. This fragile balance will continue to be maintained until Harry Potter's death, but this does not mean that Voldemort will not prepare in advance for the balance to break. You are not alone. You also have parents and younger sisters in the Delacour family. Wait a minute. Fleur's expression changed slightly. You mean he might capture my family and blackmail you? Don't be afraid of the unexpected. This kind of worry is definitely not unnecessary. A madman who can divide his soul into 7 parts in order to live forever, what can't he do? It is true that the Death Eater's influence has not yet extended to France, but it is not difficult for them to catch a few people. You can stay, but once the Temple of God's voice is exposed, the Death Eaters will be able to determine your relationship with me, and your family may bear corresponding risks. When the time comes, as the son-in-law of the Delacour family, I will have to jump even if I know it is a trap. Gulp, Fleur swallowed. I understand. I will stay well in the wand shop. King's Cross Station. Aaron pushed the suitcase and took the harmless Holy Dragon Abe through the partition wall of platform 9 3/4. Good morning. A clear sound like wind chimes greeted him. Aaron subconsciously turned his head to look, and the corners of his mouth curved. The person who greeted him was Clea, elegant, tall, and perfect, with a bright smile that seemed to heal the soul. Jeans followed her and nodded slightly to Aaron. Master, how have you been recently? Why? Knowingly asking, Aaron rolled his eyes at him angrily. The expansion of power had put a lot of pressure on him. On the surface, he appeared calm, but he spent a lot of energy on secret manipulation. Then the young master must continue to work hard and must not let down his guard, Clea advised. You don't need to remind me, he replied curtly. Let's stop chatting here. Clea held Abe in her arms. The train will leave soon. Wait a moment. I have something else to ask. Ancestor Alger, is he still satisfied with my material? Aaron inquired. Satisfied, very satisfied, Jean said with admiration. Sir Alger's eyes widened when he saw that piece of material. It took him a whole month to integrate that piece of mineral into the artifact. Now that the sword is basically forged, its sharpness far exceeds that of ordinary artifacts. However, there are still some flaws, and there is still one last thing left to make it perfect. An energy source? Aaron asked, sounding melancholic. Yes, if the young master does not find a suitable energy source within a year, he can only use a high-quality magic crystal from the family treasure house instead. That's not possible. What I want is a top-quality artifact. The magic crystal will lower the grade of the artifact. Don't worry about this. From my subordinate's point of view, that artifact is already the best. The magic crystal is just the icing on the cake. But it can be better, can it? The icing on the cake also depends on what flowers are added and how many flowers are added. You go back and tell Ancestor Alger that I will prepare the energy source before graduation. No problem, Master. Aaron and Clea put their suitcases into the train and then found a compartment to sit down. My intuition tells me that you have done a lot during this time, Clea said with a smile. Your intuition is very accurate. I found Slytherin's locket, and Hufflepuff's gold cup also gave me some clues. In addition, I saved Alastor Moody's life and built a teleportation array in Ollivander's wand shop that is connected to the one in the Temple of God's Call. Hearing this, the smile on Clea's face faded a little. You must be very tired. Aaron was stunned for a moment and nodded noncommittally. For the sake of a better life in the future, it doesn't hurt to be a little tired now. What about you? What did you do during your vacation? Study in the secret room, Clea said with a meaningful smile. The ancestors of the Gaius family all like me very much. Flo taught me the magic of speech and spirit, which can prevent people from saying specific words. Lant taught me how to prepare an amplifying potion that can increase the effect of some potions several times, although the effect time will be relatively reduced. Vaughn taught me a few songs to relax my mood. Of course, my favorite thing is the library. Some of the books in the Gaius family cannot be found in the Darwin family. As long as you are happy. Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door, and Neville, Ginny, and Luna were standing at the door. They're probably here to find you. Alas, Aaron sighed softly and waved his wand to open the compartment door. Come in. The three of them sat down cautiously, but looking at Aaron's helpless expression, the words they wanted to say were stuck in their throats. Speak directly if you have anything to say. Clea looked at the three of them playfully. It's not good to keep it in your heart. If you feel uncomfortable, he will also become anxious. No, I'm not in a hurry. If they had stayed silent, I might have been able to pretend to be confused, which would have made it easier. Luna immediately bumped Neville with her arm, and Neville's eyes twitched as he hesitantly said, Aaron, you and Hermione still keep in touch, right? Of course, I don't worry about her safety. Who asked you to ask this question? Neville glanced at Ginny guiltily. I wanted to ask myself. Pull him down. Aaron curled his lips disdainfully. I don't know you, yet. I asked him to ask, Ginny said sheepishly. Oh, Aaron said in a longer tone. Just as I don't trust my girlfriend, you don't trust your boyfriend either, right? I can tell you that they are not in danger for the time being, but that may not be the case in a few days. What do you mean? Neville asked. This involves Dumbledore's arrangements. Our great former headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore, wanted Harry to find something. Considering the time, it's about time for him to set off. Once they leave the safe house, they will face the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic. How can we help them? Neville asked directly. Hearing this, Aaron couldn't help but cover his face, silently complaining in his heart. Help them? How much fake wine did you have to drink to say something like this? Can't you see the current situation clearly? Ahem, taking care of yourselves and not causing trouble is the greatest help you can offer them. I was serious, Neville insisted. I'm not joking, Aaron replied, feeling inexplicably tired. If I didn't know you well, I would have doubted whether you were invited by someone else to tease me. The three of you are at Hogwarts, and the three of them are on the run. You don't know their specific location or what they are going to do, yet you still have the nerve to offer help? But you know, Ginny said eagerly. As long as you tell us. Stop it. I have no obligation to tell you, especially you. The Death Eaters took control of the Ministry of Magic a month ago. At that time, their foundation was not stable, making it difficult to take direct action against the Order of the Phoenix, so they resorted to surveillance. But after a month, the dissidents were almost eliminated, and they were free to clear out the Order of the Phoenix and other rebels. The Weasley family is one of the 28 pure-blood families. This identity is a talisman, but only if you stay on your own and don't get caught by them. In other words, the Weasley family now needs to keep their heads down. Your parents and brothers are very aware of this, so you must not get involved. Because once something happens to you, Harry Potter will definitely lose his balance. Ginny pursed her lips, a little sparkle appearing in her eyes, and a feeling of powerlessness spreading in her heart. Luna patted the back of her hand and whispered comforting words. There are other things we can do to support Harry. Prayers and blessings, Clea suggested. You can try it. This, Neville asked doubtfully, does this really work? It may not be useful, but it is a good psychological comfort. I knew I should have dropped out of school too, Neville sighed. Harry must need us very much now. It's not that time yet, Aaron waved his hand and said. Before he completes the task assigned by Dumbledore, conserving your strength and waiting for the opportunity is what you should do. This is my advice. What if? Ginny hesitated and asked in an anxious tone. If they encounter trouble, such as Death Eaters, you wouldn't stand by and watch, would you? In fact, I will, Aaron did not evade. The contract I signed with Voldemort states that before Harry Potter and Dumbledore die, I cannot hinder his plans, and he cannot threaten my safety. I can give them the greatest help within the limits allowed by the rules, but once I encounter a Death Eater, I can't take action. I can only protect one person at most, and the other two will be helpless. Understood, Ginny nodded a little disappointedly, obviously knowing who Aaron would protect. Then can you tell us the news about Harry and the others in time? Luna suddenly thought of something and looked at Aaron with a sincere face. You can contact Hermione. This will not be difficult for you. Ah, this. Please, Ginny said nervously. I just want to know about their safety. It would be better if you could help spread the word, Neville added hurriedly. Aaron held his forehead and shook his head speechlessly. Why do you have to find me for everything? This isn't about putting more effort on the part of those who are able. It's about dragging a sheep to death. The train drove all the way to Hogsmeade Station, and the scenery outside the window quickly receded. Crunch! The screeching sound of brakes suddenly echoed through the train, causing many passengers to lurch forward due to the sudden stop. "What's going on?" Neville asked, peering out the window in surprise. "It's not even dark yet. Why did the train stop?" "Good question," Aaron replied with a sneer, as if he had anticipated this. "Remember the last time the train stopped halfway? Dementors were searching for wanted criminals, but this time there's no cold feeling, so it can't be Dementors. What could it be?" "Death Eaters?" the three of them said in unison, their expressions turning grim. Aaron chuckled. "No, it's obviously a search team from the Ministry of Magic. They're here to look for Harry Potter, the so-called most evil villain. Of course, some Muggle-born students are also included in their investigation." "Are they really that brazen now?" Luna frowned. "If they win, they get to enjoy the rights of the victors," Aaron explained. "But don't worry, this battle isn't over yet. It's still uncertain who will come out on top." "Harry will definitely win," Ginny said with conviction. Aaron smiled, but remained silent. Although he wasn't a staunch supporter of Harry Potter, he was on Harry's side because Dumbledore had arranged everything before his death. Harry was out there searching for and destroying the Horcruxes, while Snape was guarding the base at Hogwarts and providing assistance. To put it in perspective, even if Harry did fail, he would never truly lose. Today, Voldemort was no longer as formidable a threat. Just to be sure, Harry had to delay Voldemort's plans as much as possible. This was why he collected the Horcruxes, but didn't destroy them immediately. After a while, 3 Death Eaters boarded the train. They carried a stack of wanted posters and began comparing them to the faces of the passengers, moving from carriage to carriage. Chapter 596, Conflict with the Search Team, Useless Threats and Intimidation. Without a knock, the door to the compartment swung open. One Death Eater swaggered in, while 2 others stood in the corridor, their faces expressionless. Neville wanted to say something, but when he saw who it was, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his words. If it had been other Death Eaters, they might have left them alone, considering they were cooperating with the Ministry of Magic by attending school. But this guy had no scruples and could torture them to death in minutes if he got upset. Well, look who we have here." Barty Crouch Jr. glanced around at the group. Luna Lovegood, Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, all good friends of Harry Potter. "And who is this? A new addition? Half-blood or mudblood?" "That's really rude," Aaron said, curling his lips. "Don't get me wrong, I have nothing to do with them." Clea took Aaron's arm. "I am his fiancée, the second daughter of the Darwin family. I'm neither half-blood nor Muggle-born. If you don't believe me, you can investigate, as long as you can afford the consequences." "From the Darwin family?" Barty narrowed his eyes slightly and looked away. He had helped the Dark Lord gather a lot of information and had some understanding of this little-known wizard family. Unlike Aaron Gaius, who had been expelled from his family, offending this young lady could potentially shake the Dark Lord's rule. "Is your injury healed?" Aaron joked. "The treatment level at St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic is really good. It only took a year to completely heal." "Ha! Thanks to you, I still have some scars that will never heal." Barty Crouch Jr. licked his lips with a smile, but there was a hint of cold, murderous intent in his voice. "It's my fault. I was too merciful at the time. I should have just used the killing curse so you wouldn't feel troubled." "That's such a pity." Barty Crouch Jr. looked proud. "The Master has already won. Even if you want to kill me, you have no chance." "There will be a chance later. Don't wait until later." Barty put away his wand and raised his arms. "Right now, I will stand here without resisting. Kill me. Kill me with the killing curse. Do you dare? You don't dare. Once you take action, the contract between you and the Master will take effect immediately. I guarantee the Master will entertain you well." Clea couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this the first time you've been provoked like this since you were a child? Can you bear it?" "There's no need. Just think of it as watching a clown's performance." Barty's face twitched slightly. He turned around, took a few wanted posters from the other 2 Death Eaters, and slapped them on the table. "Harry Potter, the murderer of Dumbledore, has a reward of 50,000 galleons. Anyone who has information about him but fails to report it in time will be sent to Azkaban. You. Ginny glared at him angrily, already holding the end of her wand with one hand. What's wrong with me? Barty pretended to be innocent and pursed his lips. This was issued by the Ministry of Magic. I'm just acting according to the rules, and it's reasonable and legal. Don't tell me you came here specifically to provoke me? Aaron asked, exasperated. It's really boring. That's just one aspect. I came here mainly to see who is on this train, who is missing, and to say hello to you. You'd better stay at Hogwarts. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Aaron rolled his eyes and complained silently in his heart. As if you could keep an eye on me. Do you have that ability? I'm curious. How did Voldemort arrange for you? You shouldn't need to do things like inspecting trains, right? No. Call the master by his name. Barty quickly pulled out his wand and pointed it at Aaron. Do you want to take action? I'll give you this chance. Ha! Barty sneered and put away his wand, the scowl on his face gradually fading. I won't be fooled. If I do it, you will have a reason to fight back. It's good to know your place, Aaron replied, his voice drippy, gnawing with sarcasm. Aaron didn't take it seriously. I really don't want to disrupt the fragile balance right now, but that doesn't mean a defeated general like you can stand above me. You won't be proud for long. After the Dark Lord kills Harry Potter, it will be your turn. As for you, little Barty looked at the three Nevilles. The master is kind and has enough patience with purebloods. As long as you obey, you will not be in any danger. The three of them were silent. Although they wanted to stand up and resist immediately, they finally suppressed the urge to take action. This was not giving in, nor was it being conscientious. It was just a form of forbearance. Ch-ch! Little Barty curled his lips disdainfully. Are you curious about my position? I don't have any official position. I just command all the arrest teams. Oh, Aaron suddenly realized, and there was more pity in his eyes. Let's face it, you are resurrecting Voldemort after all. Don't say the master's name, little Barty snapped, as if calling him by his first name would insult Voldemort. Okay, mysterious man, let's go, Aaron said. You are the main contributor to resurrecting the mysterious man, and he just transferred you away from the center of power. This method of sowing discord is really low level. Too low level. My master originally wanted me to be the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement because my damn father was once the boss of this department, and he believed that I could manage the largest agency under the Ministry of Magic. But I refused, and it was Yaxley's turn. Rather than working in the Ministry of Magic, I would rather help my master eliminate unstable factors in the outside world, such as Muggle-born wizards. By the way, I remember your little girlfriend seems to be. Aaron's eyes turned cold. Abe. Hearing the master's voice, Abe immediately understood and jumped from Clea's arms to the table. Crimson dragon flame surged into his throat, right in front of little Barty's face. Hey, wait! Little Barty's face changed slightly, and he stepped back nervously. Calm down, grass! There are many obstacles. Boom! There was an explosion, and a figure hit the wall of the carriage heavily. Many students heard the commotion and cautiously stuck their heads out of the compartments. At least dozens of pairs of curious eyes looked this way. You! How dare you! One Death Eater pulled out his wand and pointed at Aaron in astonishment, while the other hurriedly helped little Barty up. Put down your wand. Little Barty wiped the nosebleed from his face. The barrier spell was cast hastily. Although it blocked the flames, the powerful impact still slightly injured him. But, I said, let it go. If you give him a reason to take action, none of the three of us will be able to leave this train alive, little Barty warned coldly, but his eyes were shining with excitement. It seems that mudblood is indeed of great significance to you. Go on, Aaron said calmly. Teach them a profound lesson. Abe was stunned for a moment, then revealed his fangs and sharp claws. The next moment, a white shadow roared towards the door. Armor for protection. Little Barty immediately cast a protective spell. Collapse! A Death Eater fought back, hitting Abe's claws with a stun spell just as he was about to strike. But this had no effect. Abe only took a few steps back and stopped, but the pain in his body also made him feel angry for a long time. Quickly imprison him. Another Death Eater's curse followed, and a hemp rope flew out of the wand, tying up Abe. Ha! I caught it. Really? Aaron raised his eyebrows and uttered obscure syllables. Abe's ears twitched slightly, and excitement flashed across his cute and harmless face. Then white wings sprouted from Abe's ribs, its size expanded several times, and the rope that imprisoned it broke inch by inch. Before the Death Eater could recover from his excitement, he saw a beast about as tall as him staring at him. Swish! White light flash, and a whistling sound rang in his ears. A dragon claw struck him hard on the chest, sending blood spattering and creating spiderweb-like cracks on the walls of the carriage. The Death Eater only had time to scream before losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. What the hell is this? Another Death Eater exclaimed in horror, immediately raising his wand to cast a curse. Not to be outdone, Abe opened his mouth and unleashed a stream of red dragon flames. The scorching flames collided with the light red magic, fiercely suppressing it. The intense heat forced the Death Eaters to retreat, their screams echoing in the confined space. What a waste, little Barty sneered coldly, casting a spell to alter the trajectory of the dragon flames. He was clearly dissatisfied with his subordinates' performance. Although he couldn't defeat the dragon, he expected them to put up more of a fight. Under the influence of his spell, the dragon flames tilted upward, avoiding the Death Eater's head and creating a large hole in the roof of the carriage. Hiss! Many students gasped, inhaling the cool breeze that entered the train. What did they just witness? A cute pet had transformed into a 1-meter-long white dragon and seriously injured a Death Eater. It was unbelievable, almost dreamlike, yet it filled them with inexplicable excitement. First-year students in particular looked at Ab with a hint of reverence, quietly asking senior students for information about him. Anyone would feel uncomfortable being searched by Death Eaters on the first day of school, but the situation in the wizarding world forced them to comply. Now that someone was leading the resistance, it was truly satisfying. Abe, there's one left, Aaron reminded. Ab turned to look at Barty Crouch Jr. and roared violently at him. Stop! I'm not here to fight with you. Little Barty trembled, saying inwardly, Don't forget, according to the contract, you can't attack me. So this is how you dare to provoke me? Aaron looked at him contemptuously. I can't do anything to you, but Abe is not me, and he is not bound by the contract. I know, but this, little Barty stammered. You don't play according to common sense, do you? You provoked him first, and there's always a price to pay for repeatedly testing the boundaries. I'm already generous enough, but why? Why do you want to test my limits? You should be lucky that you're on a train, and even luckier that there are so many people here. Otherwise, it would burn you to the bone. Little Barty was furious, but with a dragon staring at him, he didn't dare to show it. Ha ha! I got carried away. I can't beat your pet, he said with a forced smile, then changed the subject. But like you said, we can't fight here, and it doesn't apparate, so there's nothing we can do to stop it if it wants to leave. Get out, Aaron said impatiently. Don't be an eyesore. Little Barty winked at the remaining Death Eater, signaling him to help the seriously injured and unconscious man. Sk! The injury is really serious. He'll probably have to stay in the hospital for half a month. But it was worth it. At least I figured out your weakness, that mud. Little Barty began, but stopped when he met Aaron's cold gaze. That muggle-born Miss Granger will receive my undivided attention, I assure you. Aaron was silent, clenching and slowly unclenching his fists. I knew this day would come, so I got her an amulet in advance. Very prescient, but her parents... Little Barty patted his forehead with mock regret. I almost forgot. I took someone to find them, but you seem to have expected that, and I returned without success. Hearing this, Aaron's mouth twitched slightly, feeling grateful for his previous decision. He had arranged for a team of bodyguards to protect Hermione's parents, a team capable of escaping even if the Dark Lord himself took action. Mr. Gaius, you gave her the best protection, but she's so stupid, there's really nothing. If she's on this train, we can deal with her, but she's not here. I caught her quickly, and it didn't matter if I let her go once, because she was bound to make the same mistake again, Little Barty said confidently. That's how Gryffindors are, isn't it? When the time comes, I will be waiting next to the master, waiting for your begging. Just thinking about that scene excites me so much that I can't sleep. As his words hung in the air, Neville, Ginny, and Luna looked at Aaron with concern. Although they were not directly involved, they could sense the strong threat in Barty's words. For some reason, they all felt that the likelihood of this happening was very high. Boring, Clea muttered, rolling her eyes as she turned to look at the scenery outside the window. She seemed completely unconcerned. She knew Aaron too well. He would never relax his guard when it came to protecting Hermione. Threats and intimidation were simply laughable to him. Moreover, little Barty's audacity to threaten Aaron in front of him was not only foolish but also counterproductive. It would only make Aaron more determined to protect Hermione. How stupid could one be to act like this? Had his intelligence dropped after following the Dark Lord? "Are you done?" Aaron asked nonchalantly. It's over, Barty replied. "Then get out." "You." Little Barty wanted to retort with some harsh words, but Aaron's deathly gaze made him tremble. "I wish you an unforgettable school year," he muttered before leaving. The tension in the carriage eased slightly as Barty exited, but the lingering sense of threat remained palpable. Chapter 597, From Covering the Sky with One Hand to Lawlessness, Dumbledore's Era Has Passed. The three Death Eaters transformed into black smoke and floated into the sky. Abe returned to his harmless appearance and jumped into Clea's arms. Restored as before, Aaron emerged from the box and waved his wand at the gap in the train. The large hole in the roof and the cracks in the walls of the carriage seemed to reverse and restore to their original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. The train slowly started moving again, and dense whispers filled the aisle, discussing what had just transpired. Senior students nodded to Aaron, some even giving him a thumbs up. The junior students looked at him with reverence, blushing unconsciously when they met his gaze. Aaron sighed slightly, missing Harry Potter inexplicably. Although the Savior had no extraordinary abilities, he was always the center of attention and automatically attracted everyone's focus. But now, Aaron really didn't want to be famous. Keeping a low profile had always been his goal. However, it didn't matter. His threat level to the Death Eaters was even higher than Harry Potter's. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, the Death Eaters who controlled Hogwarts might not allow it. Besides, this last school year, accompanied by darkness and chaos, meant that more prestige wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Clee said half-jokingly, "How do you feel?" Gained a group of fans on the first day of school. "Not so good," Aaron replied angrily. "We've already experienced a wave of disgrace before even arriving at Hogwarts. It's easy to imagine that the days to come will definitely not be easy." "Yes," Neville nodded in despair. "They really have one hand covering the sky. Barty Crouch Jr., a murderer, can actually represent the Ministry of Magic." "You've grown a lot after the battle in the Department of Mysteries, but you still lack understanding of politics," Aaron explained, slightly exasperated. "Voldemort has taken control of the Ministry of Magic, the largest authority, so the power of law and trial naturally falls into his hands. In other words, he has the final say on right and wrong, and it's much easier than you think. Mistrials, misjudgments, unjust imprisonments, making amends for his mistakes, and even going undercover to fight against dark forces can all be reasons for him to confuse right and wrong." Hearing this, Neville's eyes widened in shock, and Ginny and Luna also looked a bit unsettled. They knew the situation was serious, but they hadn't expected it to be this severe. The Ministry of Magic and the Wizarding World were worlds apart, but with Voldemort controlling the Ministry, it felt no different from controlling the entire magical world. "This is not just covering the sky with one hand. Neville struggled to find the words. "This is simply lawlessness. That's not the case, but if no one stops it, lawlessness will only be a matter of time." "How do we stop it?" Neville asked subconsciously. "It's very simple." Aaron raised two fingers. "The first is to believe in the prophecy. Once Harry defeats Voldemort and the Dark Lord dies, his power will naturally fall apart." "What about number 2? Ginny asked. "The second is that Dumbledore is resurrected," Clee interjected, "or someone as powerful as Albus Dumbledore stands up to resist Voldemort. As long as the Ministry of Magic is reoccupied, the situation in the wizarding world will return to what it was when Dumbledore was still alive." "Yes, that's what I meant to say." "But where can we find someone like that?" Neville asked, his voice tinged with desperation. It's not like there's no one. Clea glanced at Aaron. Fuck! Aaron's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately responded with his eyes. You can't make a joke like this. I don't want to confront Voldemort so early. Who is there? Luna asked, looking at Clea expectantly. Well, Clea thought for a moment. The first people who followed Dumbledore, each of them had considerable power and influence. Their stud, Ents. The Death Eaters will completely control the wizard's education. In the long run, what future will the students have? Professor, the situation is indeed very bad, but it is not hopeless, Clea said. If you believe me, please wait for a while, okay? Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment. She carefully looked around, and after confirming that there were no eavesdroppers, she lowered her voice and said, You also believe that Harry will come back, right? Professor? Clea was amused. Harry will definitely come back, but that's not what I want to say. Then what is it? Can I say it? Just revealing a little bit won't affect the overall situation. Alas, Aaron shook his head speechlessly. As long as it makes you happy. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Clea raised her toes and kissed Aaron on the cheek, then leaned mysteriously into Professor McGonagall's ear. Dumbledore made arrangements before he died. What did you say? Professor McGonagall's voice rose a little higher, and her pale face became more rosy. Albus, he really... Shh! Clea immediately made a silencing gesture. I can't tell you the details yet, at least not before Christmas, but if you have any troubles that can't be solved, you can come and discuss them with us. Professor McGonagall's eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Clea. I will hold on to that. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express stopped at Hogsmeade Station. Hagrid still held a lantern to greet the first-year students, guiding them to take a boat across the river. The second-year students and above took the carriages pulled by Thestrals and rushed to Hogwarts Castle. It was no different from previous years, except that the atmosphere was particularly depressing. Some Death Eaters and Dementors stood guard in the darkness, not to protect the students, but to prevent them from escaping. Arriving at the entrance hall, a slightly pale, Professor McGonagall stood there. The vice principal forced a stiff smile as she watched the students walking towards the auditorium. She wanted to say hello or offer some words of comfort, but she didn't know how to begin. Professor, don't think about comforting or encouraging them, Aaron said softly. No matter how many precautions you mention, they can't compare to one day's personal experience. Thank you, Mr. Gaius, Professor McGonagall said, rubbing her eyes bitterly. Hogwarts should not be like this. You are just a group of children and should not suffer these wrong educations. Aaron sighed softly, not knowing how to comfort her. Minerva McGonagall had taught at Hogwarts for decades, and few people had as much affection for the school as she did. But suddenly everything changed. Dumbledore died, the Death Eaters came to power, and the educational style of Hogwarts changed drastically. It was normal for her to have difficulty accepting it, but she couldn't leave. If these teachers left the school in a rage, it would be equivalent to abandoning their students. The Death Eaters would completely control the wizard's education. In the long run, what future would the students have? Professor, the situation is indeed very bad, but it is not hopeless, Clea said. If you believe me, please wait for a while, okay? Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment, then carefully looked around, and after confirming that there were no eavesdroppers, she lowered her voice and said, You also believe that Harry will come back, right? Professor, Clea was amused. Harry will definitely come back, but that's not what I want to say. Then what is it? Can I say it? Just revealing a little bit won't affect the overall situation. Alas, Aaron shook his head speechlessly. As long as it makes you happy. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Clea raised her toes and kissed Aaron on the cheek, then leaned mysteriously into Professor McGonagall's ear. Dumbledore made arrangements before he died. What did you say? Professor McGonagall's voice rose a little higher, and her pale face became more rosy. Albus, he really... Shh! Clea immediately made a silencing gesture. I can't tell you the details yet, at least not before Christmas, but if you have any troubles that can't be solved, you can come and discuss them with us. Professor McGonagall's eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Clea. I will hold on to that. Aaron wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Ahem, don't say the second half of the sentence, he cautioned. Frequent contact with the vice principal of Hogwarts could lead the Caro brothers to suspect something. I understand your concern, but we don't have to meet often. It's not difficult for you, the other person reassured him. Ah, I'll think about it. It depends on the situation. I'll go to the head office, Aaron replied. It's almost time, Professor McGonagall said, still a bit confused but aware that this would benefit Hogwarts. She felt more at ease. You should go to the auditorium. The two finally walked into the auditorium and sat calmly at the Slytherin table. Professor Snape, dressed in a dignified black wizard robe, sat in Dumbledore's former seat, flanked by the Caro siblings. The presence of these two Death Eaters made the other professors sit attentively in their respective positions, and even the students from the four houses remained quiet in tacit agreement. The atmosphere is really weird. It feels lifeless. This was not the case when Dumbledore was alive, one of them whispered. Bear with it. It's only a matter of an hour or two, the other replied softly. Despite their low voices, the quiet auditorium made their conversation audible to almost everyone. The Caro siblings frowned, a hint of coldness in their eyes. They were clearly displeased. What do you mean by this? Don't you know that Dumbledore's time is over? They thought. However, their eyes fell on the Slytherin table, and when they saw the source of the sound, their faces twitched. Establishing authority could wait. There was no need to kick the iron bricks. Hogwarts was indeed controlled by Death Eaters, but this couple was an exception. The man, Aaron, couldn't be beaten. Although he was bound by a contract, making it unlikely he would attack them, his pet, a dragon, was a sharp sword hanging over their heads. If cornered, he would unleash a furious dragon. The woman, Clea, was untouchable. She came from a powerful wizard family, strong enough to change the existing pattern of the magical world. If they dared to attack her, Voldemort would likely retaliate against them first. The Caro siblings exchanged glances and pretended not to hear anything. After a while, Hagrid returned to the auditorium, glaring at Snape angrily before sitting down. Then, Professor McGonagall ushered in the first-year students. Most of the young wizards looked at the ceiling curiously, eager for their future magic courses. However, some looked at the ground nervously, trembling with fear, as if they knew how dire the days ahead would be. All right, please come forward when I call your name, Professor McGonagall announced, taking out a roll of parchment. Wait a minute, Amicus interrupted. Don't forget to check their bloodline certificates. I haven't forgotten. This list has been checked by the Ministry of Magic and has clear bloodline indications. Professor McGonagall replied, her expression sour. Do you think Yaxley would handle the bloodline verification of young wizards of Muggle origin? Yaxley won't do this, but there's no guarantee that one or two might slip through the net, Alecto joked, emphasizing pure-blood traitor and glancing meaningfully at the Gryffindor table, making Neville and others grit their teeth in anger. I hope no one slipped through the net here, Professor McGonagall said, taking a deep breath. The sorting ceremony continues. Jonathan Brooke. A thin boy cautiously sat on the stool, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head. Ravenclaw! Shouted the sorting hat. The Eagle Dean's table erupted in applause as they welcomed their first freshman of the year. Walk R. Mitchell, Gryffindor, Ted Diesel, Slytherin. Each time a name was read, the corresponding Dean's table applauded enthusiastically. However, as the ceremony progressed, the applause grew fainter. Amicus and Alecto scrutinized each student carefully. The Slytherins, who valued pure blood, were visibly relieved. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff only gave brief glances, but the new Gryffindor students received special attention. The cold, piercing eyes of the examiners even made one little witch with pigtails cry. After the sorting ceremony, a dozen freshmen were assigned to each house. Although Muggle-born wizards were no longer eligible to attend, Hogwarts had lost some students. However, the Ministry of Magic's new policy required that all admitted wizards receive an education, which added some students back. Overall, the numbers were almost the same as before. Ahem. Snape walked to the microphone and coughed twice, speaking expressionlessly. I believe you have all read the latest Daily Prophet. Our former headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, was murdered by the notorious most wanted man, Harry Potter. Lies, Hagrid cursed angrily. Harry would never go against Dumbledore. Quiet, Hagrid, Snape glanced back at him. I know you have a good relationship with Harry Potter, but that is not a reason to defend him. If he was truly wronged, why not go to the Ministry of Magic to explain it clearly? I believe the Ministry of Magic will give him justice. That's because... Hagrid's voice suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Professor Flitwick, who was sitting next to him, had quietly cast a silencing spell. Professor McGonagall also shook her head slightly at him. Hagrid was straightforward, but they couldn't let him speak out at this time. Otherwise, he would be sent to Azkaban for trial by tomorrow. You're lucky, Professor Snape said calmly. Be careful when you speak next time. If you want Hogwarts to have a new Care of Magical Creatures professor, you can speak freely. Chapter 598, Vaccination for Slytherin and Expansion of the Hall of Gods. After our former headmaster Albus Dumbledore was killed by the notorious most wanted man Harry Potter, the Ministry of Magic appointed me, Severus Snape, as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Snape announced, holding his head high and allowing a slight smirk to play on his lips. Although this position was obtained through his role as an undercover Death Eater, it was still immensely satisfying to be the headmaster. Aaron applauded enthusiastically, giving Professor Snape the recognition he deserved. The prefects followed suit, and soon the other Slytherin students joined in, albeit belatedly, emphasizing their respect for teachers and the importance of education. Historically, very few Slytherins had ascended to the position of headmaster, making this moment particularly significant for them. The response from the other three houses was lukewarm. While there was some applause, it lacked enthusiasm. Snape, however, was unfazed. He was well aware that many students and professors believed he was unworthy of the position. Snape raised his hand, and the auditorium fell silent. Thank you for your support. Before the banquet begins, I would like to introduce the two new professors at Hogwarts. Amicus Carrow, who is highly knowledgeable about the dark arts, will serve as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Alecto Carrow, his sister, will be the Muggle Studies professor. Aaron was the first to applaud again, but this time, even with someone leading, the applause was sparse. The Carrow siblings exchanged knowing smiles. They were confident that the students would learn to respect them soon enough. Professor, you've said everything you needed to say, and we've shown our support. Can we eat now? To be honest, just a few hours ago, Barty Crouch Jr. inspected the Hogwarts Express with a group of Death Eaters. No, the Ministry of Magic's search party. His attitude was quite bad, bossy and arrogant, which seriously affected our mood and appetite, causing many of us to not eat. If you can, I hope you will complain to the Ministry of Magic. We at Hogwarts must severely condemn this behavior, Aaron said, his tone confident. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched violently, and he was momentarily speechless. Damn it! Is that something I can complain about? Dumbledore had hoped that he would protect the school and its students, wanting Hogwarts to remain out of the spotlight and avoid any trouble at this time. That is the action of the Ministry of Magic, and you should cooperate, Alecto said coldly. Of course we cooperated, Aaron replied confidently. I promise I didn't do anything from start to finish. It's good that you understand, Alecto responded. I just asked Ob to scare them. Don't worry, I know the rules and didn't kill them, Aaron added. Hearing this, the Carrow siblings glanced at Abe, who was lying on the long table, and swallowed involuntarily. No, this dragon must be driven away somehow. It's so unsettling. Phew! Snape took a deep breath. I will handle your request as appropriate. Now it's time to enjoy your dinner. As he finished speaking, the plates on the long tables filled with hot food, including beef, baked potatoes, and pork chops. The delicious aroma filled the air, masking the earlier tension. Everyone reached a consensus at this moment, picked up their knives and forks, and began to enjoy the meal. After dinner, the prefects of each house took the freshmen to their respective common rooms. With the Gryffindor prefects absent, Neville took the initiative to guide the new students. Aaron led a dozen freshmen into the Slytherin common room, but did not immediately arrange for them to rest. Instead, he asked Pansy to gather all the Slytherin students together. Aaron sat on the sofa and looked up at the crystal-carved semicircular ceiling. The sparkling light swayed down, adding a touch of mystery to the room. Aaron entered the common room, where a crowd of Slytherin students awaited him. "Everyone is here. If you have anything to say, please speak quickly," Pansy Parkinson urged. "Everyone is still waiting to go to bed." Aaron nodded slightly and waved his wand, conjuring hundreds of seats. "First, find a seat and sit down. Younger students, try to move forward as much as possible." The Slytherins exchanged glances, but followed Aaron's instructions, arranging their seats from lower to upper grades. Aaron began. "The tenets of Slytherin House are pure blood, shrewdness, ambition, talent, and power. This means that Slytherin's starting point, talent, and background are higher than those of the other three houses, giving us a broader future." Many students smiled, feeling a sense of superiority. Aaron continued, "But what I want to focus on today are the other qualities: tactfulness, friendliness, strong will, and wisdom in protecting oneself. This year is different from previous years. Although I don't like Dumbledore very much, I have to admit he was a qualified headmaster, and now he is dead." A first-year student nervously asked, "Did Harry Potter kill him?" "It's not Harry Potter. He wouldn't do that. He doesn't have the ability. I was there when Dumbledore died, but I can't tell you the specifics." "Knowing too much won't do you any good," Aaron said meaningfully. "Continuing with our topic, after Dumbledore's death, Hogwarts' education style will undergo huge changes. The two new professors are loyal servants of the Dark Lord. You can guess what this means. Their classes will be far more cruel than you think." "What does cruelty mean?" Crabbe asked, frowning in confusion. "It's not clear yet, but corporal punishment will certainly be commonplace." "Corporal punishment?" another student echoed. "It may be different from what you think. It won't be just detentions or written examinations. Remember that old witch Umbridge? Her torture methods were child's play compared to these two. This is not an exaggeration. If they are unhappy, they will definitely curse the students. So I hope you can be more diplomatic during class. No matter what you think in your heart, don't disobey them on the surface. You can ignore other houses, but the Wizards of Slytherin must unite and cooperate with each other. Additionally, you must strictly abide by school rules and disciplines to avoid giving them any reason to target you." "What if, what if we are not careful?" Sheelan stood up hesitantly. "As long as they don't go too far, I can tolerate it," Aaron replied. "But what if they target us deliberately? We can endure it once or twice, but who knows if it will happen 3 or 4 times, Sheelan pressed. "Look for Professor Snape," Aaron said seriously. "Professor Snape has always been the head of Slytherin. No matter his position, he will take care of the wizards in our house. When you really can't hold on anymore, come to me. As the prefect of Slytherin, I will do my best to protect you. Don't worry too much yet. The wizards in Slytherin House have a relatively strong bloodline, and their attitude towards us may be more relaxed." "Okay, that's it for now. Let's go back to sleep." After fulfilling his duties as a prefect, Aaron returned to his dormitory. He skillfully opened the doors, set up defensive barriers, and opened secret passages. With a burst of divine speed, he turned into an afterimage, arriving in the Hall of Divine Sound in the blink of an eye. "Good evening," a disembodied voice greeted him. "Meeting Amicus and Electo? How do you feel?" "Tomorrow at Hogwarts will be extremely dark," Aaron said, half-jokingly. "If nothing else happens, our place will be the light hidden in the darkness." "It's not the right time yet, and we have to act with caution." "I understand," Aaron replied. "Where are the 3 of them?" "Fleur has gone back through the teleportation array. As for Sirius and Moody, they are still observing our defensive array," the voice responded. "Let them come over now," Aaron said, shaking his head in exasperation. His magic circle was not easy to replicate. Without understanding the injection and flow of magic power, no amount of time spent would yield results. Moreover, their talents were limited. Even with the system's magic book, mastering advanced magic circles would be a challenge. After a while, the 2 were brought over by the shadowy ninja. "They look exactly the same," Moody exclaimed, glancing between Aaron and his clone. "Which one is the original? Which one is the clone?" "I am the original," Aaron chuckled. "But that's not important. What matters are your next steps." "Are you going to help Harry?" Sirius asked impatiently. "No, not exactly. I encountered Barty Jr. on the train today. He brought 2 Death Eaters to flaunt their power and even threatened me. So? Moody's expression turned curious. You don't want us to kill him, do you? Of course not. I'm not that kind of person. Aaron waved his hand dismissively. It's too risky to expose you now. Any exposure is a risk to me. Besides, if I wanted him dead, I'd do it myself. I need to think of a way that suits him best. Sirius and Moody exchanged uneasy glances, feeling a chill run down their spines. They knew Aaron was on their side, but his words made him sound more villainous than Voldemort. Then what do you want us to do? Sirius asked. First of all, the situation at Hogwarts is dire. Amicus and Electo are now the Defense Against the Dark Arts and Muggle Studies professors, respectively. If 2 crazy Death Eaters become professors, you can imagine how they will torture the students. Snape should handle it, right? Sirius inquired. Professor Snape is doing what he can, but his actions are limited. He arranges severe punishments that seem dangerous, but are actually safe. Don't think he's not doing his job well. In today's situation, protecting himself and ensuring the student's safety is a success, Aaron explained, defending Snape. He knew that if he were in Snape's position, he wouldn't fare much better. The first thing you need to do is help me expand the Shenming Temple. It may become a refuge for some students in the future. I didn't expect that, Moody smiled. I thought you would always keep this base hidden. Aren't you worried about exposure? I am worried, but I will only offer help when they can't hold on any longer, Aaron said matter-of-factly. This school is very important to me, so it's not a bad idea to do something for it in this last school year. He had already planned his future. Becoming a professor in 1 year, the vice principal in 3 years, and the youngest principal in Hogwarts history in 5 years. It might be difficult for an outstanding graduate to achieve such a rapid rise, but if he could rescue a group of suffering students during Hogwarts' darkest period, everything would be different. How do we expand? Sirius asked, pulling out his wand, eager to get started. He had been idle for too long in Diagon Alley and was itching for something to do. The Order of the Phoenix was severely suppressed, and he felt a sense of accomplishment in being able to contribute to Hogwarts. Aaron pointed to the massive statue of Slytherin in front of them. Transform its interior into a temporary dormitory that can accommodate at least 50 people for normal work and rest. Of course, the bigger the space, the better. Are you kidding me? Sirius's face fell. This project is enormous, Moody added, looking serious. Even with magic, I don't know how long it will take. That's why I'm leaving this job to you, Aaron said with a determined smile. Aaron smiled warmly. This is what a team player does. We can't afford to waste precious time building the dormitory ourselves. But this, Sirius hesitated. I know it's not easy for you, Aaron acknowledged, but this statue is the only one that meets the conditions in the Shenming Palace. The other areas are protected by magic circles. Dismantling them would be troublesome and would compromise the palace's defenses. Enough talking. Let's just get it done, Moody said, resigned. That's the spirit, N said, patting both of them on the shoulders. Do a good job with this task. I have some knowledge of architecture. Tomorrow, I'll draw up the design plans for you. And where will we sleep tonight? Sirius asked warily. Surely not on the morgue's coffin boards. Of course not, Aaron replied, shaking his head. He snapped his fingers. Abe! The white holy dragon immediately approached. As Sirius and Moody watched in confusion, Abe reached into his pockets with his dragon claws and pulled out 2 plain bedrolls. Make do with these for now. It will motivate you to work harder, Aaron said. This feels worse than sleeping on a coffin board, Sirius grumbled. Then it's settled, Moody said, taking the bedrolls. You can sleep on the coffin board. You, Sirius began, but Moody cut him off. I'm old, so I should be taken care of, Moody said with a smirk. Sirius slapped his forehead in frustration and looked at Abe. Another bedroll, please. Abe gave him a look, then pulled out another bedroll and tossed it on the floor. Now, for the second matter, Aaron said, drawing his wand and looking at them meaningfully. Don't be nervous. Stretch out your arms. I'm going to make a small mark. I've already thought of a name for it. The White God's Mark. It's definitely classier than the Dark Mark. Sirius Black. Alastair Moody. Chapter 599. Snape's Techniques and the Caro Siblings' Operations. Even after becoming the headmaster, Professor Snape still did not give up his potions office. "Severus, you have to make up your mind," Amicus Caro said. "That guy simply doesn't take us seriously." "I can see that," Snape replied, glancing at him. "But this can only be considered in the long term." "You are the headmaster. Do you need any reason to expel a student?" Alecto Caro asked in confusion. "Ha! Do you think it's that easy? I've been dealing with Gaius for 6 years, and he is much more difficult to handle than you think," Snape said, looking at Alecto with a mix of anger and amusement. "Besides, I don't know if you have a brain disorder that led you to come up with such a bad idea of expelling him. Don't forget his importance to the Dark Lord, and don't forget how the Dark Lord explained it. If he leaves Hogwarts, who knows what troublesome things he will do. Keeping him under our noses makes it easier to monitor him." Boom! Amicus slammed the wall. "It's so uncomfortable. It feels like a thorn in my heart." "You have to endure the discomfort," Snape said seriously. "As long as the Master kills Harry Potter, the contract will force Gaius to surrender. By then, those of us responsible for monitoring him will naturally be able to gain some credit. Before that, don't create extraneous matters and don't deliberately provoke him. He has the right to fight back in self-defense. If he is really cornered, you might have to live in St. Mungo's for a while." The Caro siblings looked at each other and reluctantly accepted this statement. When Voldemort completely rules the world, merit will determine their status, rights, and even lifespan. Compared with these benefits, the bad experience Aaron brought them could be put aside for the time being. What's more, they all believed that he would fall into Voldemort's hands soon, so there was no need to worry so much about a dead man. "By the way, I heard that boy Draco say that Gaius seems to respect you very much," Amicus teased. "Humph. Do you think I spent all these years at Hogwarts in vain?" Snape raised his head with a proud expression. "I have been doing only one thing while undercover, safeguarding the interests of Slytherin. It's natural for pure-blood wizards to be closer to me." "Then does he still retain that respect for you?" Alecto asked. Snape frowned slightly, not understanding why she asked, but he didn't think Alecto would find any flaws in him. After all, these two siblings only had that kind of IQ. Otherwise, they would not have been sent by Voldemort to be his assistants. If it were Barty Crouch Jr. or Bellatrix Lestrange, he would have to sleep with one eye open. "I think he should still respect me," Snape said solemnly. "That's great. Tell him to be honest." "Ha ha!" Snape said with a touch of sarcasm. "Amicus, I suggest you let your sister read more books when she has free time." Amicus nodded. "Respect does not mean loyalty. At most, it will give Snape some face." "That's right," Snape shrugged. "He saw me kill Dumbledore with his own eyes, and he also knows that there is almost no possibility of reconciliation between him and the Dark Lord. The reason why he respects me now is just because I have given him a lot of care in the past 6 years. This is a matter of affection, and a person like him will not owe kindness. But—" Snape seemed to have thought of something, and there was a hint of playfulness in the corner of his mouth. "In addition to affection, he also seems to have some expectations for me, hoping that one day I will abandon the darkness and turn to the light." "Ha-ha, it's really ridiculous," Amicus couldn't help but laugh. "Who can't see that the Dark Lord is the trend now?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Snape raised his eyebrows meaningfully. "Don't you support the Master if the situation is not right?" Hearing this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Amicus's forehead. It is undeniable that among the Death Eaters there are indeed die-hard Voldemort loyalists were now filled with propaganda about the inferiority of Muggles and the superiority of pure-blood wizards. The students, especially those from Muggle families, felt the oppressive weight of the new regime. Amicus, on the other hand, took over the defense against the dark arts class, which had now become more about the dark arts themselves rather than defending against them. His lessons were harsh and filled with cruel demonstrations, instilling fear rather than knowledge. Despite the grim atmosphere, Severus Snape maintained his composure. He knew he had to play his part convincingly to keep the trust of both the Death Eaters and the students who still looked up to him. His position as headmaster was a precarious one, balancing on a knife's edge between loyalty to the Dark Lord and his true allegiance. In the staff room, Snape found himself alone for a moment, a rare occurrence these days. He allowed himself a brief respite, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. The weight of his responsibilities was immense, but he had to stay strong. For Dumbledore, for the students, and for the ultimate defeat of Voldemort. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. He straightened up and called out, "Enter." The door creaked open, and Minerva McGonagall stepped in. Her stern face softened slightly as she looked at Snape. "Severus, a word?" "Of course, Minerva," Snape replied, gesturing for her to sit. She took a seat across from him, her eyes searching his face. "The students are frightened, Severus. The Carrows are. Well, you know what they are." Snape nodded. "I am aware, Minerva. I am doing what I can to mitigate their influence, but it is a delicate balance." McGonagall sighed. "I know you are, but we must do more. The children are suffering." "I understand," Snape said quietly. "I will do everything in my power to protect them, but we must be cautious. Any overt actions could jeopardize everything." McGonagall nodded, though her expression remained troubled. "Very well, Severus. Just be careful." "I will," he assured her. As she left, Snape leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. He had to find a way to protect the students without drawing too much attention. The Carrows were dangerous, but they were also predictable. He could use that to his advantage. The days passed, and Snape continued to walk the fine line between his dual roles. He subtly undermined the Carrows' authority where he could, offering small mercies to the students and providing them with the tools they needed to resist. One evening, as he patrolled the corridors, he overheard a group of students whispering in a hidden alcove. He paused, listening intently. "We have to do something," one of them said. "We can't just sit here and let them get away with this." "But what can we do?" another replied. "They're too powerful." Snape stepped into the alcove, and the students fell silent, their faces pale with fear. "Professor Snape," one of them stammered, "we were just—" "I know what you were discussing," Snape interrupted, his voice low and firm. "And you are right. You cannot sit idly by, but you must be smart about it. Reckless actions will only lead to more suffering." The students exchanged nervous glances. "What should we do, sir?" one of them asked. Snape looked at them, his expression serious. "Form a group, support each other, share information, but be discreet. Do not let the Carrows or anyone else suspect what you are doing, and if you need help, come to me." The students nodded, their fear replaced by a glimmer of hope. "Thank you, Professor," one of them said. Snape gave a curt nod. "Now get back to your dormitories, and remember, be careful." As they hurried away, Snape felt a small sense of satisfaction. It was a small step, but it was a start. The students were not alone, and neither was he. Together, they could resist the darkness that had fallen over Hogwarts. And so the new school year continued, with Snape playing his dangerous game, always one step ahead, always watching, always protecting. The road ahead was long and fraught with peril, but he was determined to see it through to the end. For the sake of the students, for the sake of the future, and for the sake of the promise he had made to Dumbledore. Amicus Carrow teaches defense against the dark arts, a subject almost all students must take, making him unavoidable. Aaron signed in as usual, and then took Abe and Clea out of the common room. Vice Principal Professor McGonagall had gathered the seventh-year students in the auditorium to prepare for their Newt final exams, which are crucial for job hunting after graduation. Despite the current emphasis on bloodline over performance in the wizarding world, she believed this situation would not last forever. The seventh-year students, who were about to graduate and enter the Wizarding Society, had their own ideas about their future. While the Newt certificate was important for job hunting, other courses were seen as ways to enrich their knowledge. They could choose to study seriously or perfunctorily, as obtaining a study permit for an advanced class did not necessarily mean they had to take the exam for that class. Thus, despite their seemingly tight schedules, the seventh-year students had the most relaxed schedules. Given the current situation in the wizarding world, professors often turned a blind eye to their self-study classes. Aaron didn't pay much attention to classroom knowledge. He divided his class time into two parts, half for practicing magic arrays and increasing the number of instantaneous casts of ultimate elemental magic arrays, and the other half for spending time in his spiritual space. Forbidden magic consumed too much energy, and with his current level of magic power, he could only manage it a few times before being drained completely. However, the ultimate elemental magic could be released multiple times, increasing power by quantity while controlling magic power consumption. He had spent at least 1/3 of his time in the past year working on this. In his spiritual space, Aaron had greatly improved the defensive magic circle and expanded the area to 1 million square kilometers, including various landscapes like mountains, rivers, forests, grasslands, glaciers, deserts, volcanoes, and seas of clouds. He also built cities and palaces in specific areas, paving the way for the birth of civilization. Although everything seemed to be developing well, he knew this was just the beginning. Transforming from virtuality to reality required powerful magic, and he was still far from achieving this step. For now, it was just a castle in the air, of no practical use. However, he firmly believed that the spiritual space would be of great use in the future. Although it was currently just an illusory secret realm with rich resources and gorgeous scenery, it had the potential to evolve into a real world as long as he became strong enough. As night fell, Aaron ended his meditation and exited the spiritual space. He headed to the auditorium for dinner, but was interrupted by the sound of choking coming from the Gryffindor table. "What happened?" he asked. "I heard it was Alecto who did it," Crabbe said gloatingly. Creevy's younger brother, Dennis Creevy, was taking a Muggle studies course. Alecto preached that purebloods were superior to Muggles, calling them dirty and stupid like animals. Dennis was very disgusted with this statement and openly questioned it in class. She used the Cruciatus curse on him. "This is too much." Aaron's mouth twitched slightly. He knew the Caro siblings would use evil curses to punish students, but he hadn't expected them to use the unforgivable curse. First day. In the past, Muggle studies only taught the history of Muggles, but Alecto seems to have focused on the negative aspects of Muggles, even exaggerating them, Goyle said disdainfully. To be honest, we both felt that her class was too distorted. Huh? Aaron looked at the two of them in surprise. It's rare for you two to have such awareness. They're not smart, but they're not hopelessly stupid, Clea said with a smile, shaking her head. Purebloods believe they are nobler than Muggles, and in their eyes, that's not wrong. But to say Muggles are as dirty and stupid as animals. There are quite a few mixed-race wizards in the school, Crabbe interjected angrily. If we admit this, it would be equivalent to insulting the parents of many classmates. Alecto is powerful and not afraid of students' revenge, but we are. Right? Even if we think her statements are too extreme, we wouldn't be stupid enough to say it in front of her, Goyle added. Aaron sighed. All right, I see. You two are true Slytherins, good at protecting yourselves wisely. Returning to the Slytherin common room, Aaron couldn't help but frown slightly when he noticed a junior witch with a pale face, hiding in the corner and trembling slightly. What's wrong with you? He asked. Senior, will our defense against the dark arts class be changed to a dark magic class in the future? The young witch asked with an unnatural look. Professor Amicus didn't teach us defense skills today. Instead, he taught us two evil spells, the Soft Legs Curse and the Hairy Curse. Aaron hesitated. This situation won't last long. Moreover, these two curses are not too difficult to master, and they are not unforgivable curses. They are just minor spells. But, the witch choked and cried, he tested these two curses on me. My body and face were covered with hair, and my lower body couldn't move, right in front of the whole class. I couldn't escape even if I wanted to. This is bullying, Clea said, unable to bear it. She hugged the young witch and then looked back at Aaron. You are the prefect of Slytherin. You can't just watch the schoolgirl being bullied. Aaron sighed again, feeling the weight of responsibility. Chapter 600, The Consciousness of Pure Blood. The next day, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Slytherin and Gryffindor students gathered for their lesson. Originally, only students who passed the OWLS exam could attend the advanced class, but recent educational reforms had made this course compulsory for all. Under the signal from Clea's eyes, Aaron reluctantly sat at the front of the class with her. This was the first time he had ever sat so close to the front. The atmosphere was tense as Amicus Caro walked in. He checked the attendance list and nodded expressionlessly. It looks like no one is late. You are all seventh-year students who are about to graduate. I believe you must have a certain understanding of dark magic from the past 6 years. But in my opinion, you have wasted 5 of those 6 years. 2 years ago, Mad-Eye Moody, no, to be precise, it was Professor Barty Crouch Jr., was a qualified defense against the dark arts teacher, Amicus said with a meaningful smile, glancing playfully from left to right. Many students lowered their heads in fear, while others looked on with admiration or displeasure. With just a few sentences, Amicus could determine who would cooperate with him, who would oppose him, and who could be easily manipulated. However, there were 2 exceptions: Clea, who seemed indifferent, and Aaron, whose half-smiling eyes conveyed simple contempt. This made Amicus feel very awkward. He had never suffered such an insult in his decades of life. Despite his raging anger, he pretended not to notice, remembering Snape's warning that taking it seriously would mean losing. It's just 1 lesson for the 7th graders in a week. The endurance is over, Amicus thought to himself. He then continued, Professor Crouch must have taught you the unforgivable curses. I am particularly curious about whether your magic power can control these 3 spells. Control what? Neville said in disbelief. The unforgivable curses? That's the Ministry of Magic. It's no longer prohibited, and the Ministry of Magic won't put you in Azkaban just because you used these 3 spells, Amicus said proudly. The Cruciatus Curse, the Imperius Curse, and even the Killing Curse can be used as casually as a cleaning spell. The Ministry of Magic believes that this is a right wizards should have. Imagine if you want to fight the enemy. Blind defense will definitely not work. You have to learn how to attack. Rough words, but not without truth, Aaron nodded. I regret not using the Killing Curse when fighting the enemy before. It gave them the opportunity to show off their power in front of me. Amicus staggered, gritting his teeth and forcing a smile. Then you'd better not make the same mistake in the future. I won't, Aaron replied. Amicus smiled sarcastically. In this class, you will work in pairs to test the Imperius Curse on each other. The best group will be rewarded, but the worst group, I'll use the Imperius Curse on them before class ends. Of course, if you don't want to make a fool of yourself in public, you can use the Cruciatus Curse instead. The classroom erupted in an uproar. No one could have imagined that the first class would be so intense. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Aaron frowned. Because you are in the 7th grade and are about to enter the Wizarding Society, the courses must be stricter, Amicus said confidently. But there is no way to avoid this punishment. He waved his wand and conjured a cage with an owl inside. The worst group can use the Killing Curse on the owl and will still be rewarded as long as it kills it. Okay, let's get started. Don't keep me waiting too long. As time passed, the students gradually found their teammates and stretched out their wands, preparing for the daunting task ahead. They say about orders from above. They must be followed. Amicus's eyes gleamed with a sinister satisfaction. Aaron met his gaze without flinching. I understand the importance of following orders, Professor, but I also understand the importance of integrity, and standing up for what is right. Amicus's smile faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Integrity? Right? Those are just words, Aaron. In the real world, power and obedience are what matter. Aaron's eyes narrowed. We'll see about that. The bell rang, signaling the end of the class. The students began to gather their things, the tension in the room still palpable. Amicus watched them with a predatory gaze, clearly enjoying the discomfort he had sown. As the students filed out, Neville approached Aaron. Thank you, he said quietly, for giving us a way out. Aaron nodded. Just remember, Neville, sometimes you have to play along to survive, but never forget who you are and what you stand for. Neville's eyes shone with determination. I won't. Clea joined them, her expression thoughtful. You handled that well, Aaron, but be careful. Amicus is dangerous, Aaron sighed. I know, but we can't let fear control us. We have to find a way to fight back. Clea nodded. Agreed, but we need to be smart about it. We can't afford to make any mistakes. As they walked down the corridor, the weight of their situation pressed heavily on their shoulders. The fight against the Dark Lord and his followers was far from over, and the path ahead was fraught with danger. but they knew they had to keep going, for the sake of their friends, their families, and the future of the wizarding world. Later that evening, in the Gryffindor common room, the atmosphere was tense. The students who had been forced to cast the Imperious Curse were still shaken, and the others were trying to offer comfort and support. Seamus sat by the fire, staring into the flames. "I can't believe we had to do that," he muttered. "It felt so wrong." Neville sat beside him, his expression grim. "I know, but Aaron was right. We had to play along to protect ourselves." Hermione, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "We need to find a way to resist without putting ourselves in more danger. There has to be something we can do." Ron, sitting across from her, nodded. "Yeah, but what?" "Amicus and the other Death Eaters have the upper hand right now." Harry, who had been pacing the room, stopped and turned to face them. "We need to gather information, find out what they're planning, and how we can counter it. We can't just sit here and do nothing." Hermione's eyes lit up with determination. "You're right, Harry. We need to be proactive. I'll start researching ways to counter the unforgivable curses. There has to be something in the library." Ron grinned, "And I'll see if I can get any information from the other students. Maybe someone knows something useful." Harry nodded. "Good, and I'll keep an eye on Amicus and the other Death Eaters. We need to stay one step ahead of them." As they made their plans, the sense of camaraderie and determination in the room grew stronger. They knew the road ahead would be difficult, but they were ready to face it together. For the sake of their world, they would fight back against the darkness, no matter the cost. Amicus smiled meaningfully. "You can choose either the Imperious Curse or the Cruciatus Curse. Of course, killing the owl with the killing curse would also work." "I'd better choose the Cruciatus Curse," Aaron said nonchalantly. "It's not that I underestimate you, but I'm afraid your Imperious Curse can't control me. As for this owl, I don't see a reason to kill it." "Okay, I'll satisfy you," Amicus said excitedly, pulling out his wand but not using it. Instead, he held it in his hand and played with it. "I won't take action against you personally. Miss Parkinson, can you do it for me?" "This," Pansy hesitated, clearly conflicted. "Professor, I'm afraid I can't do it." "Why?" "Because besides the dean, I am the head prefect in Slytherin. Even if I wasn't a prefect, they wouldn't dare do anything to me." "Ha!" Amicus glared at her, then turned his gaze to Gryffindor House. "Neville Longbottom, it's time to show your determination." You, this. Don't hesitate. Just do it," a familiar voice echoed in Neville's mind. "Still acting? How is it possible? The act of enduring torture is too exaggerated, and it can easily affect your image in front of so many people. Don't worry, you can't hurt me. Also, remember, go all out and don't hold back at all." Neville was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly stepped forward. "I have never used this spell. My parents are." Aaron raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking of Neville's parents, who were tortured into madness by the Death Eaters using the Cruciatus Curse. They received treatment at St. Mungo's Hospital, but never recovered, spending more than 10 years in a state of confusion. Before that, they were original members of the Order of the Phoenix and elite Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, their abilities beyond doubt. "Now is the time for you to overcome your psychological shadow," Amicus said forcefully. "Hurry up and do it." "Crucio!" Neville shouted with his eyes closed. Boom! A transparent barrier stood in front of Aaron, and the Cruciatus Curse had no effect at all. Instead, it was deflected and landed on Amicus. "Ah!" Amicus staggered to the ground, screaming, and got up sweating profusely after a few seconds. Neville couldn't exert the full power of the Cruciatus Curse, but it was still one of the 3 unforgivable curses, much more powerful than ordinary dark curses. "You, Professor, I really didn't mean it," Neville explained hurriedly. "Get out of the way." Amicus waved his wand, and Neville was thrown against the wall uncontrollably. Then, driven by anger, he pointed his wand at Aaron. To hell with Snape's warnings. If he could stand it, he wouldn't be a Death Eater. "Crucio." Before he could finish the incantation, his voice stopped abruptly. The sneer on Aaron's face had fully exposed his purpose. "What the hell? This is a trap, and he must not fall for it." But it seemed to be too late. Roar, Abe, who had been lying on the table, jumped out immediately. A claw slapped Amicus's wand away, and then 2 dragon claws pushed him to the ground. Amicus's pupils shrank as he suddenly realized he might be in danger. Let it live quickly. Boom! Before he could finish speaking, a paw slapped his mouth. Screams erupted immediately, and several bloody teeth fell to the floor. Puff! Amicus struggled to stand up and fight back, but without a wand, he was no match for a dragon. Abe showed a human-like mockery on his face, squatted on Amicus's chest, and raised his two front paws towards his face, swinging them down. Boom! Boom! The screams were accompanied by blood spilling. Amicus wanted to endure the severe pain and beg for mercy, but his teeth had fallen out, making his words unintelligible. No one could hear what he was saying, and Abe didn't intend to give him a chance to speak. He only remembered the request of his master and mistress last night. Don't kill him, but make him suffer. The surrounding students unconsciously covered their faces as they watched the brutal scene unfold. No one dared to step forward to stop him. As the saying goes, beating a dog depends on its owner. Aaron's prestige in Slytherin was not very high, and no one was willing to offend him. Moreover, they had already witnessed Ob's fighting prowess. What if an innocent person got hurt? As for Gryffindor, they had no desire to intervene. Their students had been targeted frequently, and if the situation allowed, they would have wanted to retaliate. Stop! A loud roar came from outside the classroom, followed by a bright red light that knocked Abe back. Professor Snape strode in, and soon Alecto hurried over. She gasped in shock when she saw her brother lying on the ground in a miserable state. His teeth were dripping with blood. The left and right sides of his face were red and swollen from being slapped, and 2 lines of tears of humiliation fell from the corners of his eyes. The phrase, "life without love," seemed to be fully reflected in him. Alecto carefully helped Amicus up, then looked at the students with murderous intent. Who did this? Stand up for me. Everyone looked at each other, but many eyes still fell on Abe. Gaius, don't you have an explanation? Snape said coldly. If you hurt a professor, I have the right to expel you. No need. Amicus suppressed his anger and said vaguely. Huh? Aaron glanced at him in surprise. You are more generous than I thought, but there may be other reasons. Humph. Amicus snorted coldly without explaining. Alecto understood what Amicus was thinking. If Aaron left Hogwarts, the achievements of the 3 of them would be wasted, and the beating her brother received today would be in vain.